Good morning, people. Eric. We're here together. We're saying hi. Wait for your aunties and uncles to come. Let me see if they wake up. I've missed y'all. I was like, let me hop on real quick and say hi to Maverick. Yeah, look at Beth. I got my hair cut. Yo, I got a bob. It was so cute, Bobby on it. I got a cute little bob. But we've been moving. I'm so tired. We've been moving all week. So I didn't get a chance to take care of my hair. It's a mess. But I didn't want to use my bonnet. Mama. I think people are asleep. But anyways, you guys, hope you're good. I'm good. Hopefully next week I can start making some type of videos. We can go live again on oh my gosh, he's throwing up. Oh Lord. Oh baby. Little baby, what you doing? Did you overeat? You little greedy self. Oh my gosh. Yeah. It's on here. Oh, look at Kevin. Kevin, look at your friend. She said, kiss my sister. Oh, bisous, mon frère. Bisous, Kevin. Bisous, bisous. What you want, boy? Yo, be a Maverick. Maverick said hi. Yeah. Shout out to your aunties and uncles, share. Good morning, people. Good morning. You guys, sorry. I've been moving. Ooh. I've been moving. It is a lot. Ooh, Lord. Ooh. What the heck? You guys, this little baby. I think he overeats. He's so greedy with food. Oh, j'ai vu Tonton Kevin est là. Tonton Kevin. Kevin, you know my little brother's name is also Kevin. So now he has two Uncle Kevins. My little brother's like right after me. My little brother's name is Kevin. Hey, bonjour, Uncle Kevin. Hey, bonjour, Tonton Kevin. Bonjour, bonjour. So you guys, how y'all been doing? He's also an Aquarius. So I'm born February 2nd. He's born February 8th. My oldest sister, they're twins. They're like birthday twins. Yeah, we've been moving. Oh, you guys, moving is, I can't stand moving. It is so much work. It is so much work. You gotta pack your stuff. You gotta clean the place. You gotta come here, you gotta clean the place. And this new place we got, because we're renting here, right? This new place we got, the people didn't clean. They picked up their stuff though, but they didn't like deeply clean. And the owner, she didn't have her place also like deeply clean. So I had to clean all of that. I am so tired. I was like, oh, I miss my peoples. I miss them. And then yesterday we had to go look for furniture. You guys, furniture is so expensive. So it's crazy. How y'all been doing though? No, Kevin, it didn't clean right. They didn't clean up to my standards. It was like a little dusting. It wasn't a deep clean. So, child, I had to clean because I can't take a shower. I can't take a shower in another shower that was not deeply cleaned because nope. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Yeah. So, and yesterday we had to go look for a bed for Stefan. We found one. Oh, thank God. I'm so tired. But besides that, my people, so you're keeping up with politics. Oh, yes, Bug. I was pregnant. I've been pregnant. You know, see the nose got bigger. I was pregnant. I had the baby. He'll be 2 months tomorrow. Yeah, people don't care. Like, so I was like, I had to deeply clean. So I was watching all these like YouTube videos, like cleaning videos. Oh, thank you, Vibes, because the YouTube cleaning videos, the ladies, like, they have, like, the products, the tools. So I found some cute stuff. I bought some cute stuff and started cleaning. No, I miss y'all. He's like, Miss Brown Sugar, what's up, everybody? So, bonjour, Raja. Oh, I miss you guys, too. I miss y'all so much. I miss y'all so much. Yo, we got to talk about politics. You like, part of me wants to talk politics. And then part of me doesn't want y'all to be mad at me. But then a big part of me doesn't know how to be not. Like, I don't know how to not be fake, y'all. It don't work for me. I don't know, y'all. I don't know how to be fake. So, baby, cuckoo. Hey, Hope. What's up, Hope? All your aunties came out. It's like, y'all so early. You guys are like early birds. Good job. We're gonna start doing cleaning videos, you guys. We're gonna start doing cleaning videos. But you guys, we need to talk politics. I need to get my computer up. I was gonna say, talk your ish. Ooh, Janelle, let me tell you something. Okay. Hey, Z. We cannot support Kamala Harris. We cannot. We absolutely cannot. Like, we cannot support her. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, we cannot support her. We cannot support her. Jimmy's like, let me get out of here. She about to talk politics. Y'all, I don't know how to be fake. Let me tell you, his older sister, y'all know Jimmy got an older sister, right? Because Jimmy's a middle child, right? Jimmy's a middle child. So he has an older sister. Her name is Felicia, Auntie Fifi, right? And then he has a younger sister, Katrina. They call her Dolly, but TMI. But anyway, so Felicia was here because she came to help us. Like, you know, she's really sweet. She's really nice. She's a really nice auntie. And so she saw me watching Candace Owens. She's like, Marlene. I said, yes, because I knew she was going to. I knew she was going to have an allergic reaction. Felicia sees me watching Candace Owens, and she don't know how to react because she don't know, do I like her? Do I not like her? So she's like, Marlene, how come you're watching her? I said, Felicia, did you ever sit down and actually watch Candace Owens, or you just watch like little snippets of her? She's like, no, like little clips. I was like, well, you got to watch more than the clips because people play those snippets because they want you to dislike someone. Right? Because they know if they play a crazy snippet of a person, you're going to hate the person. Like, what the heck? Why would she say that? Because they are retrieving context from what's being said. Child, and then I was listening to Trump. Oh, no. I was not, she was like, child, this is a lot. I was cracking up. Hey, Miss Bugs. Right? It was too funny. It was too funny. She was like, what the heck? You know, but and I do feel like that's kind of sad. I do feel like it's kind of sad because you guys, I really do wish. You know, I have another friend. Y'all, I always tell you about my other friend, right? Oh, this one. She comes in every day in my DMs to start something with me because I refuse to support Kamala Harris. And I'm like, Valencia, you get on my freaking nerves. Like, you get on my nerves, right? But she comes in every day. Y'all, it don't miss. It don't miss. It's like she's clocking in, right? Because she wants me to say that I'm denouncing Trump. And I'm like, no, I will not say that. I will not say that. I'm like, Valencia, okay, do you truly think, like, this is really, really serious, right? Because racism is very serious. Y'all get me, right? Racism is really serious, right? Y'all know most of us out here, we cousins, right? I'm West African, you know, y'all African Americans, right? But we really are cousins because we, to some extent, we do share the same lineage, right? We do have West African ancestry together. Does that make sense? But I'm like, racism is very serious, right? Somebody being accused of being seen as a racist, it is a very serious thing. Shit, I'm black, okay? So it's like, we don't make light of it. So if I say I support Trump, you think I just woke up out of nowhere and I'm just doing this to troll people? Like, no. Like, that stuff is real, right? But there comes a time, too, like, you really have to sit down and be like, okay, what has this man done against me or against my people or people that I love to be like, yeah, I can really see how he's a racist, like, oh, he's really evil towards black people. I really can. Now, I will say this, right? For me, if you're a white person born in America in the 1940s, you know, you probably do have it in you because, I mean, you grew up in a time where it was like, N-word over here, whites over there. So, you know? But when I look at this Democratic Party, though, it's like you really cannot convince me that those people are not big and racist. You know what I'm saying? But they practice a different kind of racism, you guys. They practice a different kind of racism that makes you feel as though it is not racist, right? I'm going to give you an example. The Democrat, for this whole Kamala Harris thing, is she black? Is she not? Is she black? Is she not? Is she black? Is she not? Right? When you really think about this, it's giving the impression of like when white people say, but you know, she's black enough, right? She's brown enough, right? Like she's brown enough to pass for black. And even that within itself is racist. Let me hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say, right? When people try to change the definition of what black is, because it's like, well, if I squint hard enough, she kind of looks black, right? To me, Marlene, I take that as disrespectful and I take that as you being racist because it gives the impression of, well, I'm colorblind. I don't see color, right? Ooh, I hate that. Ooh, Lord Jesus. Oh my gosh, right? I hate that. The thing about this is me, because this is really me, right? This is me. This is how I look at life, right? For me in my life, I'd rather know off the bat that someone says, Marlene, I don't like you. Okay? Because I'm like, yes, I don't like you too. I was waiting to say that. Okay? Because I just feel like we live in the world today where everybody wants to be politically correct. Everybody wants to be so polite. Everybody wants to be like, oh, I'm a good person. I'm polite. I don't know. Shut up. Be your freaking self. Right? That's why, like, the bars in Kendrick, when he says, I hate the way you talk, I hate the way you move, I'm like, yes, Kendrick, he does not like Drake. He doesn't like him. Why should I sit here and pretend that I like you? You know what I'm saying? And the problem is, and I feel like social media is what conditioned us to be so fake. Because before social media, people were very honest. But with the rise of social media and influencer culture, etc., and the fact that you can make money off your platform, everybody wants to be so polite. Hey guys, welcome to my channel. Hey guys, right? Because you feel as though you need to manipulate people into seeing you as a good person, a friendly person, so that way they'll buy your product. You understand me? Because when there's no money to be made, people won't keep it a buck. Right? If people are not trying to be famous, then try to get you to use their Amazon store link and try to get you to use their coupon code, baby, people gonna come as they are. But with the rise of social media, influencer culture, what's it called? When you make money, what is it called? Oh, commissions, like you can make commissions off your links, etc., etc. The goal is to be likable. Because the more people like you, the more they'll buy your products, the more they'll use your codes, etc., etc., and you can make money, right? So everybody now, for the most part, is involved in the art of deceit. I need to be deceitful. That's why I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm not trying to be offensive. That's why for the longest, I had a hard time getting into Tabitha Brown. Okay? I had a hard time getting into Tabitha Brown because I'm like, why does she talk like that? I'm like, she talks like, I don't know, she talks like a mammy. And I was like, there's no way this is how she talks, right? Because let me tell you how I found her, because I didn't know much about Tab. I didn't know much about her. You understand? The way I found her was through Jennifer Aniston. You know that white lady that's married to Ben Affleck, right? And I'm like, what? Why is a white woman, especially a white liberal woman from Hollywood, following a black woman? And she was copying one of her recipes. And I know the majority of the time when you deal with these white liberal women from California, a bunch of money, they have a caricature of black people that they like. Okay, I'm like, if you can take your emotions out of it, you will see that there's racism from both sides. But the one on the left is a bit more, to me, it's a bit more disrespectful. Because left liberal white people, the way they consume black people is through caricatures, right? You have to be a caricature. For example, left liberals be the type to listen to rap music, right? My nigga, when I see you, I'ma shoot, pra, 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 pra. You know what I'm saying? They work out to gangster music and stuff like that, right? You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, if you were truly an ally to black people, right? If you were truly an ally to black people, you'd be like, wow, if this was my neighborhood, right? Would I want to listen to music about little Johnny shooting little Brett? I bet you wouldn't. Right? Because what kind of ally is going to support music that emanates out of serious violence in the black community? Right? Why don't you listen to white gangster rap? They got trailer trash fools out there, okay? They got trailer trash fools out there. Why don't you listen to the fights and the shootings and the stabbing and people having babies with their daddies and their mamas, okay, in the trailer trash? They got white gangster rap in the West Virginia, okay? Why don't you listen to that? You understand? Or they listen to, they like the black woman who talks about cooking and things like that. Like left liberal white women are always about caricature. They want a caricature of a white person, of a black person. And to me, that is offensive. Because why is it that we can have deep conversations where you get to know me for me and not know me as a caricature? Okay? Hi, Elaine. Go on Netflix. You go on Netflix, I'm sure the CEO, he probably thinks he's white, he's liberal, he's open-minded, he's not a racist. But go on Netflix, turn on Netflix. The majority of movies about Latinos are drug cartels. Every time there's a movie on Netflix about Latin America or the people, it's always el jefe, el narcos, el drogas, la plata, la pluma. It's like, what the heck? There's nothing else outside. There's nothing else for you to talk about in Latin America, right? When it comes to black people, we're either like, yeah, we're also drug dealers. We have issues with white people, right? It's like everything on Netflix is a caricature. It's a stereotype of a people. Like you go on Netflix, you already know. Okay, you already know. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, what is wrong with y'all? If they have movies about Arab people, Muslim people, they're terrorists. Okay? Everybody is a stereotype. That's what you find on the left. So I was like, wow. So then I go over from Jennifer Garner, I go over to Tabitha Brown page, and I'm like, and I see the way she talks. I'm like, it's giving that fake ass Southern comfort to white people, right? Because the way she talks, okay, the way she talks, right, is giving Gone with the Wind fabulous. Like it's giving like what's it called? Yeah, Gone with the Wind. Okay? And I'm like, Antebellum South. So now you know when you cook now it ain't your business, okay? But it's my business and how I choose to cook now, and when they make the pie now, and we're gonna be over there now, and this is how we're gonna roll the dough and we're gonna put it in the oven now, baby. But I promise you this, if you put a little bit of sugar on it, okay, it's gonna come down nice and soft now. And I'm like, hey, Val, I'm like, why is she talking like this? Right? Because this is what white people want. So that's why she has the target. I'm like, because you find old videos of Tabitha Brown. She does not talk like that. I'm like, what kind of black women in the 2020s that talk like this, right? Now, baby, I promise you this, and she's not even 40 something. Okay. Now, when I was back in Georgia, when I lived in Georgia, my pastor mom, right? Because you know how to pastor mom. Y'all know we family, right? But my pastor mom, Mother Rolesta Ellis, okay, y'all know she's Black American, right? But my pastor mom and her husband, like she's from Georgia, right? She's from Columbus, Georgia. Columbus, Georgia is really close to Phoenix, Alabama. Like you're almost like in Alabama, right? But I'm like, okay, she had a bit of like that Georgia twang. But I'm like, when I tell you Tab has more of a twang than her, I'm like, Mother Ellis, when I met her, she was 82 years old. She's like, now daughter, I need you to come down here now. I said, okay, Mom, I'm coming. Okay. You understand me? Right? But it's like, she's 80 plus. And it's like Mother Ellis, her mom was like a sharecropper. Like she would talk about it because her mom was dark skinned, she light skinned. Oh y'all, it's kind of sad, but don't judge the people. But her mom was dark. She was like, because her mom had my complexion. They look exactly the same. She's like hella light skinned, like she's what they call high yellow, right? And then like her mom had my complexion. So her mom used to work in the fields, right? Picking cotton and stuff. I think her mom was like a sharecropper. So she would say like how her mom would build a tent for her because her mom didn't want her to lose her complexion. I said, oh my. It's kind of sad, y'all. It's kind of sad, right? But I'm like, why does she talk like that? So I really had like, I don't know. And the plus she's an Aquarius. Okay? So I'm like, she's an Aquarius. So one thing I know about us Aquarius, we can be deceivers. I'm not trying to be funny, but we really can. We can truly be deceivers. Like it takes a really woke Aquarius to not take advantage, right? Because when people meet us, they really do like us. I mean, after all, we are water bearing sign, right? We can really connect with people and we can manipulate people, right? Gotta be very careful. Because one time, I promise you, like, when I set up the computer, we'll watch it one day. But one of the spirit animals for Aquarius is a Black Panther. And the Black Panther is a deceitful animal. It really is a deceitful creature. Okay? So when the lady was talking about the Black Panther, I was like, I can see that in me. I could manipulate people if I really wanted to. And I was like, I don't want to be that person. But you have a lot of Aquariuses who are not, like, they're not in tune with the fact that we do have it in us, right? And therefore, we got to be very careful to not use the gift for evil. Because I do believe, like, when God puts something in you, like, for example, I do believe that sometimes I could sit here and talk about really difficult topics, right? And you guys might not be willing to hear it. But the way I expose the topic and the way I talk about it, I can kind of get you like, you know what, Marvin, I see your side. Oh, Marvin, you won me over. But I can kind of change your mind without you guys hating me. It's a gift, right? And I think it's part of like being an Aquarius. But you also have to learn not to use that for evil. Hey, Abby, right? And I feel like a lot of Aquariuses that I've met, they don't know how to not use that for evil. They manipulate their gift for their own self-interest. And it's not okay. Because to whom much is given, much is required. You have to be a steward of your gift, not somebody who uses your gift to get ahead. Okay, to me, it's just crazy. So I'm like, why does she talk like that? Then I found out she was an Aquarius. I was like, oh, here we go. Here we go, right? But I'm like, this is the kind of stuff, and that's why she has all these nominations. She has all the Target stuff, right? Because she sells herself the way white liberal women want to consume a black woman. And I mean, part of me is like, I can't really be mad at you because I'm like, she was really struggling. And you know what I'm saying? Yeah, she was like, you know, she was really struggling. She wanted to make it, but it's like, and then she's also an actress. So I'm like, is this the real you? Because I'm like, who talks like this, you guys? Who talks like this? Like if you're like I said, Mother Ellis, she was like 80 something from Georgia. So I'm like, okay, I could kind of I get her like her Georgia twang, whatever. But even her daughter, who was older than me, she didn't talk like that. Right? So it's like for me, it's like, so now you gonna turn around now and you gonna make it this way now and you gonna add some sugar now. Oh, watch out now, because you don't want it to be too hot. But I promise you, baby, okay, then my business is your business. Hey guns, I've missed you, right? It's like, I don't know. I really don't know. I'm like, this is very bizarre. So I'm like, but I see why. I see why Jennifer Aniston and a host of white women, white left liberal women with lots of money, they're really into Tabitha Brown, right? It's the same thing. When you see someone like Drew Barrymore sit there and look at Kamala Harris and say like, oh, Kamala, you really have to be the mother of the country. You have to be Mamala. You got to be Mamala, right? And I'm like, once again, it's the mammy persona. These white liberal women, they love themselves a black mammy. Because it makes them feel safe, it makes them feel comfortable, and also it does not provoke them. Like it makes them feel safe within their comfort, right? Because she gonna come, she gonna cook. You're never gonna have a deep conversation because the food, and like if you think about it, that's what Oprah also was for these white women, right? When we were growing up, that's all Oprah did, right? She was a mammy to white women. Okay, her couch, hey Mark, her couch was always open for white women to come here to cry, talk about their mistakes, their dishes, their divorces, you know. That's all she ever did was cater to white women and their tears and their bad choices and their sensitivity, right? And I also felt like one of the reasons too Oprah was fat. Yes, I'm gonna say fat, right? I feel like one of the reasons why Oprah stayed fat, and another one, an Aquarius, okay? Aquarius, like I'm telling you, it's a very manipulative sign. We can be very manipulative, okay? We can be very, very manipulative. There's a dark side to Aquarius. I have to say this, because I'm always talking about Libra and Pisces, but today I will talk about Aquarius. No, it's real. You know, and when I play the video, you'll see. And I was like, wow. And I was like, when I watched the video about the Black Panther being the spirit animal of Aquarius, you know, I said, God, you know, I don't want to be that person because it's not okay. When people love you, don't manipulate their love. Because, you know, when you love someone, there's blind trust. You know, I do feel like even with some of you guys, you've listened to me for over like 200 hours now. You probably don't realize it, but if every live is 10 hours, okay, if you watch 10, that's 100 hours, okay? But it comes to a point, people listen to you so much, they spend so much time with you, there's like this blind trust. Oh, I just trust that Marlene is not going to send me the wrong way. I just trust her mind, whatever, you know? And then once you know that people have given you this blind trust, because, you know, they feel like they built a relationship with you, right? And then, boom, you manipulate that, okay? You manipulate that to your own advantage. That's some sick stuff. And God sees everything. God sees everything. We have to fear God. You know what I'm saying? But there's a very, very manipulative side to Aquarius. And that needs to be stopped. Because air signs can really be on some demonic stuff. Like, I'm being really serious. Okay? Always trying to be the mastermind of some weird stuff. Like it needs to stop. It truly, truly needs to stop. But I've always felt like Oprah Winfrey, she kept herself overweight. I mean it. Because if you remember when we were young, there were times where Oprah would lose weight. Right? Oprah was not always overweight. There were times where Oprah was small. There were times where Oprah was really like, it was giving like foxy, sexy kitten. Okay? Y'all remember? There were times she had that one little hairdo with the short hair, and it used to have all these layers to it. Y'all remember? Right? But I've always felt like she knew that if she kept herself very sexy, very attractive, these white women would be scared. Because remember, Oprah used to come on ABC at 4 p.m., right? 4 p.m. Eastern time, New York time, right? So it's like, imagine you have that TV in your house and you have this sexy black woman on the TV and with your white husband, because let's be honest. If we can be honest, but we're going to be honest today, right? Let's be honest, right? A lot of white men have a sexual thing for black women. I don't know if they want to marry black women, but they definitely want to explore sex with black women. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay? A lot of white men want to have at least one or two sexual interactions with a black woman. They might not want to marry black. They might not want to give their last name to a black woman. They might not want to give their money, because marriage also gives wealth, right? You pass wealth through marriage to a black woman. But many of them are attracted to black women, and many of them want to have sexual experiences with black women. You understand? So if you're a white woman and you turn the Oprah show and there's a sexy black woman who's very intelligent, very educated, with them full lips, okay, on the TV, it's going to be a problem. You understand? But if she's overweight, because the truth be told, if she's overweight, if she's black and she's overweight, she's not intimidating. You understand? And that's why you notice that when it comes to the liberal left, right? When it comes to liberal left, especially, and you truly see the power, the dominance, and the dominion of the liberal left on TikTok, right? And Instagram too, but usually TikTok and Instagram. That's why most of the white people tend to love an overweight black woman, right? That's why they love Lizzo so much, because she's not threatening. You understand? Because when you look at Lizzo, because Lizzo's very pretty. To me, Lizzo reminds, when I look at her face, right? When I look at Lizzo's face, okay, when I look at Lizzo's face, she's giving Janet Jackson in Good Times. I feel like, I don't want to be offensive, because she didn't do nothing to me, but she gonna catch a little stray. I feel like Janet Jackson, the surgeries that she got was to have Lizzo's face. Because if you look at her in Good Times and you compare her to Lizzo's face, they kind of look the same. Lizzo has a very pretty face. And that's why Lizzo can get away with all this obesity stuff. Because when she gains weight, she doesn't really gain weight in the face. Like, her nose doesn't get big. You see me, my nose gets big. Okay, I'm surprised it may get bigger, okay, with this pregnancy, right? But Lizzo, she has a snatched nose. So when she gains weight, it don't blow up her face. It's like Tess Holliday. The white lady, she can do the same thing. Because Tess Holliday has a snatched nose. She has really snatched features. So she does not gain weight in her face. So no matter how much weight she gains, she will always be, her face card ain't gonna decline. Tess Holliday, her face card don't decline. Lizzo also, her face card does not decline. But the majority of us out here, let us try. Okay? For the rest of us, let us try to gain weight like that. When I tell you my nose is gonna stretch from over here all the way to the Ivory Coast, okay? Like, some of us, we can't gain weight like this because we gain weight in our faces, we gain weight in our noses. It just doesn't look good, okay? It does not look good, all right? It does not look good. You know what I mean? It doesn't look good, right? But notice how the left, they have embraced Lizzo because she's overweight. She's not threatening. You understand? Because on paper, if you look at Lizzo's resume, Lizzo is a trained musician, okay? She can play all these instruments. Like, it's unbelievable. So now imagine if she had a Giselle Bundchen body. Imagine if she had a Bella Hadid body, right? Imagine if she had a Kylie Jenner body, right? They would not be giving her all this love. They would not. Right? But once you come up and you have all these credentials and then you're overweight, you're not threatening to them. And there's nothing more that the liberal left loves than a black woman who's non-threatening. Either she's overweight, either she's like uneducated, that's why they love the sexy reds, right? Because they know she ain't gonna go nowhere. My man ain't gonna want her. Okay? She ain't gonna go nowhere. And on top of that, if you give her money because she's so damn stupid, she's not gonna do nothing relevant with the money. Have you not noticed, like, pay close attention, right? Have you not noticed that every time the liberal left gives money to a black person, it's usually an idiot? Because they know, we can give you as much money as we want. It won't change much because you're so dumb, you're gonna waste the money. They never give money to intelligent, sound-minded black people because they know those people will actually do something meaningful with the money, and they're going to raise other black people out of poverty with this money. So no, they only give their money to caricatures. And that's why so many of them do not want Lizzo to lose weight, because if Lizzo loses weight, it's going to be a problem. She's going to be threatening. Because I think sometimes, like when it comes to liberal left, especially these liberal left white women, because they speak like, oh my gosh, I love y'all so much, people think that these white women are not competitive. They are extremely competitive. But unlike most black women, they have a different approach. And their approach is, I'm going to be meek. I'm going to sound like I'm supporting you. I'm going to sound like I'm so embarrassed about slavery and I'm really trying to be your ally. Da, 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 da. They use a whole different approach. But it's all so insidious when you really think about it, right? Because how often do you ever see liberal left white women with a lot of money be around like what you would call a bad B type of black girl? Okay? Do you ever see them embrace a Lori Harvey? No, they won't. Right? Because that is something that they feel is reserved for them. Right? Because what would happen if you have a Lori Harvey next to someone like an Alex Earl, or you have a Lori Harvey next to a Bella Hadid? It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Right? But when you have a girl who's black, who's overweight, who's very loud, etc., they're not threatened because they know they're men. The white women, let me tell you something. I really feel like y'all don't listen to them. Y'all don't take your time and study these heifers, because these heifers have convinced y'all that they're on your side, they support you, they feel bad about racism. White women, the way white women will center a man. White women love men. They are obsessed with men. Okay, they love who's out here creating all these dating apps? White women. Okay, who goes on these shows like The Bachelor, The Bachelorette? White women. Okay, them chicks love themselves a man. They love themselves a husband. Don't you ever trust no white woman telling you about, oh, hey DJ, what's up, babe? Right? Don't you ever trust no white woman telling you, oh, men don't matter, men don't. They do. White women are extremely competitive. In the affairs of love, in the affairs of the attention of a man, they are extremely competitive. But you see, unlike us black women, white women understand that if I play tough, like we like to play tough. Okay, black women, the way we approach things is very loud, it's very rambunctious, it's very defiant, right? You ain't gonna get nowhere. Hey, Rachel, right? White women, they play it soft. They play it soft. They be like, oh, Marlene, I love you so much. Okay, sure, no matter. Okay, yes, So you're like, oh, that little thing, she's so innocent. Okay, she's so innocent. That's how she looks at you. That's how you gonna look at her. And because you think she's innocent, right? What do you end up doing? You end up trusting her because you feel like, oh, she's non-threatening. White women, especially left liberal white women, they have a very non-threatening approach. Pay close attention. Black women have a very threatening approach. Meanwhile, even though sometimes I do believe that black women take a little too far, right? I do believe that black women are a bit more honest in their discourse and they're a bit more loyal in their way. But the approach is completely wrong. Because we failed to learn the art of branding and we failed to learn the art of marketing. The way you give out your message is everything, right? A lot of times there are valid points that a black woman is making, but the marketing is completely wrong. And when your approach is completely wrong, people will not listen to you. They will not support you. They will not encourage you because the way you are expressing yourself, it is too confrontational. And when it feels confrontational, people become uneasy. And when they become uneasy, you've lost them. It's a wrap, okay? It's over. Okay? It really is over. You understand me? Right? So that's something, I'll tell you this. That is something we got to work on. Because if you look at left liberal leaning white women, they are very soft. They are very meek. They smile a whole lot, and the whole time, they ain't got nothing good for you. You understand? But they're very competitive. They are extremely competitive, right? And so when they support most black women, if you notice, they're usually overweight. They're usually overweight. It's intentional. It's intentional, right? Because a woman who's overweight is not threatening. She's not something that a white man is going to want. So I feel like Oprah Winfrey, she realized that if she had kept herself like very sexy and very thin, she wouldn't have got the support from these white women. They wouldn't have turned in to watch her show because who wants to have that on their TV? Right? Because if we can be honest, and we are going to be honest today, right? One black woman used to take care of the white woman's household, right? Take care of her household, take care of her kids, right? It freed up so much of her time that she could take care of herself, right? She could be skinny, she could smoke her cigarettes, she could go have a social life, right? They used to not be so domestic because they had black people in the house helping them to pretty much do everything. Right? The more and more black women become educated and start working and having their own household, making more money, right? The white woman is left to herself. So because she can't manage the household, she can't manage her kids, she can't cook and clean and do all these things, she's starting to put on some weight. Right? And this is why I'm like, no, y'all full of shit, because there was a time white women, they were fighting so hard for their beauty standards. The size 0, the size 00, the size 2, the size 4. If you were 6, if you were a size 6, you were like almost overweight. And if you were 8, if you were a size 8, you were definitely a plus size, right? Because white women had the luxury of time. They had the immense luxury of time because they had so much help from the black woman, right? Black women having access to education, especially higher education. You have less and less black women now who are becoming maids and taking care of their household. So because now she can't afford the help, she got to do it herself, plus the stress, the high cortisol, eating all kinds of crazy. White women start to implode. They start to become big and bigger. Right? And so that's why now, because the white woman can't be the skinny chick no more, she said, well, it doesn't matter how much you weigh. It doesn't matter what your body looks like. Of course it doesn't, because you can't keep up. Right? And that's usually what white people do. They always change the goalpost. When it's something that they can only do, it must be a standard. When they can no longer keep up with it, because they have lost the luxury of time, they have lost the luxury of a cheap dollar, whatever you want to call it, right? It's like, oh no, let's throw it all away and start over, because she no longer has an edge. But when you had the edge, right, you made sure everybody looked at you as a standard, because you knew ultimately you would win, because you had the money. You had the money. And with your money, you could buy extra labor to help you and free yourself and buy you some time. And now you don't have the time, right? So I'm like, so when you look at how the world was changing in the 90s, right, most white women couldn't afford help, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're putting on some weight. White women started getting big in the 90s. But you fast forward to the 2020s, they've completely imploded, right? But they used to not be fat. Like, it was their pride, being small, being thin, wearing bikinis, doing the workouts with Jane Fonda, okay? What's the other guy from, the other man from Louisiana with the curly hair, right? Remember the aerobics and stuff like that with the spandex and stuff? That was their pride and joy, working out, taking care of their bodies, because they had enough money to buy help. And when you can pay for help, right, you free your time. And when your time is free, you can engage in matters of beauty and things like that. You understand me, right? So now it's like, oh no, we got to change the beauty standard because, oh, we want to love everybody. We want to love everybody. No, you don't want to love everybody. Right? Richard Simmons, he just passed away. He's from Louisiana, y'all. Okay? No. But they make it seem like, oh, no, it's not about us. We want everybody to be included. Okay? Are you male or female? I'm trans. I'm a trans. I'm a trans alien. Okay, how about that? I'm trans. Okay, makes sense. So Oprah knew, if these white women see me as competition, they're not gonna watch my show. If they don't watch my show, I don't have views. You don't have views, you cannot sell ads. Because at that time, that's how she was making money. It's the ads on the show. You got to make your ads. That's how you pay for everything, right? So I do believe, like, I've always felt as though Oprah had to keep herself fat. I feel like Oprah had to keep herself overweight, right? If, you know what I'm saying, if she wanted to be successful. And that's what she did. And now that she's no longer on TV, now she's skinny. Because she knew they were going to see you as something threatening. So when I look at Tab, another Aquarius, right, I feel like she molded herself too into something that would be palatable for white people. And if you remember too, she got her rise off of TikTok, which is a very left, liberal leaning platform, right? So you come on there, when you're up there, be a caricature. Just like even that girl, the girl who cooks, Naza, the South African girl, she's biracial South African, right? The one who cooks, Nara Smith, right? Nara Smith. If you also If you also look at Nora Smith also is a caricature. Is a caricature. And I do feel like one of the reasons why they like her so much, Nara, even though she is biracial, she does show her mom and stuff. Her mom is black, South African woman, right? But the thing about Nara is so fair. She's fair. She's almost white passing, right? And so I do feel like part of people loving her too is that she's reminiscent of this old luxury white woman full of money who's at home doing things of leisure, right? Because if she was dark skinned doing all of this, would she have the same support? No. But it goes to show you, white women are missing the things they used to have. The privilege they used to have, the money they used to have, the status they used to have, right? Because they talk about that. Look at how they worship that girl who got married. Lionel Richie, Sophia Richie also. They were going crazy over her wedding, right? Because it shows you white women are missing the days of the old. Where white women were the ones to be able to do that. Because Nara Smith, if you don't know, you could think that she could kind of be white because she's very fair passing. She is very, very, very fair. Hey, Abigail. Nara is very fair, right? So to see a woman who could look white because her hair is super straight, you know, she talks like, and today I wake up to make it. You know how she talks in her videos, right? And then she wears all these luxury. I mean, the girl is draped in luxury, you know, making food from scratch. Which is like, and it goes back to this notion of even when white women were actually cooking, they cooked the things that they wanted to cook, not things that were substantial. When I look at Nara's cooking, you know, it's never giving like, okay, I got to feed my family. It's like, oh no, I'm cooking art. You know what I'm saying? I'm cooking art. Most people don't cook art. Okay? Most people cook the sustenance real quick to feed these kids because you have other things to do. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy, right? So I'm like, I need to go see what Nara Smith's son also is, right? But I've always felt like when you are black and you want to be successful with the left, you have to be a caricature of yourself. And so to me, that also reeks of racism. And another thing I was going to say too, right? When you are in proximity to white people and they're telling you that they can redefine what being black is, what being black in America is. Because if they squint hard enough, or if they go like this hard enough, if they tilt their heads hard enough, right? You're almost black, right? Oh, she's a Libra. You see, air sign. I'm telling you, we are very manipulative people. You know what I'm saying? We are. It's a real thing, and I think it takes a real gangster. Okay, I think it takes a real one. Okay, to be honest about your nature, right? You know what I'm saying? You understand? Right? Makes sense? But to say to someone, oh, you go from, like, look at the left. Look at what the white liberal left has done to black people. You go from being black to being a POC. You're a person of color, right? Hey, Sion, right? You go from, you're black. Then you're a person of color. Then before you know it, you're BIPOC. Now you're a black, indigenous person of color. Do you see how they are allowed? Once again, it's because of their approach, because they come in such a meek, okay? They come in such a meek fashion, a non-threatening fashion, a form of, oh, I'm here to be your ally. I'm here to support you. But every decade, they reclassify who you are. They redesign who you are. I'm like, they are changing the definition. Oh, thank you, babe. It was even better. It was so much cute, but I didn't take care of it. Okay? They constantly change the definition of who you are. You go from being black to a person of color. And if we're being honest, our color does not change. When have you ever seen a black person, when they get flustered, they change color? We don't change color. When we're upset, we're the same color. When we're flustered, we're the same color. When we're shy, we're the same color. When we're blushing, we're also the same color. We do not change our color. White people change colors. Okay? They change color. But somehow we become black to then people of color. What color is that? I only know one color. I'm always one color. I'm telling you, it's this hue of black. It stays right here, right? And then you change again. Okay, you change again, that you become a BIPOC, right? And now we're sitting here. Yeah, I cut a lot. I did. It's the move, Val. It's the move, child. It's the move. Like, oh, it's been a lot. And the baby. And the cleaning. I just have to come on and say hi to y'all real quick because I know y'all miss me, right? But it's like, and now we've got to a point where it's like Indian is black. You understand me? Indian is black. And chastised will be anybody who questions it. They will take your behind, okay, to the cross. They will nail you at a cross. They will set you ablaze for saying, but Indian is not black. And now they're going as far as saying if a person is Jamaican, automatically they're black. I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. Okay? Because even that too is racism. Because Jamaica is a country. Jamaica is not an ethnicity. It's not ethnicity. But once again, when you deal with the liberal left, it's close enough. Close enough. Right? And it's like, and for me, what's I gonna say? And for me, that is very disrespectful. And for me also, that is racism because Jamaica is a country. Okay? Being Jamaican is a nationality. Being Jamaican is not an ethnicity. You have dark-skinned Jamaicans, you have light-skinned Jamaicans, you have even Chinese Jamaicans, you have Indian Jamaicans, you have people who are all kinds of mixed Jamaican, right? But it's like your ethnicity and your nationality, it don't make one, right? So now they're saying to us, oh, but her dad is Jamaican. Okay, and? So because being Jamaican automatically means you're black, right? Being Jamaican means you're black. Are you kidding me? Are you seriously kidding me? Right? Because once again, the only thing most of these white liberal people know is going to the is it Sandals Resort in Jamaica, right? You go to the Sandals Resorts in Jamaica, right? You consume I guess a little bit of Bob Marley, even Bob Marley is mixed. He's biracial. But once again, when you consume people as caricatures, right? When you consume people as a snippet, you are down to reducing people to some foolishness. But I'm like, being Jamaican is a nationality. It is not an ethnicity. It's like if somebody says I'm an American, are you going to assume that right off the bat the person is white or that the person is black? No. There are many other ethnicities in America. You have Japanese American, you have Filipino American, you have Latino American, you have Black American, you have white American, you have African American, like from the continent actually, right? There are a lot of hyphenated American. So which American are you? Because your nationality is one thing, your ethnicity is another, your complexion is another. The Black America, it's a whole lot of different hues of Black American. Right? But to say to people, well, yeah, we know her mom is Indian, but her dad is Jamaican, so that's good enough. No, it is not. Because being Jamaican is a nationality. Right? And I'm not going to sit here and act like her dad could not possibly have African descent. Of course, her father could have African ancestry because we know slavery, right? We know about slavery. And a whole lot of Nigerians were sold in the Jamaica, in the West Indies, right? So we cannot say that her dad does not have an ounce of African blood in him. I'm not going to say that. But what I'm saying is I have an issue with saying, oh, well, if you're from Jamaica, automatically you're black. Or since her dad is from Jamaica, automatically he's black. No, because Jamaica is a country. Being Jamaican is a nationality. Being Jamaican is not an ethnicity. It's a nationality, right? Like, be so for real. Just like you can say South African. There are white people who are South African, right? You've seen them, they're like super blonde, but they say they're from South Africa, okay? Charlize Theron, the actress from Hollywood, okay? She's South African, but she's an African, right? Elon Musk is South African, you see? So it's like, if you think, oh, South African automatically means black, well, you're sadly mistaken because it's a nationality, right? Exactly, it's a nationality. So it's like, but once again, this is what these white people do. This is what the liberal left does. They feel as though they have ample permission to constantly redefine what being black in America is. And for me, I take a strong issue to that. Not just because I am black, of course, but see, I'm West African black. But where I take an issue is that if you keep redefining what being a black American is, what being African American is, right? You are diluting the meaning of being African American. You know what I mean? Like for me, for example, and I've told you guys this, the reason why I don't have an issue, right, with African Americans identifying as ADOS, FBA, because I do believe I absolutely believe that it is imperative, it is paramount, right, for African Americans to hold on and to fight for their ethnic identity. Because otherwise, if you lose that, you lose everything that your ancestors have fought for. You understand? It's like me. If you look at the Ivory Coast, my mom has her ethnicity and my dad has her ethnicity, right? It is part of who we are. Imagine if they redefined my mom's ethnicity. Like, what would happen as you keep going more and more generations, right? Stefan and baby James or Maverick or maybe their kids, they won't even know what my mom's ethnicity was, right? My dad also has his ethnicity. It's who you are. It's your history. And when you think about the mere fact, like, see, us who are African, for example, we have this great luxury of knowing who, and I'm not saying to be offensive, right? Y'all know I love you, right? But I'm not saying this to be offensive, but we know who we are. I could be like, yeah, I'm from the Ivory Coast, right? My mom is Kron and my dad is Neo, right? I know my parents' ethnicities. I know the village, the countryside. I know both places, right? African Americans, like, they've been through a lot. Like, they don't have the luxury of being like us African people. Like, yeah, I know my country, I know my village, I know my ethnicity, right? They had to salvage a little bit of what they remember or what they could have remembered, right? To forge their new identity and to be like, okay, since you erase who we are, you change our names, you change our last name, don't even know what country we came. I mean, like, y'all, you think about it, it's very sad. It is very sad because everybody should be able to be like, okay, this is where I'm from. But a lot of them, they probably say, okay, I'm from Georgia, I'm from North Carolina, I'm from Louisiana. But it's like, it doesn't go far enough. But it's okay. You know, sometimes in life, you got to make the best of what you got. Right? But it's like when you think about everything they've gone through, the brainwashing, the erasure of identity, the erasure of native tongues, the erasure of so much. And you have these people who fought to keep some type of identity, to form a type of ethnicity, to form a type of culture identity, right? And now here you are as a white person, you think you have the audacity when you didn't even help them. Let's be honest, okay? Because when you look at it, when you look at American history, the Democratic Party has always been on the wrong side of history when it comes to Black America, okay? It's not until the 60s, okay? All right, let's be for real, because the Democratic Party is the party of the Ku Klux Klan. Let's get that right. All right. So now you feel as though because you're white, because you're liberal, because you wave what's it called, a colorful flag, that you get to redefine what being Black American is, what being an African American is. Are you insane? Are you insane? Are you seriously insane? So now it's like, and so like now you listen to people and then like it drives me insane. Like it really drives me insane. You sit here and you listen to people say things like, oh, she went to Howard University, so therefore she's Black American. I'm like, what? So now attending Howard, y'all listen to this madness. Listen to this madness. So now if you attend Howard University, that is a litmus test for your Black Americanness. Or if you had there's a picture where she cut her hair like salt and pepper, so therefore she Black American. I'm like, excuse me, what? Oh, she joined the AKA. So I'm like, okay, so attending Howard University, right? I'm like, are these people realizing what you're saying here? So if any Black person from anywhere around, if any Black immigrant comes here, right, or any Black or biracial immigrant with Black in them, if they go to Howard University, if they join the AKA, and then they can conjecture a picture where they had some, I don't know, some cornrows, a little cut like the Toni Braxton, or you had a little haircut to the side like TLC, or you had a little cut to the side like Salt and Pepper. Okay, then okay, if you can check all four boxes, oh yeah, you cannot classify yourself as a Black American. You cannot classify yourself as an African American. Hold up, wait a minute. This is what we are going, y'all, I need to put this baby down, okay? This is what we're going to reduce the struggle of African Americans to? Are you freaking kidding me? Like, I was a child. And I remember, this was Burkina Faso, right? I lived in Burkina Faso then. I was a child when my dad, because my parents are extremely political, but my mom is way more political than my dad, but that's from her family. Like my mom comes from a very political family in the Ivory Coast. Okay, even her older sister was a senator, and she's still a senator. But my mom, her family, they are extremely political. You understand me, right? They're not on that socialist stuff. Okay, so that's that part. But my cousins, because I have two older sisters, right? When I tell you, like, when we lived in Burkina Faso, like, I would watch videos of the marches in Selma. Okay? I would see African Americans get dosed with these water hose, with pepper spray, dogs chewing people. Like, you don't understand. It was like, because at that time, because, sorry, I gotta scratch my nose, right? Because, I'm born in 85. So the time I'm growing up, you also have the apartheid in South Africa. And I'm telling you, sometimes you can put the images of the civil rights movement to the image of the apartheid. You really think it's the same place and the same people. Because Black Americans, African Americans, and Black South Africans, they really experienced almost the same amount of torture, right? And I told you about this one time when Jimmy, we were leaving Georgia and we drove through Selma. Even though there was nothing happening, the streets were clean. I mean, it was very peaceful, whatever. But I started seeing things. I was like, ooh, like, y'all, I was like, James, get me out of here. You guys, I started seeing things, right? The sit-ins. You would see Black American children, 16, 17 years old, want to go into a restaurant to eat some food. They drag these kids. They will have dogs. Like, you're talking German shepherds on people's children, okay? Throw these kids in the back of a police van. Throw them in prison without representation, without a free phone call. Are you fucking kidding me? And we're gonna reduce, like, y'all, it pisses me off so much. The stuff that African Americans have had to go through in this nation, it is absolute torture. Like, sometimes you think about it, it just breaks your soul. Like, even me, it breaks my soul. Like, sometimes I watch stuff, I just start crying. Like, how can people be so damn mean like this? Like, it's just so crazy. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, so now we're going to reduce all that pain, all that suffering, all that history. We're going to reduce that to, did you attend Howard University? Did you pledge AKA? Or are you a Divine Nine? Or do you have a picture with some like black hairstyle? Did you grow up reading Ebony magazine? Did you play Tupac? Did you smoke weed? So if you can say yes, yes, yes to all 5 criteria, then yeah, you black. Yeah, you Black American. Yeah, you African American. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. And that's why I never, ooh, Jesus, I have never liked anybody referring to me as a person of color. I am black. You understand me? Right? I don't have issues with nobody else. But I will always say this. Between first, and I will put myself in there because Africa gave up the slaves. So these are my ancestors too. When we went to the Whitley plantation in Louisiana, it did say 3 million people came out the Ivory Coast. And then they have a mausoleum. I did recognize those names. Like, these are the names of my people. Okay? But eventually they transform into something else. But these ancestors, many of them come from Ghana or the Ivory Coast. It's the Gold Coast. It's all the same, right? You understand me? Right? But it's like, I'm like, everybody's contribution ain't the same. That's why I'm not down for this DEI business. Because it's always black people do the hardest work, and then everybody else who's attached to people of color gets to eat the fruit because they don't come off as confrontational. They're never confrontational. Indian people always sit on the sideline quietly and let the black people be the loud ones, the confrontational ones, da-da-da-da. And when the white man has a grudge, he has a grudge against the black person, so then he goes and hires the Indian because he didn't see the Indian outside say, fuck a white man. Right? But many Indians in their heart, they do want to say, fuck a white man. And many of them feel that way. But they're not going to say it. They wait for black people to say it. And then black people get to suffer the ire of white people's racism. And then the Indian man, he positions himself as a docile person. So does the Chinese. So does the Korean. So does the Japanese. Many of them do that. People who are outside now, it's black people outside, and it's the Palestinians being outside. Right? But everybody else that's in this whole group of people of color, they're always quiet. Because they know the black people gonna break down the walls, they gonna break down the barriers, and then we just gonna stay here and submit our application. Like, you know what? We're not like them. We're not confrontational. We're not gonna do this, but everybody benefits. Because when you fight for racial equality, when you fight for racial justice, everybody fucking benefits. But the problem is, the people who start the movement, they are stigmatized. Black America is stigmatized. And I know I'm not Black American. I know I'm not African American. And I can't say I don't want to be, but I'm okay with being Ivorian. Like, it doesn't bother me. right? You don't have to be everything. It's okay to let people have their own thing. We can be cousins. To me, that's good enough, right? But it really, really, like, it grinds my gear. Like, it triggers my soul. It triggers my soul. I don't know how to explain it to you. Because to me, everybody did not put in the same amount of work. Everybody did not put in the same sweat equity, the blood equity, the suffering equity. We have not suffered the same. So I don't want to be lumped in with you. I do not. Okay? Yeah, exactly, Ebby. There are a bunch of white people who can check those boxes. So does that mean they're Black American too? Make it make sense. Make it make sense, right? Howard is a university. Howard is not how you measure somebody's blackness. It's not because you, and it's a private school. It's a private business. It's a private business. You understand me? So it's like, how does me paying tuition to a private institution fit a litmus test for how Black I am, or if I'm African? You're not African American because you went to an HBCU. You are African American also based on your family's lineage and their contribution to the advancement of African Americans. You understand me, right? That's real. When you look at W. Du Bois, W. Du Bois is Haitian. His dad is Haitian. His mom is African American. You understand me? But the fact that he is not just somebody who I'm assuming identified as a Black American, as an African American, right? But he is the founding father of the NAACP, right? And he fought for the advancement of the Black people of America, the Negro of America. So I'm like, yeah, if he identifies as a Black American, African American, I ain't got no smoke for him. You understand, right? But to sit here and tell me that somebody who's Indian, because they went to HBCU, because they pledged AKA, because they used to do their hair like Salt and Pepper, because she claims she played Tupac in college, which don't make no sense because she way older than him, right? And you smoke the reefer. It's and I hate how always smoking weed makes you Black American. Like, what the freak? A lot of Black Americans do not smoke weed. Okay? Make it make sense. Like, go sit down somewhere. What message is this one? Okay, why are you here? Okay, why are you here? Okay, it does not make you Black American. Make it make sense. It don't make no sense. And we are sitting here, and maybe you could call me a purveyor of African American history. Maybe you could call me a vanguard of African American history, right? Exactly. Vibe said not only that, Howard is named after a white man. I know that's right. But y'all see how offensive that is? You see how offensive that is? And that's why I don't fuck with DEI. That's why I say close the fucking border. And people be like, but Marlene, you're also an immigrant. Yeah, I'm an immigrant who came here legally. Okay? I'm an immigrant who came here legally. And I'm an immigrant who came here with parents who have a Pan-African mindset. Right? You see what I'm trying to say? The reason why I can sit here and carry so much love and be like, no, y'all can't accept this cousin. Like, y'all cannot accept this, because I come from a family that teaches you to be proud to be Black and to support the Black fight wherever you go. You know what I'm saying? I have a home I can go to, but I don't want my cousins to lose the stuff they fought for. Because I'm like, the way this is going, we gonna wake up in 2050, y'all, and anybody can identify as African American. Are you freaking insane? You know what I mean? Like, look how hard it is. Look, we all know. Hold up, wait a minute. This hair is getting too much. Oh, I'm holding this baby, right? Look at how hard, okay? Look at how hard it is to identify as a Jew, right? The way we've always been raised. If we keep it a buck, keep it a dollar, okay? The way we've always been raised. Have we not always been told and brainwashed into thinking that Jews are white people? That you can only be white to be a Jew? You ain't gotta hear me no more. Okay? Right? Do they allow anybody to identify as a Jew? Right? Do they allow anybody to identify as a Jew? No. We've always been brought up to believe that Jewish people have white skin. Right? But is that correct? No, it is not. Right? You have a lot of Jews in Africa. Right? You have a lot of Jews who are Black. But go ahead and say that. You saw what happened to Kyrie? When Kyrie said that they were Black Israelites, you see how they spanked him publicly? He had to go give a $500,000. He had to go sit down with a rabbi. He had to what is it called? Why you all act like racist? What is racist, baby? Explain to me, what is racism? Okay? Did you see how they had a public lynching because Kyrie had the audacity to say that black people could be Jews. Woo! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Why not? Why not? What is so scandalous? Okay, what is so scandalous about the possibility that a black person, a dark-skinned person, could be Jew? No, they are so protective of that Jewish. It has to be a white person, to the point that you even have white people telling you that if you do not support Zionism, that you are an anti-Semite. But yet, when we look at the definition of anti-Semite, it also includes Palestinians, right? And my question is, when you look at the majority of these people who are screaming, who are Jews, who are screaming, oh, you're anti-Semite, you're anti-Semite. You look at their last name: Rubenstein, Horowitz, Weinstein, Heisenberg. These are all Ashkenazi Jews. These are European Jews. These are German Jews. So German people are telling you that if you speak on them, you're being an anti-Semite. How is somebody that is born in Germany a Semite? Make it make sense. I'm so confused, right? You are not born in the Middle East. You are born in Israel, in Germany. You are probably of German refugees, no problem. But the definition of Semite includes Palestinians. It includes the Jews that are from that region. There are Jews from that region, right? There are Palestinians. Palestinians are in there. You also have parts of Africa that are also included in the definition of Semite. So, but somehow, if you are pro-Palestine, you are anti-Semite. How does that make sense? Because Semites also include Palestinians. You understand? But notice how white people, Europeans, are so protective of this Jewish identity that they have the entire world believing that only a white-skinned person can be a Jew. But when it comes to Black America, when it comes to African American, well, anybody can be one. All you have to do is go to Howard, be an AKA, listen to Tupac, smoke some reefer, and show me a picture of you having some type of black hairstyle that used to be in Hype Hair magazine. And then boom, you're black. You're a Black American, you're African American. I said, no. We have to apply the same energy. What's good for the Ashkenazi Jew is going to be good enough for me, right? The same way these people have very stringent standards on who can qualify as a Jew, we're going to have some very stringent, high standards for who can qualify as an African American. Identify as whatever you want. They go, child, but that thing right here, we go protect that thing with everything we have in us. The same way y'all protect your Jewish identity, we gonna do the same thing. Because I don't make y'all pay close attention to what I'm saying. Palestinians themselves can no longer even call themselves Semite. Make it make sense. Carly, baby, that's what I'm yapping about. Go somewhere and go to sleep. Right? But look at how reductive and clownish and a caricature they have reduced African Americans to. And that I will not stand for that. Okay? I don't know. Why would they not? Great question. You figure it out, Jake. Okay? So it's like, no. You gotta protect your identity. You have to protect your cultural inheritance. You have to protect your cultural patrimony. You have to protect your ethnicity, because that's your cultural identity is all you got. It is all you got. If you allow it to be bastardized, you allow it to be diluted. Who else? Who are you? Who are you? I ain't claiming to be nothing. Because the way some of y'all understand Christianity, it don't work for me. Okay? The way some of y'all understand Christianity, it does not work for me. Okay? It don't work for me. All right? But your cultural identity, who you are, right? That is your everything. That's what you tell your kids. That's what you tell your grandkids. That's how you build. That's how you move forward. You know what I mean? Who are you without, who are you without your history? Right? And people have gotten so comfortable. You know, I don't know how to say this. And I don't mean to be offensive. Okay? Y'all know I love y'all. You know I love y'all, right? But this is how I have to say it, so hopefully you understand me. I think in America, I think in American history, America as a whole, from white Americans, whether they be Anglo-Saxon, French, I mean, especially Anglo-Saxon and French, because they really built this. Like, they built this whole experiment, right? The founding fathers are mostly, uh, Anglo-Saxon and French. I think Thomas Jefferson he's French and British, right? So the founding fathers are they're mostly Anglo-Saxon and mostly French. So if we go off traditional white Americans, like the first ones who are usually English and French, right? You progress in that history and the enslaved Africans. I feel like when you look at America as a whole, white America has gotten so comfortable with black America, with African Americans, kind of like being, I'm not saying this to be offensive, y'all. I'm not saying it to be offensive, but a people that don't have a root, kind of want to say, like a bastardized type of people. So they feel as though, well, you don't have roots. You don't know where you're from. We brought you here. We changed your name. We made you speak English. Because I feel like, I really do feel like they feel like they made somebody. So because we made you, because you don't have a root, you know, we probably know where you come from, but we didn't give you that knowledge. So by not giving you that knowledge, we also took that power away from you. So at any moment, as we see fit, we can redefine who you are to suit our personal needs, our political needs, etc., etc., etc. Because what they do to African Americans, as far as ethnicity is concerned, they don't do that to other people. They don't do that to other people. And you have to ask yourself, why do you treat some people one way and you treat them another way? Why do you feel like you can constantly bastardize their identity, right? Because you feel as though you made them. It is a people to you that have no root, right? Because you know how when white people admire you for real, like you see how white people admire Bali, right? They admire Asian people so much, they start cooking their food, they start doing yoga, they start like going and like they purchase their art, they have Buddhas in their homes, right? When white people admire you, right? When white people admire you, they'll start practicing your religion, right? You see all these white girls doing yoga, standing upright on their head, doing all kinds of weird ass moves and shit, right? You see all these white women love, eat, and pray in Bali. They start doing medication. They start talking about the throat chakra, the head chakra. We know what it looks like when white people have a profound respect for your culture. They embrace all of you. And there's nothing more respectful than a white person taking on another people's religion. Because then you take on their gods. You take on their practices. When you look at most black people, that's the diaspora. Like, it's not just African Americans. It's also Africans, myself included, right? We have been given their religion. Now, I'm not going to say that I don't believe that Jesus was black. But the way the story is told and the way it is taught through the lens and the understanding of white people, the Catholic Church. We have adopted their way of understanding Jesus. And that's why for the longest time, we thought Jesus was white. We thought Moses was white. Not because we probably didn't know of these people, but the way it was put well together, because that's the thing about white people, right? White people, like I told y'all, unlike us African people, they will go above and beyond and brand a thing. Right? Black people might know about Moses because when you look at the Igbo language in Nigeria, the Igbo people, when you look at the Igbo language has relations to Aramaic. And I do believe that when the people were building pyramids in Egypt, the Igbo people were also in Egypt. Okay? Because in their language, it is closely related to Aramaic. One day, we can do a video about that. So they did know about these things. But us, Black African people, we have a tendency of keeping everything oral. right? You'll see it in Mali and Guinea. Most Mandinga Fulani people, right? They don't write their history. They sing their history. They have people that are called griots, and the griots don't come out. They can sing your history until like 1600s, 1400s. They remember everything. See, but the thing about white people, just like Project 2025, white people won't just talk about it. They'll sit there and they'll write it out. And once they write it out, they will then go into marketing mode to sell it to other people. They are really good at writing down their ideas or the ideas of others, okay? Number two, they are truly good at marketing and branding. So the Jesus that we have, it's not that Africans were not familiar with Jesus or Moses or Elisha, but it's like the way it's put together in this one nice book is well organized. You have an Old Testament, a New Testament, blah, 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 blah. On top of that, you know, you have the cross. You like the Catholic Church is very pretty. They do evil, but it's very pretty. Okay? It's very, very pretty. Let's be honest. When you look at the Vatican, you look at the Vatican, you look at the Pope, the house of the Pope, you know, everything's really pretty. It's very, very pretty. You know what I'm saying? So like that's the marketing side. That's the part where white people are really, really good. And you see that with luxury good. Is luxury stuff worth the lick? No. But the way it's packaged, the way it's sold to you, the way they have these beautiful stores, etc., 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 it's like, yeah, I'll pay for it. And today, we now know that a Dior bag is only $57 for production. But yet they sell it to us for $3,500 and people buy it. Why? Because it's very beautiful. It's well put together. It has great marketing. And that's what you got to, and that's where you have to give them credit for that. They're really good at that stuff, right? We're not so good at that. You know, and that's why I said earlier, when it comes to us, when it comes to us black people, we have valid points, but the way we convey our message, the way we go about the things that we do, we're very confrontational, we're very loud. We do things in a way that makes it seem like something is wrong with us on the inside because we have not mastered the art of marketing, right? I said the same thing about the LGBTQ movement, right? If you put your emotions, your spirituality, your what is a sin, what is not a sin, if you cast those things aside, you must admit that the LGBTQ movement is very pretty, right? The rainbow flag is very pretty. It's very friendly. Okay. Who's not going to identify with love? Love is a beautiful how they branded the LGBTQ movement. Okay. It's very pretty. It's very, very pretty. You compare that to the Black Lives Matter movement with the brown color, the fist up in the air. It's like, oh, here we go again. They're about to tear stuff up, right? So I'm like, one thing these people do really well, they have great colors, they have great branding, and they have great messaging, even though there's something evil looming in the back. You understand me, right? So that's the way I feel. That's the way that I feel, right? And so as we sit here today, sorry, God scratched my eye. Okay. As we sit here today, you're witnessing that too. Is that we're sitting here and people want to redefine, especially left liberal, left-leaning people, those white people, right? They want to sit here and they want to redefine what it is to be African American and to be a Black American. And I can see why they would feel entitled to that. I see why they feel like they have the right to do so, because when they reclassify Black people, right, from being Black to being a person of color, nobody contested, right? And that's how they test your gangster, right? They don't test your gangster with the ultimate plan right away. They just carve out little pieces of your freedom slowly but surely. They carve out little pieces of your identity slowly but surely. So when they started calling Black people, when they started calling Black Americans people of color, they didn't fight back. They said, sure, no problem, right? Then they came back again. And then they said, oh, let's make it more extensive. Let's make it more inclusive. That's another word they're going to get you. Inclusivity. And when you really realize what this inclusivity is, it's about robbing you of your fundamental rights, right? Because everybody's sweat equity is not the same. So why would I want to be included with people who did not work as hard as me? Why would I want to be included with people who did not sacrifice as much as me? Make it make sense. So then you go from being Black, then you're a person of color. You go from being Black to a person of color, and now you are a BIPOC. You are a Black indigenous person of color. Nobody complains. Oh, it's all about inclusivity. We want to be inclusivity. Wump that up, bump it up. Okay? Makes sense. Then, not where this impasse with a person like Kamala Harris, who is Indian. Her mom is definitely Indian. So that's not something we're going to argue about, right? When she won the Senate, she was proud to say that she's the first South Asian senator, right? She was very proud. Her people were really proud. Nothing wrong with that. Because nobody chooses where they're from. You don't choose your parents. You don't choose your background. You don't choose your ethnicity. I have no issues. I have no qualms with Kamala Harris having an Indian mom. Okay, my uncle got an Indian woman pregnant. She's from Guadeloupe, so my cousin is just like Kamala Harris, right? He's half African and he's half Indian from Guadeloupe. His mom's from Guadeloupe. Okay, so that don't bother me. Okay, what bothers me is up until 2020, she never claimed that she was black, and maybe she did not because she knows that she is not black, right? Then they say, oh, her dad is Jamaican. Sure, whatever. But like I said earlier, Jamaican is a nationality. It is not an ethnicity. Now, when you look at her dad with his features, his complexion, the texture of his hair, right? I can see how he's also Indian because some people are now saying that Mr. Harris, her father, first of all, her father disowned her. So let's start with that part, right? But the dad, people are saying that the dad is Indian. He's also Irish because his last name Harris is an Irish man who had plantations in Jamaica, and the man owned 1,200 slaves. So most likely he is a. So you can definitely say, what is that? Abandon say, we are all one anyway. Okay, no problem. Race is an illusion. Okay, I can agree with that because I think there's only one race, the human race. We're also closely related. We can transplant each other. Our organs are made. We are one. Yes, abandon. That's beautiful. I agree with you. We one, right? But when it comes to matters of money, right? When it comes to matters of politics, when it comes to matters of power, because this is about power at this point, right? We can't go with this stuff. Well, oh, we're all one. We're all one. Yeah, we're all one, most definitely. But just because we're all one doesn't mean I want to walk with you, right? Just because we're all one doesn't mean I want to surrender what I got to make you comfortable, right? Just because we're all one doesn't mean I don't get to be selfish, right? You understand? Because when it comes to resources, that's what this is really what it is. And I'm gonna be blunt about it. Because people love to pretend as if humans we're not competing with each other. We are in a competition, right? Like abandon. If you and I go and apply for a job, I have kids, right? Maybe you have kids. I don't know if you have kids or not. But let's say you also have kids, abandoned, right? You have kids. You're gonna be like, oh, it's okay if Marlene gets the job. We're all one. No. You know what I'm saying? You got to fight for your family. Now, you might get the job. I might get the job. But you're not going to go to an interview and not give it your all because we're all one. No, we're all one, but you got a family to feed, and I have a family to feed. So we're competing. But we should never let our competition get to a place where we start using nuclear bombs and we start bombing people and killing people because, like you said, we're all one. So if you start throwing bombs, you're affecting everybody. You start killing people, you affect everybody, right? We need to compete. But because we are one, because we're one human race, let's not let it get to a point where it becomes a nuclear war, World War III, etc., etc., etc. That part I agree with you, right? But in terms of like competition, like everyday life, we have to compete, abandon. We have to compete. And when you're competing with people, you want to preserve as much privilege as possible. And the problem with inclusivity or the mindset that you have is that if you go with inclusivity tells you surrender what you have for the greater good. And I said, no, the fuck not. Because what I have, I earned. Or some of stuff, even if I didn't earn it through my hard work, I earned it through the work of my ancestors. If you say to somebody, like, if I say to Kevin, oh, Kevin, we're all one. We both have West African ancestry. Yeah, it's true. He'd be like, yeah, Maureen, it's true. But it came to a point, it's like we became something else. They didn't just remain West African people. Some people in America who are African American, they're mixed with West African, they're mixed with Indian. Some of them are also mixed with European, right? So even when you're African too, you have to acknowledge the fact that even though I see a black skin, right? I see someone who looks like me, who was born in America. I have to understand that they came a point where they change, they transform into what becomes African American. It's a whole separate culture than what I will see in the Ivory Coast. And I should not be offended by that. So I can't say to Kevin, oh, surrender everything your ancestors fought for because Kevin, we're all one. No. And that to me, that's not even love. That's extortion. But you don't have the courage to say that you're extorting somebody. So you pretend that, oh, but you know, we're all what? No, 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 no. You're not about to scam me. I don't get scammed. I do the scamming. You know what I'm saying? But you cannot, if you love somebody, you don't tell somebody, give up your privilege. You know what I mean? The world is not divided because people like me. Maybe I don't divide the world. If I could run the world, it'll probably be a better experience because there'll be more honesty. There will be more honesty. People will have more honest conversations, and they will actually sit there and be uncomfortable and have these honest conversations, and we will all have a good time. The problem is people are fake. People are fake, and people hide behind religion to do awful things to other people or to steal from other people, and that's not okay. Or people use politics to manipulate, make people stupid. Okay. No, it doesn't. I mean, listen. To say it'll be Black History every month, what would be wrong with that too, though? Right? What would be wrong with that? So every day is White History Month, right? Every single day is White History Month. So what's the problem? You want the world to be a better place, but you're not open to living and to learning about other people's cultures? How can you make the world a better place if you're not open to looking and say, oh, if you ruled the world, every day would be Black History Month? Because that means because you see Black history as something negative. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I'm saying, y'all some racist. That's racist right there, right? Because how do you know Black people? Through music, gangster rap, right? Because if you have respect for Black people, if you really knew Black people, if you had real Black friends in your life, if you actually engage with Black people, you would not mind having Black History Month every single day. But if you consume Black people through caricatures, I can see how you'd be like, yeah, if I had to go through Black History Month every day, I would be drained, because it is draining. Imagine having to listen to Sexy Red all day, every day for a whole year. Even me, I'll lose my shit too, right? Makes sense, right? But if you care about the world, you should want to know about everybody's culture. But when you consume people through caricature, you will see it as taxing and burdensome to have to go through Black History Month every single day, because you don't think we do much, right? You don't think we do much. But if I said, oh, every day will be Jewish History Month, I'm sure you wouldn't have a problem, because that's white people, right? Right? There you go. There you go. Oh, you got me fix this little baby. Oh, gotta hold the baby on. Does that make sense, you guys? So it's like you really, you truly have to understand like how important it is for you to really fight and to preserve your ethnic identity, because it represents what you have to fight for in order to. No, I'm not a racist. I'm not a racist, baby. Y'all like to throw this racist word at people. I am not a racist. I'm gonna tell you something, right? America is a predominantly white country. It has like 250 million white people, right? And the majority of people here are white people, right? Racism in America can only be a white person. In America, only a white person can be a racist, because it's a nation that was built by white people, for the better interest of white people. And everybody's over here just to serve white people and help white people get better and live better. Okay, racism is a race working collectively to oppress other people. But Black people don't have that power to oppress anybody. Now, what a Black person can be is a bigot, right? A Black person can be a bigot. Oh yes, a Black person can be a bigot. Me as a Black person, I have no way. I have no power. Collectively, Black people have no legal power, financial power to curtail any of your rights as a white person. You understand me? I don't have the power to stop you from breathing. I don't have the power to stop you from buying a house. I don't have the power to stop you from voting. No Black person in America has any power to stop you from being who you want to be in America. We have the right not to like you. I think that's where y'all get it confused. Right? When you're a white person and you probably come on a live such as mine, right? And you're like, oh, she's not saying nice things about white people. Or it seems like she doesn't like white people. Your knee-jerk reaction to not being doted, to not being accepted, to not being loved is to say, oh, she's a racist. I am not a racist, baby. I could be a bigot. Yes. You can say, Marlene, I think you're a bigot right now. And I can say, that is possible. Right? You can say, Marlene, I don't think that you like white people. That is valid. You understand? As a black person in America, I can be a bigot, I can be a xenophobe, I can be an ethnophobe. A racist, I cannot be. Right? If we were back in my home country, which is the Ivory Coast, and you as a white person came there and you felt like it was really hard, there were laws against white people, there's housing stuff against white people, there are voting laws against white people, everything, I mean, the entire system legally, it makes it really hard for white people, then you can say, yes, she's a racist. Because the entire race, the entire Ivorian people, all the black people of the Ivory Coast, they work together to make life really hard through legislative means for white people. Absolutely. Right? But in America, in a predominantly white nation, where the majority of the wealth is for white people, the majority of powerful people are white people, the majority of the Supreme Court is white people, the majority of presidents have been white people, the Speaker of the House has always been a white person, the majority of senators are white people, the majority of Congress people are white people. Come on now, boo-boo, right? We cannot be racist. But a lot of us do not like y'all, rightfully so. Okay? That's it. But you cannot, in your mind, you cannot be a white person in America and be like, wow, if a black person doesn't like me, I can't buy a house. If a black person doesn't like me, I can't vote tomorrow. If a black person doesn't like me, I cannot go enlist in that school. I can't go sign up for a school. You know damn well you're not scared of no damn black person. Stop it. Please stop. Okay? Please stop. White person, y'all know damn well you are not scared of black people. Okay? So stop the madness. Stop them. I have never seen, you might be scared that a black person might shoot you. You might be scared that a black person might steal your purse. No problem. But my thing is, that is not legislative. That's the actions of an individual, right? But on paper, in terms of laws, from Congress, from the House to the Senate, to the White House, to the Supreme Court, right? What laws have black people ever passed in this nation that have made your life hard? Please tell me, right? So stop the madness. Anybody cannot be a racist. When you mention the word racist, right? It is what? It is the word raced and the Latin suffix of what? Is, right? So it's race and ist, right? Like it's racism. Race and an ism. It's giving organism. It's giving communism, right? Anytime you hear an ism, it is a function of things or functions of cells working together in the efforts of. So in that sense, it is a race that works together in the efforts of oppressing another one or being superior to another one. And that's what you have here in America because white people are the majority. White people run this entire nation. Now, sometimes y'all bamboozle us by splitting yourselves as Republicans versus Democrat. You split yourself as being liberal versus conservative, but ultimately you are all white people. And it's very dishonest for you when you notice that the majority of y'all, most of the billionaires in America are white people. For even someone like Elon Musk, who come from South Africa, who is an African, right? He can come from Africa and be a multi-billionaire over here because he got the complexion to be a billionaire. You understand? The majority of your billionaires are white people. You run this entire nation. You run the finances. You run all of it. Okay, so don't come over here and say, oh, anybody can be a racist. No, that is a damn lie. That is a damn lie. Okay, and when your forefathers wrote the Constitution, they made sure that you came on top of everybody. Okay, cool. So let's stop that. But like I said, I can definitely acquiesce to the fact that a black person can be a bigot, can be a xenophobe, can be an ethnophobe. That's true. I can agree to that. Okay, I can agree to the fact that even today, even I feel like there's a lot of black people who are taking their bigotry against white people a little too far. Like the way Caitlin Clark is being treated, I don't like that. It's excessive. It really is excessive. It's excessive to me. But you're not going to play on my top and tell me that, oh, in America, a black person can be racist. Racist how? Racist how? Racism is a system. It is not a feeling. Okay? Black people have the right to despise white people. And if you don't understand why, I will ask you to go and do some research as to why. And ask yourself, if the stuff that was done to black people in this country, if it was done to your people, would you have love for us? You probably wouldn't. You probably wouldn't. But then again, that is the privilege of being white, right? You completely ignore the suffering of other people in this nation who are also Americans just like you. And you're like, I don't know why they don't like us. I don't know why they don't like us. How about you educate yourself as to why they don't like us? They don't like you. Okay? Every race has been a slave. That is perfectly fine. Nobody is denying it. But we're not taking the plight of every race. Here y'all go again with this whole inclusivity bullshit. right? We are speaking on slavery here in America. We're not speaking about slavery everywhere else. And the thing that's also very racist with this statement also, right, is that you will never, Sean, you will never go, to a Jew and say, well, every race has experienced the Holocaust, right? Because are the Jewish people of Germany the only people who've been through a Holocaust? Are they the only ones who lost 6 million people, right? You will never go and tell a Jewish person, oh, but everybody's been through a Holocaust. Everybody's been through a Holocaust. I bet you would not, Sean, because you'll be called an anti-Semite, right? But I'm sure you are mindful not to hurt Jewish people's feelings because they mean something to you, because I'm sure you got the same complexion as the Jewish people, right? But when you see a black person, you think it's your place to remind us that, oh, slavery happened all around the world. And slavery still happens today. Nobody ever said, oh, America is the only place that had slavery, because that's what you want to hear. So you can be an asshole, but you're an asshole on the wrong channel, right? Because we all know slavery is still happening today because people ain't shit. But does that make it right? Does that make it right? And I swear, when people such as yourself, Sean, when people such as yourself bring up the fact that, oh, slavery happened everywhere, you really think the grip out here? You really think the grip out here is only slavery that happened here? You think the majority of African Americans, when they speak up and they feel upset and they're frustrated, you think their only gripe is slavery? So you missed the part about Jim Crow. You missed the part about the antebellum South. You missed the part about like like everything else after that, the laws that were passed. It's not just slavery. Because the thing is, slavery could have happened in America. Slavery could have happened to enslaved Africans. And the people could have said, you know what, you guys, what we did to y'all was messed up, because no human being should be in chains. So what you did for us, here's a little bit of bread, here's some land, you know what I mean? Let's chop it up, do what you got to do your best, and I hope you make it. No, it doesn't just stop at slavery. It evolves into more and more systems of oppression, and not just that, of exclusion. So people are not just sitting here just complaining just about slavery. Slavery is not the only thing that happened on this land. It's not the only thing. And if it had just stopped at slavery and everybody was able to move on and start over and fight for the American dream, you think people still be over here talking about it? Nobody is crying, Brandon. Do you see tears on this face? No, you don't. You're just mad because you came over here and you probably thought, some of you white people over here, you probably thought y'all was going to write your crazy stuff. Y'all was going to trigger me and I was going to start cussing you out, because that's what you're used to, right? You're used to when you say these things to making black people triggered and having them cuss you out and blocking y'all from their channel. There's no edge of tears, nothing, my love. I don't have to cry. Because I can talk about difficult topic. I can accept things that are true and not be triggered. Slavery did happen around the world, and it's still happening today, and it's still fucked up. And it should not happen, because human beings should not be enslaving other people. Point blank, period. That's the thing. But the problem is, and the thing is also, what y'all have to realize, a lot of you white people, me, Marlene, I am so familiar with y'all. That's what y'all do. You like to trigger people and troll, right? So when you already know what you're dealing with, you have no reason to be triggered. A lot of you white people, you're very ignorant. And you're so used to getting cussed out and getting blocked. So the information and the education, it never gets through y'all. Somebody has to be really quiet and start talking to you guys, right? But no one is crying and nobody is triggered. You're triggering yourself. And I'm actually glad you're here, because it changes up the audience. So thank you for being here. Okay? Not you bad like that, but you're white though. What are you? You're white. I'm black. Right? But you have a color. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't mind a person being white. I don't mind a person being black or being Indian. That's just my tone. I talk loudly. That's not the problem. Color is not the problem. The issue that we have is the mindset that comes with the color. That is the problem. When some people get to a certain age, the way they behave based on their color, or their entitlement based on their color, that becomes the problem. Right? That becomes the problem. And that's the issue we have to deal with. And if people want to build a better America, people are going to have to learn to talk to other people and have some common sense. Right? Because the way things are going now, and that's the reason why so many, and think about white people like you, Sean, and the people who think just like you, right? You are part of the problem as to why many black people will never vote Republican, even though it's for their best interest, because they got to deal with this type of ignorance. You understand? In your head, as a white American, you got to also ask yourself, like, what kind of nation do you want? Do you want to continue to live in a country that is run by race, always being divided by race? Every time there's an election, people can manipulate race to get what they want? Or do you want to get to a point where in America, everybody who's American born can see themselves as an American person? You understand? Because this is where we are today. But a lot of black Americans, a lot of black people will never vote Republican because they know this is the mindset they're going to have to deal with. It is offensive to say to a person, well, slavery happened everywhere. That's fine. But it does not discount the fact that people whose family members have suffered from it, they're still hurting from it. You will never go to a Jewish person and say to the Jewish person, oh my gosh, everybody went through a Holocaust. Why are you still talking about it? You wouldn't say that. You would show deference and show respect, even though deep down we know they're not the only ones who went through a Holocaust. Y'all don't worry about these people. They don't trigger me, right? You would never say that. Because like now, we're really in a fight to save the nation. But when you continue to have white people who keep making these stupid ass, goofy ass comments, that's why people are saying, oh yeah, I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris regardless. The lady is completely unqualified. The lady is she is unqualified. She is not fit to be the president. But when people feel like, I can't trust white people, I don't feel safe around white people, they are very disrespectful, you make a great case. Because in all honesty, it will behoove a lot of black people to vote for Trump. But when they look at MAGA country or they look at white people, they think like this is what they're about to get. People who are constantly looking to diminish the way that people feel. And it's very disrespectful. It's very disrespectful. Don't worry about me brushing my hair. It's not my hair that's talking. My mouth is talking. Okay? I said white people. Trump said the black people, right? We talk differently. We have different intonation. So if you choose to be offended, that's on you, right? But I said white because you are white. That's your complexion. I'm black. That's my complexion. If you say, oh, Marlene's a black woman, I'm a black woman, why would I be offended? Right? But you got to be mindful. You got to be mindful. That's it. You got to be mindful. Do you want people to be like, you know what? This is America. We need to talk about Medicare, Medicaid. We got to talk about the health insurance. Got to talk about the borders. Do you want people to come together and see themselves as American? Or you want to keep doing this goofy shit? Talk about, oh yeah, but slavery happened everywhere. Dude, you can't do shit like this. Because it's really hurtful to some people. Because if it happened to your people, you wouldn't be dismissive. We saw 9/11 over here. And because it happened to mostly white people, y'all went batshit crazy and killing all these Iraqi people who had nothing to do with it. Like, come on now. People have the right. People have the right to be upset. People have the right to fight for their ancestry. People have the right to fight for their forefathers. It's not your place to be like, but you know, there was slavery everywhere. Well, duh. Tell me something I didn't know. Okay? Tell me something I didn't know. But it's not, hey, Bruno, what's up, Bruno? I miss you, boo-boo. Okay? Like, make it make sense. Even this girl, the girl who swims, like this white girl who swims, I forgot her name, child. I don't even know her name. What is her name? She swims. Whatever her name is. What's this white girl's name, child? Riley Gaines, right? I'm not white. Shoot. Okay? But Riley Gaines, she's a white woman. She's a swimmer. She's an NAACP, what's it called? NCAA swimmer, right? But I felt for her. I don't swim. I'm not white. Leah Thomas is a white trans woman. It really is not my beef. But when you think of the fact that this young lady, white or not, you have to work really hard to become a collegiate swimmer. She had to work really hard. She practiced really hard. Is it really fair for someone like Leah Thomas, who used to be a man, to come into women's swimming and to just take over? No, it's not. And I do support her. Because that's not okay. Like, we have real issues that are facing us. But some of y'all who are white, you can't get past your stupidity. You cannot get past your hatred. You cannot get past your ignorance. There are bigger problems here, fam. Bigger problems. Okay? There are bigger problems. And it's really sad because she lost her career. Oh, hey, Bridget, I miss you too, boo. Okay? She lost her career to a white man who identifies as a white woman. Then you want to talk about racism? Go somewhere. The black people being racist. Go somewhere with that. Sorry, boo-boo. Hold on. Y'all, sorry, the baby's out here crying a little bit. You know what I mean? But it's like, this whole thing, oh, but there was slavery everywhere. Duh. What the heck? Even white people enslaved white people. But does that make it okay? Okay? Does that make it okay? No, it doesn't make it okay. Like for in France, okay, the French king enslaved French people, but they got fed up eventually. And guess what? They cut their heads off, as they should. You shouldn't be enslaving people. It is not okay. It's not okay. And if you want to see a better America, I think all people should, like, you know what? Slavery was wrong. Let's leave it at that. It was wrong. It was messed up. And for that, everybody should feel sorry about that. And moving forward, let's make sure that it happens to nobody else on this land. That's how people should be talking. That's how mature people talk. But it's like, no, let me be petty and let me be an asshole and let me try to be like a smart ass. Oh, but slavery happened everywhere. We know. We know. You can stop saying that now. We get it. It happened everywhere. Okay. And so what? So because it happened everywhere, people don't have the right to talk about it? You know? But we never see y'all. We never see y'all tell the Jewish people enough already, right? Because World War II was like 50 years ago. Y'all don't be telling them to shut up. You don't tell them to shut up. Instead, you have Benjamin Netanyahu come over here and address Congress about how he needs more money, how he needs more of this, right? You don't tell them to shut up. Nobody ever tells these Jewish people to shut up. Oh, stop talking about the Holocaust. Stop talking about the Holocaust. It happened to everybody. Everybody went through a Holocaust. Y'all don't say that. You don't say that. Exactly. And Jews are not special too. What the heck? And Jews are not special also. Because they're not the only people who went through a Holocaust. That's it. And as long as, if you agree to say that, let's all say that. If white people are able to say that slavery happened everywhere and that black people are not special because they went through slavery, we're going to say the same thing about Jewish people. They're not special, right? A lot of people went through a Holocaust. They're not the only people who went through a Holocaust. We're going to keep the same energy. Point blank, period. Exactly. Like, what the heck? Who do you think you're hurting? Ouch. So when we say that, now we're anti-Semite, right? Exactly. Butt hurt. Okay, exactly. Bunch of racists. So you're not allowed to say that they're not the only ones who went through a Holocaust, right? But you are allowed to say to us, black people, that we're not the only ones who went through slavery. Yeah, right. Show your face, boo-boo. Show your heart and show your racism. You see? Then that's how you get white people every single time. When a white person tells you, but you're not the only one who went through slavery, you tell them, you're not the only one who went through a Holocaust. Y'all want to be cute? Let's all be super cute. Y'all want to be cute? We all gonna do it. Me, I match energy. You're not the only one who went through a Holocaust. You're not special. Because you pray in a synagogue on Saturday, you are not special. What else you want, boo-boo? What else you got? I ain't got no problem. Because I cannot sit here in full conscience and deny that slavery happened all around the globe. Because it did. It definitely did. So did the Holocaust. Right? Let's do it. Y'all think it's cute, right? White people, what y'all need, I swear, white people, what y'all need is somebody to sit here with y'all and match your disrespectful energy peacefully. Y'all need someone who's very calm, because y'all so used to Candace kissing your ass. Y'all so used to Candace Owens telling y'all there's nothing wrong with y'all. Y'all need to sit there and find a black person who's going to sit there gracefully, quietly, and peacefully and match your stupid energy and give it right back to y'all. Because y'all some bullies. You need to get bullied right back. Okay? Exactly. If you say, Sarah, that's not you said, do you realize that Jewish people were also slaves? Exactly. Right? And that's what we said. And that's exactly what we said. Slavery happened all around the world, baby. Okay? Who built the what? The paranoid? I don't know what that is, right? We're all special needs. We all have special needs, Sarah. What is a paranomania? I don't know what that is, right? You're like, okay, I'm special needs. Okay, next, Sarah. Next. Put me on your insurance so I can get the help I need. Okay? Exactly. I'm a slave. I'm definitely enslaved. We're all enslaved to something. A mortgage, student loan debt, bad eating, all kinds of stuff. What else? That's the best you have. Is that the best you have? Like that's the best you're serving? Unseasoned ass reads, per usual. Huh? And I'm like, that they're so silly. White people are very silly. Well, I'll tell you, when you handle white people, do not get upset. Because it's a silly people. It's a very silly people. And their reads are just as unseasoned as their food. Potato salad people can never get to me. Okay. Jews were slaves. Okay. Africans were slaves. Next. Oh, your special needs. Oh my gosh, you call me special needs. Baby, put me on your insurance so I can get the help I need. Anything else? Okay? You're not special. I'm not special. There are 5 billion people on the planet. Why would I be special? Why would I ever want to feel special? There are 5 billion people. And right now, there are many children in need, especially in Palestine. I don't need to feel special. Protect the children. I'm a grown person. I can take care of myself. I don't need to be special. What the heck? Like, make it make sense. She said, you are the reason why America is never going to be great and it's going to collapse. I'm the reason why? You're giving me way too much credit, baby. I don't even have 1,000 people in my life, but I'm gonna be the reason why America ain't great. I need a man. I have a son. So I guess I already got one. Okay? Like, make it make sense. Like, make it make sense. I'm the reason why. When you look at politics today, you see all the foolishness going on in the politics. You see all these open borders. He says single mother. I could have been one, but I'm not one. I could have been one, but I'm not one. I am a loudmouth. Yes, that's why I'm a YouTuber. That's why I go live. So I can speak my mind. Hide the chicken. What is that? That's like a racial slur. Like, what is it? What does that mean? Show the father. No, I won't. You are loud. Okay, next. That's it. You're so crazy. You are funny. You are loud. William, what else you got? Well, try harder. Oh, thank you, Jay. I'm loud. Well, duh. Come around more, Will. You'll see. I'm very loud. What else? Like, I'm like, what the heck? What does it mean to hide the chicken? Like, what does that mean, hide the chicken? What is that? Yeah, but the point is we are mostly poor and they would love us to kick off each other. I don't know what that means. Sarah said, I think you're very clever. You definitely understand how to encourage conversation. Well, thank you, Sarah. Hide the chicken in the Kool-Aid. What y'all think about your drinks Kool-Aid? I don't like Kool-Aid, babe. I like water. I love water. I have a big jug right here. I drink a lot of water. I don't drink Kool-Aid. I don't. It's like, what's your comment, Anthony and Anoni man? What'd you say, babe? I missed it. Wash your chicken. Well, we do wash chicken though with vinegar. We absolutely do. I don't know how you can buy chicken from the store and not wash it with all that slime that's on there. That's crazy. Hide the grape soda. I don't drink soda. Oh gosh, I'm like, white people, y'all don't know how to read to save your lives, huh? Y'all don't know how to read. Y'all need to sit down with black people and learn how to read. Grape soda, baby. That's the best you got for me. You are crazy. Oh, thank you, Will. I like you too. That's my middle name. My middle name is Willie. So I'm a fellow Will, just like you. Y'all crazy. She said, I'm pale and pasty. I need more sunshine. Well, don't mess up your complexion. You need to turn off the lights and try to see you. You stupid. You trying to say I'm dark. You motherfucker. You're a dumbass. You're not supposed to wash it. Yes, you are. You are insane. You are truly insane. Oh, Jesus loves me. Thank you. You are crazy. How do you wash chicken though? White people, we need to have a conversation. You see, I really think if y'all could stop being stupid sometimes, we could actually be good friends. Because we need to really have a conversation, white people. And y'all need to tell us why y'all don't wash your chicken. Because I really want to know. Like when you buy it from the store, right? And you take it out of the packaging, do you not feel all the slime that's on that chicken? It don't gross you out. Because I'm like, white people, y'all need to be studied. Okay? Y'all need to be studied. Because y'all got to tell me why you don't wash your chicken, though. You don't throw no lemons on there. You don't throw no vinegar on there. What is wrong with y'all? No, it's my hair, baby. What the what, baby? This is my hair. Okay? That's my hair. They're so damn stupid. Y'all crazy. Why they go? You know when Don told you, I'm like, I'm surprised he's not here. When Don told you came on my channel, he was doing the same type of stuff. He was trolling me just like this. I'm like, boy, you crazy. And now we're like the best of friends now, right? Because this don't work on me. Hey, Siobhan, what's up? You love fried chicken? Yeah. I love fried catfish. I love catfish more than I love fried chicken. But that's because I lived in New Orleans. Woo! Don told you he used to troll me so hard. I said, you racist white man. Okay? But then that's how we became friends though. Because we kept trolling each other. And that's how we learned to respect each other. Right? I'm serious. I feel like in America, if people were to have more conversations, like the tough conversations, people would actually love each other. Because sometimes you gotta rough each other up to become good friends. But the problem is, people keep stopping people from having harsh conversations. Okay? Are you wifed up? Of course I'm married. What you think this is? You got the bed up? You're tired.
I got the bed up.
Oh my gosh. How does it look?
It's not up. It's upstairs.
It's upstairs. You guys, we went and bought a bed yesterday. A noni man, I am not. We went and bought a bed yesterday. Me and Joe, we drove. Ooh, we looked the furniture yesterday. You guys, sorry, I'm gonna take a little break. We looked the furniture yesterday. You guys, when I tell you, when you furniture shopping, it's very inspirational. Furniture shopping makes you want to make more money. Cause we saw some nice things. But we finally got a bed. Cause Stefan didn't have a bed.
I'll towel over.
I don't know. Take this towel. Why don't you take what's right there?
This one?
No, not that one. There's a towel right there.
This one?
No.
Exactly.
The small one. Why don't you take this one?
It's dirty already.
No, it's not. It's just stained. Oh, there. Be strong.
I'm gonna go to storage space and try to see if I can find stools.
You find what? Tools?
Stools.
You didn't see them last time when you went in there?
I didn't go all the way to the back though. I went like on one side of it.
I don't remember if you brought them. Maybe we did. You wanted me to leave everything in New Orleans, so I don't even know.
Cause we still had a truck full.
You wanted me to leave way too much stuff. So, Isaiah said, what do you think about Kamala Harris? We cannot allow this woman to be president. Absolutely not. Damn, nobody called you stupid because you're white, babe. I didn't call you stupid because you're white. Don't do that. Don't defame me. Don't lie on me. I did not call you stupid because you're white. I didn't say that. Okay. Akash said, you belong to it. You belong to it. I was born on Ivory Coast, Akash. What are you? Are you Indian? I was born... I was born on Ivory Coast, Akash. And I moved to the States when I was 11 in 96. You're Indian? Where are you from in India? How do Indians feel about Kamala Harris? Come on, Akash, give us some tea. Where are you from in India? Because India is big. India is really big. Okay. Yeah, India is really big. Tell me where you're from in India and tell me how your people feel about Kamala Harris. Yes. Oh, you see that, Anony man? You see? I told you we could be friends. If you stop being silly and stupid, we could be friends. You see that? I'm glad you know. We're known for our coffee and our chocolate. That's right. That's why I got a beautiful complexion like this. Hey. He said you sound... Well, Josh, I came here as 11 years old, Josh. I was 11. Shampoo. No, I like shampoo. Oh, brush my hair. Gosh, don't try to be messy, boo-boo. Don't try to be messy. Okay? You came in late, but I'm in the middle of a move. So we're moving. I have a little baby. Say hi to Mr. Akash real quick. Okay, he said hi to you. Okay, it's a lot going on. So I don't have time to take care of my hair. I'll do it next week. When you come back next week, Akash, my hair should look a little bit put together. But right now, forgive me. It's a lot. And it's hot. And it's hot. Oh, see, Mr. Josh said, hello, cutie. Say hi. He's asleep. He turns 2 months tomorrow. Well, thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot. Moving is a lot. Moving is a lot. Woo, child. And with this baby, you can't put him down. If I put him down, he starts crying. And if he starts, oh, his name? Maverick. His name is Maverick. You can't put him down. You have to hold him. If you put him down, he will scream so loudly. Ooh, child. It's a lot. Being a new mom is a lot. I'm even starting to have a bald spot, you guys. I'm losing my hair. I saw that yesterday. I said, oh gosh, the postpartum shedding is getting to me. They're crazy. No, Val, stay. They're going crazy. Y'all just go, well, thank you. They're crazy. Anyways, let me continue my conversation. What was I saying, you guys, before Val's like, Marlene, what the heck? Girl, what was I saying? No, but seriously, you guys, we cannot allow... No, I didn't. We cannot allow this lady to be, what's it called? To be president. I do not support Kamala Harris. Okay, I don't want to do politics here. It's too much. It's too much. It's draining. Yeah. She said I don't like them. Val, you gonna learn to love them. We're gonna make some white friends today. We're gonna make some white friends. Okay? But my thing is like, no, I'm being really serious. I'm being really, really serious, right? We cannot allow this lady to be the president. Because I'm like, this is pure madness. Oh, So this is what I was saying before y'all trolls started trolling me, and I lost my train of thought, right? But I'm like, you cannot allow people. We cannot allow people, especially those left liberal crazy people. You cannot allow these people to redefine what blackness is. And I was sitting here, and I was really, really sitting here, and I was like, why are they so obsessed? Why are they so obsessed with this lady being black? You know, because I'm like, when you think about it though, in the bigger scheme of things, does it really matter? Right? Does it really matter that Kamala Harris is black? It don't matter. Because what should truly matter is, what are her policies? Can she do the job? And what does she bring to America? That should really be the focus of it. Right? Because I'm like, when you vote for a president, I mean, yeah, it would be nice to have a president who looks like you, who has the same gender as you, who looks like you and has your gender. But I'm like, in the bigger scheme of things, you know, I am really crazy. No, I'm serious. No, I was really thinking about that yesterday, Val. I was like, in the bigger scheme, when you look at the bigger picture, right? If we were not so, because I'm like, and that's why I say, like, for a lot of white people too, if you want black people to be comfortable being Republicans, some of y'all have to change your rhetoric. Okay, you really do, because it's like, and that's where the Democrats, that's where like white Democrats have done a better job, even though they're fake as hell, right? They are more inviting, they're more performative than white Republicans. When a lot of times white Republicans make more sense than a white Democrat, but it's like, it's the messaging, right? It's your approach to things, it's how you talk to people, and it's how you receive people. So sometimes you gotta also think about the bigger picture. And when you look at the bigger picture, certain things don't need to be said. Okay, but my thing is, we should all see ourselves as Americans, even though some are more American than others because of their lineage, their legacy. So I don't have an issue with that. But when somebody runs for office, it should really be, what can you do for the, like, what are you gonna do? Because you guys, all jokes aside, we truly need to worry about Medicare and Medicaid, because I don't think that people have money. Okay, I don't think they're gonna have money for much longer. We need to worry about Social Security. Because if they're not going to have any more money for Social Security, they need to let people know. So that way, everybody knows, you know what? I need to be more responsible for my retirement. Hey, boo-boo. Right? Because I don't think they're going to have enough money. And they don't want to talk about it. That's why they keep boggling us down with this whole race and gender thing. Do not fall for this crap. Do not fall for this crap. So you got Medicare, Medicaid. You have Social Security, right? Then I do think we need to have a real conversation about healthcare, because from what I was hearing yesterday, right, they were saying that Kamala Harris wants to ban private healthcare. I said, hold up, wait a minute. Okay, she wants to ban private healthcare, but the thing is, we cannot all have public healthcare, because some people do need to go to specialists. Some people do want to pick their own healthcare provider, and you should, right? Can I all go to public healthcare? You guys, I've lived in London for a year. You do not want public healthcare. Like in England, it can take a person. We have some British people on this live, right? We have some British people here on the live. Bridget's here. Bridget, if you're still here, tell us, because the NIH, so the NIH is responsible for healthcare in England. They have public healthcare in England, right? Do you know it can take you 3 months? It can take a person 3 months to see a doctor, right? So, okay, so what happens if I'm sick today? So if you're sick today, you can't see a doctor today because you didn't schedule to see a doctor today. You're going to have to see a doctor 3 months from now. NHS, right? Okay. They are the people who are, and ask, okay, the British people on this live, tell them how it works for them. It is horrible. And I'm not trying to be offensive, even though it could be offensive, but that's why a lot of times when you see British people, not to be offensive, when you see a lot of British people, they have horrible teeth. Okay? British people have horrible teeth, child, because their healthcare system is a hot ass mess. You do not want public healthcare for all. It is not going to work. It's going to be a nightmare. And some people need to be able to pick their own healthcare providers. Some people need to see their specialists, and sometimes you need to be out of network. Because I'm like, if your network say you can only see this person, see that person, but what happens is the person I want to go to is not within my network. It's, oh, well, tough luck. No, I don't agree with that. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with that. People need to be able to pick their own healthcare. And then another thing we have to talk about too, because I'm like, I would love to understand that, because I haven't mastered it yet, but I would love to understand the Affordable Care Act, aka Obamacare, whatever it's called, right? But it's the Affordable Care Act, because it seems as though it sounds like it's good and it's good for everybody, but it sounds as though for some people, when they join Obamacare, they have to pay $8,000 out of pocket before their policy even kicks in. So right now, we're not even having a conversation about healthcare. When a lot of us need healthcare, right? A lot of us, our parents are going to be older, way older. People are not dying as quick as they used to die. People are living longer, right? So if there's no more Medicare, Medicaid, if you barely have Social Security, right? And if it costs so much money, even when you do join Obamacare, right? My thing is, are the children and the grandchildren going to have to be financially responsible if their elders want to go to the hospital? These are valid questions, but we're not having these questions now because is Kamala Harris a woman? Is Kamala Harris black? Is Trump a racist? Is Trump not a racist? These goofy ass conversations, right? These goofy ass conversations are robbing the American people from having real conversations that need to be had. Another problem we have too is the employment rate. So come to find out, the labor of statistics had to go back in, right? And change the numbers for employment, because it seems as though they had what is it called? They had overestimated the number of jobs that were created in the economy. So when they talk about the number of jobs being created in the economy, these numbers are highly inflated. So I think they have to take back like 29,000 jobs. So our economy is not going as well as we know. We don't have the jobs that we thought we had. A lot of people, you have a lot of people. Okay, we have a lot of people who've applied to 300 companies. You have people who have applied to 400 companies. You have young people who've applied to 500 companies, right? Don't get a call back. You have young people who will go through the whole interview process, like 2, 3, 4, 5 interviews, and they're like, oh, you know what? We changed our mind, okay? This is happening. And one thing, and I feel like even when it comes to TikTok, right? Because sometimes I do go on TikTok. I do go on TikTok at times, right? But I feel like why TikTok is so prevalent with young people, because they ain't working. They ain't got no jobs. Because they ain't no jobs. And I think a lot of young people today, they are seriously depressed about the job market. Right? They are seriously depressed about the job market. And it's gotten to the point where we really have to think about, should college even, I don't know, should we still encourage young people to go to college? Because my thing is, Akash, if you don't stop asking me silly questions, I'm gonna block you from this line. So please stop. You're too grown. Act your age, okay? If young people feel as though I can go to school, go to college, right? And I'm not gonna have a job. I'm gonna live with my parents. I might live there for the next 10, 20 years, right? I won't be able to afford a car. I won't be able to have my own place. I won't be able to have a social life. Why are these young people gonna be eager to partake in the economy, to try to make the place better, etc.? They don't care. The young people are depressed. I'm like, I see why they're so obsessed with TikTok and doing all these challenges, these dance challenges on TikTok. Because like there's nothing for them to look up for. Like there's nothing to aspire to. Because everything is so depressing. It is so depressing. It is so depressing. It is seriously depressing. But we're not having these conversations. What's the other thing I want to talk about? The price of homes. And it's not even just like, well, the price of home, the interest rates, right? But also the fact that so many of these corporations, so many of these venture capitalist corporations are buying single homes. They're buying single family homes by the thousands. I'm like, it's happening in Tennessee. It's happening in Atlanta. It's like in most major cities, the number one buyers of single family properties are venture capitalists, because they want to create a future when nobody owns property. You know what I'm saying? No, it's not that this. Of course, it gives you a platform. But my thing is, Sarah, what are you doing with that platform? Right? And I do feel like the way people engage with social media platforms, the topics they talk about, the stuff they do, it can show you whether you're looking at people who are motivated or you're looking at people who are depressed. Does that make sense? Right? Because if young people are using social media to have meaningful discourse and to, to encourage and to empower, that's one thing. But you go on TikTok, the kind of stuff they talk about, it is, I don't know, it's so mindlessly stupid. It's very divisive. They're always upset. They're always angry, or they're completely withdrawn, and all they do is just dance all day, right? And it's like, I don't think these young people have something to look up to, because everything out here, it really is depressing, right? But I'm like, when it comes to interest rates, when it comes to young people being able to buy their first property, right? When it comes to, like, what is this, Gen Z, Gen X? I forgot what this is, child. But I'm like, it's concerning to me that we're moving towards a future where most single family homes, most communities are going to be owned by private capital, by venture capital. Because what does that mean? Because when you're able to buy a house, most people who buy a house, that's exactly how you get to build wealth. That's how you get to build generational wealth. You get to have equity and things like that. But when you are looking at a future where everybody's going to be renting property because all the properties belong to venture capital, I think that's very bizarre. To me, that's very bizarre. Because single family homes should be owned by families. People should build communities and get to know each other. Like, I mean, that's crazy to me. What else do I want to talk about? The borders, right? Let's talk about the borders too. And this crazy influx of immigrants. I've seen some, this hair keeps getting to my eyes, right? I've seen some videos where you have all kinds of people, right? Not just coming into the country, but you have all kinds of people lining up to get IDs, to get driver's licenses, right? I think San Francisco, they're even offering a housing per diem. Like they have a housing allocation from homeless people. They have housing allocation for illegal immigrants. I'm like, okay, but what's happening to the native people, right? What's happening to the people of California? Where are they gonna live? Where are they gonna sleep? So to me, I do find it very unfortunate that while we should be sitting here having meaningful conversations, okay, what we should be sitting here having meaningful conversation about the future of this nation, the economy, right? The student loan debt, the health insurance, retirement, infrastructure, because we got a lot of bridges that are falling apart also. Let's talk about that part. Bridges falling apart, airports. I don't know. I think these airports need a lot of help, right? We have a lot of things. We have a lot of things that need to be addressed because it's really concerning. But I think the most important thing that we need to talk about is the economy. Because, sorry, y'all, it's not doing good. You know, for me to see, when you go to the gas station, I mean, I don't know how it is, but in Virginia right now, Northern Virginia, it's like gas is $3.50 a gallon. Right? $3.50. And I'm like, that is crazy. I drive a hybrid, so I don't have to put gas as often as I do. And I don't even go nowhere like that. I don't really go out like that. But I'm thinking, like, people who have to commute to work every day, I'm like, how are they making it happen? How are you paying for these gas prices? It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me, right? Inflation. All these topics that we have to talk about. And then I turn on my TV. Well, I'm black, so I'm talking about my issues, right? But I turn on my TV, and I see they have a rally for Kamala Harris in Atlanta, and it's Meg Thee Stallion, and she's over here, yada yada yada. I'm like, what is going on with this? And to me also, that was seriously disrespectful. Because I'm gonna tell you this, right? Meg Thee Stallion, okay, sure, whatever. But I do believe, like, even if you were gonna have Meg Thee Stallion show up at your pep rally in Atlanta, right? She should have came as herself, like, not the entertainer, right? But as a black woman, as a black constituent, and y'all should have had some real conversations, right? You should have had some real conversations, because I am getting really sick and tired of people portraying the black electorate as an electorate that only cares about dancing. We only care about seeing celebrities. We only care about, are you going to give us free food? No, like, it is seriously disrespectful. It is seriously disrespectful. It really, really is. We are capable. We are more than capable, not just capable. We are more than capable to sit down with you and to have meaningful dialogue about your policies when it comes not just to Black America, but to America as a whole. Of course, we want Black America to do better, right? But we also want to know, what do you have in store for America? Because for me, you guys, I'm being really serious. Like, I have a huge safety concern when it comes to these borders. You know, I have a real safety concern when it comes to these borders, because I'm like, it is not safe. It is absolutely not safe to have a nation where your borders are just wide open and anybody can come in. And when I hear things that come out of Kamala's mouth, and she's saying things like, oh, you know, she wants to give Medicare and Medicaid. Hold on. Sorry, guys. She wants to give Medicare and Medicaid, right, to all immigrants, like illegal immigrants. She wants all them people to have Medicare, Medicaid. I'm like, okay, who's gonna pay for this? Because it sounds cute, it sounds wonderful. Oh, we want to be nice to everybody. We want to help everybody who comes to America. That is perfectly fine. Like the guy said earlier, we're all one. It's one human race. You know, God is good. No problem. But things have a price attached to them. If an illegal immigrant, if you have a bunch of illegals who are coming here, they're not working, right? If they're not working, especially if they're not working legally, because when you work legally, when you get a proper paycheck, a pay stub, you pay your taxes, your social, your Medicare, Medicaid, your state taxes, your unemployment taxes, right? You pay all those taxes. So then that money is getting put into the jar of Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. But when people don't contribute, but they want to retrieve money out the bucket, I have a problem with that. Okay, I have a problem with that. And so for me, it's like, no, you give Medicare and Medicaid to people that you can tax through employment. But if you're not getting taxed through employment, then you don't deserve Medicare and Medicaid. And it's not to be mean, right? But these things don't pay themselves. And the thing I also find very crazy, hey, Forehead, what's up, babe? The thing I also find very, very crazy, no, it's not safe, Kiana. It is not safe. And the thing I also find very, very crazy is like she said what? She wants to give Medicare, Medicaid to all illegals, right? What else did this lady say? She be saying so many crazy stuff. But because people are giving her protection, right? The community is giving her protection because allegedly she's a black woman. So because she's a black woman, she's evading the media, right? She's not doing any interviews. She's not answering any hard questions because we need to ask her. Because these things, they cost money. You want to give, you think illegal immigration is okay. First, that to me, for somebody who wants to be a president, that is highly concerning. Because now, to me, it's like, yeah, it's like treason. Okay, it's like treason. Because how can you have a nation state? How can you have a strong nation state? How can people respect your institution when you are okay with people breaking the law to come into this nation? Make it make sense. Make it make sense, because it makes no sense, right? Because when you say that you are okay with illegal immigration, what you are telling other people around the world is, hey, you know what? Break the law and come into our country. Break the law and come into our nation. I don't agree with that. Okay? I'm an immigrant. I'm an immigrant myself, so I don't have an issue with immigration per se, but I do have an issue with illegal immigration. You want to come to America? Come here the right way. Now, I can say, I also believe that for all the embassies abroad, maybe they could make it easier for people to have a visa, right? Maybe they can lower the standard, like, because when you go and apply for a visa, you do have to show that you can take care of yourself financially, because we don't want you to come here and to just like rely on public funds. We don't have it. America don't have it. Like financially, America barely has enough money for America, okay? America barely has enough money for the American people. So it's like, if you're going to come here, we have, oh, yes, Melissa, thank you. So if you're going to come here, you do have to be able to show that you can take care of yourself, right? Because that's also part of being an American too, is that, it doesn't always play out the way it should play out, right? But it's like part of being an American too, though, is being a hustler, is being a go-getter, is being a provider. You don't sit here and wait for the government, right? That's the way it should be. That's why America's kind of different from Europe. It's like in Europe, for example, they have a lot of public welfare. And that's why people pay a lot of taxes in Europe, right? In England, they pay a lot of taxes, you know, because they're trying to be, I guess it's like more of a socialist thing out there. But America's not really like that. Out here, you get your own. You fight for your own. That's like the ethos of like being an American. So I'm like, if you're gonna come to America, you do have to show that you can take care of yourself, and you're not gonna rely on the public government, on the federal government, on the state government, or the local government. We don't have it, and that's not being mean. We don't have it, because it's not fair for American people to go to work, to get taxed like crazy, so that other people can come here and live better and have better medical care than the rest of us. I don't agree with that part. Right? But we're not even having these conversations because the media is polluting our airwaves with race conversation, gender conversation, and who's racist and who's not a racist. Listen, at this point, I need money in my pocket. I think we all do need money in our pockets, right? And I'm like, we all got to wake up. Like, what truly matters? Because I'm like, and the fact that we are sitting here, right? And that the fact that we are sitting here, and all of us, whether you're Republican, you are independent, because even they, for me, the first debate between Biden and Trump, what's his name? RFK. I keep saying JFK, but the RFK Jr. He also should have been up there, because it's not fair. It's not fair to not include the independent people in the conversation, because we do have a lot of American voters who identify as being independent, right? And they should also see their nominee up there having a debate, having a conversation, and saying what he has to say to the American people. So I don't understand how the Democratic Party, who constantly talks about being pro-democracy and being pro-democracy and Trump is a dictator, how y'all stopping this other man from also being on the stage and saying what he has to say, and also representing the American people who identify as independent, right? That to me is problematic. Number two, it is very problematic to me how Kamala Harris also does not have to compete. Yes, because also that is also part of the American ethos. Competition. Okay? Competition is part of the American ethos. It's part of being an American. We compete. We compete out here, right? The fact that first and foremost, she doesn't even have to compete within her own party, right? Because they should have had a competition. She should have gone up there and debated other Democrat nominee for us to see, is she really deserving? Are we really getting, hey Maria, are we really getting the best of the best when it comes to who's going to represent the Democrats, right? We got to get the best of the best. Because for me, I feel like that's the way I feel about Trump. I know some of y'all don't like Trump, but I get it. No problem, right? But to me, the way I feel about Trump too is like, whether you like Trump or not, you cannot admit that this man, he used to be a Democrat. If you remember, Trump used to be a Democrat. He left the Democratic Party and somehow he came to Republican side and he just took over. But you like him or you don't like him, the man, he earned it. He earned it. He earned his nomination. Right? He built his own MAGA country. He built his own fan base. He got people to believe in him. He earned that. When I look at Kamala Harris, it's like everything is being given to her. And not only is that undemocratic to me, it's very un-American. Because I'm like, you have to earn stuff over here. Okay? You need to show people that you can earn your nomination, right? You can earn the trust of the people. You can earn the support of the people, because everything I see about this lady to me is giving off as extremely manufactured. Her support is manufactured. The fundraising is fake, because let's be so honest, okay? How can someone who was not even popular when she ran in 2020, she hasn't done anything spectacular as a vice president. If she had completely secured the border, like if she had worked on a pillar project as a vice president that got her more recognition, that got her name out there, I could understand why there's there's so much support for her. Okay, she did really good at the border, and that's why people are crazy to vote for her. No. Okay, she was completely unattractive. She was completely uninspirational when she ran by herself in 2020, right? As a vice president, we know why she's called a DI. I had a friend try to argue with me as to why, sorry y'all. I had a friend who tried to argue with me as to why, it's offensive to call her a DI. Oh, Marlene, you're trying to take away her career from her. That's a career. What career, sis? What career? She is a DI. Okay? The moment Joe Biden says that the requirement to be a vice president of his, you have to be a woman, you got to be a black woman or woman of color, that is indeed a DI. When Joe Biden talked about what he was looking for in a vice president, he never talked about merit. Okay? He never said, I want somebody who's competent. I want someone who has a great resume. I want somebody who has done amazing things, spectacular things. No, he sat there and he said, it has to be a woman, right? Because he had a list of 10 people. All 10 of them are women. So one of the main requirements was not that you could do the job or be a great vice president. You had to be a woman, right? And then he was like, okay, maybe then he put like 4 black women, because Joy Reid asked him specifically. Joy Reid said, are you going to pick a black woman? Could you pick a black woman? And he said, well, I have 4 black women on the list. It was a list of 10, right? There's 1 Asian lady, there's like 4 black women, and the rest are white women, right? So the main requirement to be his vice president was that you had to be a woman. Well, that's DEI, right? When you are hired based on your immutable characteristic, you are in their DEI. He's not picking you because you're the best. He's picking you because you're a woman.
And then he said he has 4 black women. When he finally picked Kamala Harris, he said, oh, I'm the first president to ever elect a black woman as VP. He didn't say I elected the best woman. I elected the most qualified person. I elected the most, like, the best VP in the world. No, he took credit for being the first president to put a black woman as VP. So therefore, that makes Kamala Harris a DEI hire. Point blank, period. Okay, and I'm getting sick and tired of people saying, like, oh, who was it? Was it Bakari Sellers? It was either Bakari Sellers, them goofy people on CNN, these goofy black people on the CNN. And so one of them said, oh, when you use the term DEI, it's comparable to calling someone the N-word. I said, hold up, wait a minute. Now that's something we're not doing. Okay? Because I had never seen in my life or in the history that I have studied when a person got called the N-word and ended up being a vice president. Okay? Because usually when people get called the N-word, they had a noose around their neck. Okay? Because it don't produce the same outcome. When you're called a DEI, you usually have a great job. It's just that you're not qualified for the job. Go sit down somewhere. Okay? So no, it is not comparable to the N-word. And the reason why even because people are like, but Marlene, you're black. Why would you have an issue with DEI? No, because it's not about hiring the best black people. It is specifically hiring people for an agenda. And you're not hiring people because you want to hire the best black person that you could ever find. Because when you hire someone just because they're black, just because they're a woman, or just because they're a woman and they happen to be black, and you're not making sure that they can actually do the job, when they fail at their job, it creates a evil, negative prejudice against black people. Because the next time when a black person wants to go apply for that job, or they want to get the job, most likely they won't get the job. Because the first black person who came in couldn't do the job, messed everything up, and now they think all of us are just a bunch of failures. And to me, that's not fair. That is not fair. Because now if people look at Kamala Harris as the first black woman VP, right, and they see how mediocre she was at her job, they will assume, well, you see, when you hire a black woman, you get mediocrity. No, when you hire an unqualified person, you get mediocrity, right? And I don't want to be stigmatized, and that's why I don't believe in this crap. Because I know you're not going to hire the best black person you can find. You're not going to hire the best black woman you can find. You're going to hire the black woman or the black person, whatever, that suits your agenda, that you can manipulate, that you can maneuver the way that you see fit. And that doesn't benefit me, right? I believe in creating more opportunities for black people. I really do. But at the same time, though, I don't want people to be hired, fail at their job, and somehow I'm being judged by their failure. So therefore, the requirement also has to be, if you have to hire the best. And if the best happens to be a black person, then so be it, right? But we should always want people who are hired to be people who can actually do the job. Because imagine you have a surgery, like a heart transplant or something very serious, right? Do you want your surgeon just because they're black? Or do you want a surgeon who can actually perform the surgery in the most successful way possible, right? I don't want to die. So I'm like, no. You will never play with your health like that. You will never play with anything that could have a fatal outcome. Like, you know what? As long as they black, I'm okay with it. No. What's the success rate? Have you ever done this before? How many people have you done this to? Are they okay? Are they still alive? Right? And so to me, it's like when it comes to somebody being the president of the United States of America, it is not something we can take lightly and be like, oh, well, if you're black, well, as long as you're black and you're a woman, that's fine. No, it is not fine. Okay? It is not fine. Life, it can't work like that. I'm like, being the president of the United States of America, it is probably I don't know. It's like the number one job in the world, pretty much. It is the number one job in the world. America is a superpower. It's a super nation. You can't just let a random person be at the helm of this nation because, oh, you're black and you're a woman, or whatever she is, Indian, whatever she happens to be. It is not enough. And it really hurts me that people are not seeing that. It is not enough. This is a serious job. It is a serious position. And up to now, the majority of people do not know what her policies are. The majority of people do not know what Kamala Harris intends to do. Okay? We don't even know what she intends to do. And then it's like you're not allowed to criticize her. You can't, like, quote unquote, as they say, Trump questioned her blackness. I was like, I don't think Trump questioned her blackness. He is honestly confused. And I'm like, he has the right to be confused because most people are confused. What are you? Right? What are you? But I do have a problem. It's like when you felt like you could win by identifying as Indian in California, you were Indian. Not that you want the black vote, because that's what she wants. Not that you want the black vote. Not all of a sudden you're black. No, it cannot work like that. It cannot work like that. And it's like you people are not going to sit here and redefine who blackness is because you have your agenda, you have your person, and because you want to impose your person on us, you are forcing us to see her as a black woman. No. No. 'Cause I'm like, no. It doesn't work like that. And when I get my computer back, I'll do a better live, right, than this one, right? But I'm like, it doesn't work like that. You know, because they know. You guys, I'm telling you, I was sitting here yesterday. I was really thinking about this stuff. Like, why are these people so obsessed with this lady being black? Why does she have to be black so badly? Because they want the black vote. They want the black vote. And they know that most black people, if they don't feel that she's black, they're not going to vote for her. Right? Because to some extent, you know, one could say maybe there is a tribal tendency. Like, you know, we want to vote for people who look like us because we feel as though if you look like me, you'll understand my struggle more. If you look like me, you'll look out for me. But I'll say this, y'all, right? It's the same thing they told us about Barack Obama. And when it came to Barack Obama, too, you know, I drank the Kool-Aid. You know, I was like, oh, he's black. Even though he's biracial, I was like, oh, he's going to be the first black president. Wumpty wump wump, wump wump wump. Right? I remember when he came to Mason. I was so excited, right? I was really, really excited. Like, I felt hard. I felt hard for Barack Obama. You know, it's not until his second term, like towards the end of his second term, like, hold on, wait a minute. What did this man actually do for black people? Right? But at the time, I didn't see it. And I'm like, so when it comes to her, you know, we really can't make the same mistake. And the people who do want to vote for her, you know, because the world is watching, but I would implore you to say, to go above saying, oh, well, she's a black woman. Like, you cannot vote like that. You can't vote like that. You can't vote based on color and gender. You truly need to ask yourself, what does she have for me? What does she intend to do for me? Right? Because a lot of things have to be talked about, and they're not being talked about because the media is trying to tell it to talk about, and we have to say no to that. The media wants us to fight about her complexion, and anybody who says anything about her complexion is racist. No, people have a valid question. It's a valid question to say, what exactly are you, right? And I think for me, it's very conniving of her. It's very conniving of her to not want to answer the question, and it really kills me. I'm like, you see, Charlemagne. All these black people coming out here to fight for this woman's blackness. But I'm like, listen, if she wants to be the first woman president, if she wants to be president of the USA, right, she should be able to come outside and speak for herself. She's not a child. She's 60 years old, okay? The lady is 60 years old. So if people have all these questions, why she can come outside and tell people exactly what she is? Nancy said, can she not be both black and Indian? That's fine. But I'm like, why she can't say it though, Nancy? Why is it that other people have to talk for her? She's a grown-ass woman. She's a grown-ass woman who wants to be the leader of the free world, right? She wants to do a man's job. So I'm like, girl, pull up and address the people. What exactly are you? But for me, this notion of because her dad is from Jamaica, so automatically she's half black and half Indian, I have an issue with that. You know, because being Jamaican, Nancy, being Jamaican is a nationality, right? Being Jamaican is not an ethnicity, right? Just because you're Jamaican does not make you black. Okay? Let's be so for real, right? Being Jamaican don't make you black. Being Jamaican is nationality. Even Gary, right? I think Gary's white, right? If Gary was born in Jamaica, if Gary was born in Montego Bay, if Gary was born in St. Catherine, if Gary was born in Kingston, he could also be Jamaican, right? Elon Musk is born in South Africa. He's South African, but he's a white person. And I think his people come from Canada, right? But he's South African. Charlize Theron is also South African, but she's a white woman, right? Makes sense? So I'm like, your nationality does not mean your ethnicity. And the way they're talking is like, oh, her dad is Jamaican, so automatically her dad is black. No, her dad is Jamaican. That is a nationality. It is not his ethnicity. And like I said, when you look at her pops, right, he does give Indian. He does give Indian mixed with you see what you see, and that's my point. Like it's like you see this up, like that's just pure math. That's to me, Val. It drives me insane. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, no. There are a lot of people who are Jamaican. You have Chinese Jamaican. You have Indian Jamaican. You have black Jamaican. You have mixed Indian black Jamaican. You like Jamaica is a country. You have white people who are Jamaican. Okay, exactly. Elon is South African, but he's white. It's like what the heck? You know, but I'm like, that means, I'm like, what does that mean? It means nothing and it proves nothing at all. It proves nothing. It just means that her dad was born in Jamaica. But then the people are finding out that her dad is mixed with Irish because her dad is a descendant of a man who had a plantation. Okay, the man had slaves, like they had like 1,200 slaves in Jamaica. So maybe her dad is also a product of grape. Right? And her dad is also Indian, so he has Irish ancestry, he has Indian ancestry, and he could also have West African ancestry. I'm not going to deny that, right? But to make it seem like, oh, if a man is born in Jamaica, automatically the man is black, okay? No. Being Jamaican is a nationality, right? Being Jamaican is not an ethnicity. So just because you're born in Jamaica doesn't make you black off the bat. Make sense? Right? But my problem is also if all her life she identified as both, like, let's say she was quote unquote black and Indian, nobody would have smoke for this lady. What our issue is, you are treating being black as a costume. You are treating being black as an aesthetic, right? And it's like now you want to be black because it's convenient, because there is a black vote that you could get. Because you recognize that black people, not to be offensive, y'all know I love y'all, right? But black people, when we vote as an electorate, right, we tend to be emotional voters. We tend to be emotional voters, right? Black people don't tend to ask questions about policies. Now it's changing, and I'm very glad that it's changing. You know, when I see a lot of the discourse on TikTok, even on YouTube, the way black women are getting this girl together, the way black people are getting this woman together, a lot of black people are not accepting this. And so my friend was like, Nikki was telling me, she's like, but Marlene, we're so emotional. I was like, Nikki, you know what? Me, Marlene, I'm grateful. I am grateful that a few, even if it's like 100 people, even if it's just 1,000 people, even if it's just 2,000 people, 3,000 people, I am very grateful that more and more black people are starting to wake up. You know what I'm saying? Like, no great movement starts overnight. It's crazy. Like, it'll be very foolish to say, oh, every black person should see it for what it is. No, it doesn't happen like that. You know what I mean? It's one person, then it's two people, then it's five, then it's 10, it's 100, right? It takes a while to really start a movement. But I am very grateful that a lot of black people are waking up. You know, I am very grateful that a lot of black people are saying, no, your color, your gender, and policies are, right? And for that, I'm grateful. I am very grateful. And I really hope that Black Chicago, because they're having their convention in Chicago, right, this month. I hope Black Chicago comes the hell outside. I hope they turn that conference upside the fuck down, okay? I hope they expose these people. Everything Black Chicago's had to go through with this illegal immigration crisis, these people closing up black schools, they're taking money from black people in Chicago. I hope that Black Chicago comes the hell outside and exposes what the Democratic Party has done to Chicago, okay? Because it is not fair. It is not fair. And I hope that they call out all these left liberal white people. I'm sorry, Gary, but okay? All right? Call them out too. Because it's cute and all to be pro-immigration and to be all for illegal immigration, but the majority of these illegal immigrants are not going to predominantly white neighborhoods, okay? They're not going to left-leaning liberal white neighborhoods. They are coming to black neighborhoods, and it's black people who have to take care of the illegal immigrants. It is black people who have to foot the bill for these illegal immigrants. It is black people who have to give up their schools, right? So that illegal immigrants can have shelter, and then black children are doing remote learning. No. I was like, I pray to the Lord that black Chicago comes the hell outside. Y'all need to come outside. You need to come outside, and you need to expose the Democratic Party for having forsaken you, for burdening you this whole COVID season, from COVID until now. These people have had to carry all these illegals on their backs. Okay, there was a school in Chicago, right? Brandon, I think maybe it was with Lightfoot. I forgot who it was. It probably started with Lightfoot, another one. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, and the thing also that makes me sad, but I get it. I get it. Given the history of this country, I understand why we have to call a thing, right? I understand why there's such a thing as white fear. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of our people know the Democratic Party is some bullshit. Okay? I think a lot of our people know the Democratic Party ain't shit. They ain't gonna be shit and never gonna be shit and about shit. Okay? But the thing is, the Democratic Party too, they pretend a little bit, right? When it comes to MAGA country, when it comes to Trump, and I think if you're black and you see all these white people behind Trump, it can give the Holocaust, y'all. It can give terrorism. Okay? Hold on. Let me handle this baby. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I think he wants to eat. I'm gonna mute my mic. I'll be right back. Hold on. I'll mute the mic. I gotta stop. Hold on. Don't leave, y'all. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Hold on, y'all. Let me set up my tripod so I don't have to hold this phone. So I can hold the baby better. Yes, Maverick. Hold on. Maverick, you make it so hard for me to do my thing, baby. How mommy gonna work, huh? You gotta let mommy cook. You gotta let me cook, little baby. What do you think? You don't wanna let me cook? Huh? Hold on, Maverick. Hold on. Let me go set this up. So that way I can hold you. Or does your daddy want to take you?
No.
Huh? How you gonna say no taking the baby?
I'm going to Fairfax.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you guys. Sorry, my bad.
You're hungry?
Maverick is something. Okay? Maverick is something. Josh. We see Josh, you end up liking me. That's what's up, right? No. I really hope. I put on the triback, so I gotta breastfeed a little bit. But I really hope that Black Chicago comes out. And they turn out, you guys. Oh Lord. I want to see posters outside. I want to see people marching outside. They need to let these Democrats know that you have forsaken us, right? But like I was saying, I get it. Sometimes I do get upset. Maverick, he's a Maverick. Like, he's a Wonder Boy. Forehead's asking. She said, "What does maverick mean?" He's a maverick,
An outlaw.
not an outlaw. They're not speaking over him. What the heck? What the heck?
He doesn't play in the lines.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
makes his own rules, but legal rules, huh? Don't speak up for my child now, right? But what was I gonna say? You know, so I do get it, because sometimes, you know, I do get upset myself. I do get upset myself. I'm like, you know, why don't they see it? Why don't you see, like, this is fugazi. Like, this whole Democratic Party right now, it is a scam. Oh, thank you, Hunter. It is a scam. It is a scam. It is a scam. Why don't you see it exactly for what it is? And I think some of them do. I think a lot of our people, they see it. They know these people. I mean, it's been 60 years, right? 60 years, what do you have to show for it? Like, absolutely nothing, right? But I can see how when you look at Trump and you see all these white people, you know what I'm saying, behind him, I can see how you could have white fear. I really do get that part. Because, you know, there is a history. People, there's a history, and it has not always been a really nice, you know, friendly, inviting, kumbaya type of history, right? So I can see that. And then when you also have the media telling people MAGA country is a bunch of racists, MAGA country is a bunch of Nazis, Ace, I really think I might vote Trump. I really do, boo-boo. I really do, right? I can see that. But the problem where they're really evil too, where the media is really evil, is when they tell people that MAGA country is a bunch of racists, is a bunch of whiteheads, is a bunch of white supremacists. A lot of them people too, y'all, they're not white supremacists, okay? A lot of people who support Donald Trump, because you gotta think about this, right? How exactly did Obama get elected? A lot of people who are in MAGA country also voted for Barack Obama. Right? But one thing you can't do about the golden boy Barack Obama, you're not allowed to criticize Barack Obama because he's the first black president. He's the da-da-da. You know, they turn Obama into a god. But if we are being honest, the way Obama handled the mortgage crisis of 2008, the way Obama bailed out the big banks, and yet people lost their homes, people were out there destitute, it was really bad for the everyday people. Because Obama came on he sold certain promises. Yes, we can. The future is brighter. All that kind of stuff, right? He made it seem like he was going to be for the people. When Obama gets into the White House, he becomes for Wall Street. But because he's the first black president, my president is black, okay? We're not allowed to criticize Barack Obama. But a lot of people felt forsaken by the choices and the policies and who he prioritized when it came out to bailing out the big banks. Oh, they're too big to fail. They're too big to fail. But Obama did not bail out the everyday people. Because if we're being honest, even with COVID, I saw some things I didn't even know a president could do. Right? Like the stay on mortgages, for example, right? And I was like, well, why didn't Barack Obama do that too? If you're going to bail out the banks, you should require the banks, the same way we're bailing you out with taxpayers' money, by the way, because this money is not Obama's money. Okay? Because these politicians, they are really reckless with our spending, with our money, sorry. They are really reckless with our money. And even the mere fact that the majority of Americans, irrespective of color and creed, are not uniting on the fact that our government is squanders money. They are wasteful with our money. When you hear that Medicaid and Medicare, every year, they lose $100 billion through fraud. And nobody's upset. I mean, I guess most people don't know, right? But the government is really wasteful with our money. And it's not their money. It is our money. And nobody's upset about it. They're like, oh, by the way, we just realized we sent an extra $6 billion to Ukraine. How do you send a $6 billion to Ukraine and you didn't even know that you sent more than you were supposed to? Because it's not their money. It's not their money. And that's why I told you, I understand libertarians. Like, more and more, I'm leaning towards becoming a libertarian because I'm starting to agree with smaller government. Because the bigger the government, the more they waste money. Can you bring the thing right here so I can get him easier? Right? They waste a lot of money. They are really wasteful with our money. And even I think Democrats more so are wasteful with our money. Because last night I was watching this senator, and he was talking about the national debt. You guys, it's seriously concerning. And the fact that most people don't know this, or the fact that the video about him talking about the national debt and how it involves us printing more money because it's just crazy. The fact that the video didn't even have that many views also is so concerning, because I don't think most people realize how much debt the nation owes. We can't just keep printing money to get ourselves out of problems. Like, it don't work like that. Okay? It doesn't work that way. Right? But once again, we're not having these conversations. But I do feel like when it comes to the Midwest of this nation, right? When it comes to a lot of blue collar workers who do happen to be white people, they did feel forsaken by Barack Obama. And they're not even allowed to say that, because if they do say that, they're racist. No, they're not racist. They voted for this man. Because when he ran, the way Barack Obama ran, he made it seem like not only he's going to be your first black president, but he was going to be the president of all people, and he was going to fight for the everyday person. But once he gets into the White House, he's only fighting for the big banks. So you cannot be mad at a person, and a white person, who feels like they were cheated by Barack Obama. There is you see, the thing about Trump, people are so busy calling him a racist, and he could be a racist. Maybe he is a racist. I mean, he's born in 1945, so, you know, like 1940 somewhere. Okay, so why? Like, I mean, he's seen some things. Okay, but my thing is, sometimes instead of focusing so much on calling Trump a racist, I wish they would also spend time on saying, okay, what did Trump say to these people that Trump was able to get these people on their side? But no, because they're so arrogant. They are elitist. They are arrogant as fuck, right? They think they're too good to say, okay, you know what? Maybe it's not just Trump. Maybe it's not just racism. Maybe there's something we missed out on. Maybe there's something we should have said to these people. Is it so hard to bring yourself down to the everyday person and to say to the everyday person, why do you support Trump? Right? To ask these white people from the Midwest, why are they so supportive of Trump? And you might hear things that have nothing to do with his race. It's just the mere fact that he actually listens to them. He actually listens to people. Trump, he's like a great influencer. Like, he really listens to his base. When it comes to Democrats, they don't listen. They impose their choice on you. Like the same one with Kamala Harris. They impose Kamala Harris on the people. Right? Even Obama wanted her to go through a debate. They found a way to go around that system too. So he had to come out and support her, because God forbid the first black president does not support the first black woman president. Okay? This blackity black stuff is so goofy. Right? But I'm like, you have to also listen to people. But one thing the media, especially CNN, MSNBC, ABC, one thing they do, because it's really divisive and it's seriously irresponsible, is to always call MAGA country, oh, these people are racist, they're white supremacists. But these are the same people who voted for Barack Obama. So they weren't white supremacists when they voted for Barack Obama? Make it make sense. Something happened. Why can't you ask these people why did you leave us to go for Trump? Why do you not trust us anymore? And I promise you, the majority of them, they have an issue with the way he bailed out the big banks. Many of them too, because they're blue collar workers, they have an issue with the jobs being overseas. Everything is not always because of racism. People have family to feed. But I see it. If you see a whole bunch of white people screaming and chanting, "Make America Great Again," it's very easy to say, oh, look, they're a bunch of racist people. It's the same way, right? If you see a bunch of black people together, oh, look, they're about to loot. They're about to destroy something. It's like, and we have to stop. We have to stop allowing the media telling us how to perceive the things that we see, right? Because sometimes your perception might not be correct. It's a perception, and our perceptions are rooted in biases, stereotypes. I mean, you name it, right? But I do feel like when you are a politician, right, you should also go to the other side and ask the people, like, what can we do to bring you on this back on our side? But the Democrats, they are really inflexible people. They are the tyrants. They are the dictators. They are the people who don't care what the base is saying. They don't care. You know, because a lot of people say things to Democrats and they don't listen. They do not listen. They don't listen to people. Trump, he listens to his people. And that's why he's so powerful. He's more powerful than any other Republican, because he listens to these people and he gives them what they want. So they have his back. They truly have his back. And it's a beautiful thing to see. Right? So I'm like me, I can see both sides. I can see how when you look at Trump, especially with everything the media tells you about him, and you see all these white people, like super blonde white people behind him, yeah, it can give white fear. It can give white terror. I get that. But I'm also asking you to reconsider, because a lot of these people, if you look at the map of the popular votes, electoral college votes for Barack Obama, you'll see that MAGA country was also people who voted for Barack Obama. But I'm telling you, the way he handled the mortgage crisis, the way he saved these banks, and the everyday man was out here fighting for his life, for his dear life. You had American people sleeping in their cars. You had American families sleeping in their cars. You had American families taking baths in the at the gas station. Okay, people going to food pantries. Meanwhile, he bailed out the big banks. Those CEOs, the CEOs of all these big banks, they all kept their salaries. They got even bigger bonuses. Like, that's fucked up. Like, so you're telling us your bank is failing, you need taxpayers' money to bail you out, right? We finally bail you out. You had people who were like Lehman Brothers, the CEO got like a $20 billion, he got a $23 million bonus. How are you getting a bonus when your bank is failed and you need taxpayers' money? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy to me. And it's like, but if you're upset about that and you say, but why did Obama do it? Oh, you're a racist. That's not a racist. People have the right to ask. Because I'm asking an honest question. Why is it that it's always the everyday people that have to bail out rich people? Make it make sense, right? But with taxpayers, they don't get no breaks. They don't get no child care breaks. State income tax. Even like right now, I think like right now in Virginia, we have 2 days tax free for back to school, right? The number of times we get our money back to bail ourselves out, you can count that on like one hand, okay? You can count that on one hand. If you think I'm yelling, lower the volume, okay? It's not that hard, okay? But when it comes to corporations, they're constantly getting bailed out. That's why I even find it's quite hypocritical when you hear people say, oh, Trump gave a big tax cut to corporation. Trump gave a big tax cuts to corporations, blah, blah, blah. He gave the biggest tax cut to rich people. But I'm like, and that's what Obama did also. Obama did the same thing. He bailed out the big banks. He saved their banks. The CEOs got to keep their salaries and they got their bonuses. Make it make sense. Okay? Make it make sense. Obama did the same thing. He bailed them right there. And all these people lost their homes. Even though the banks were made whole. Why are you still persecuting people? And my thing is, the same way y'all get bailed out by taxpayers' money, right? Instead of evicting people, foreclosing on people, why don't you put what they can't pay on the back of the loan? So if they have a 30-year mortgage, why don't you extend it to a 40-year mortgage? Right? If they have a 30-year, a 15-year mortgage, okay, fine. They couldn't pay for 1, 2 years, right? Cool. You got bailed out. Bail out the people too. Instead of having a 15-year mortgage, turn the mortgage into a 20-year mortgage. Why are you kicking people out their homes? And I'm like, and you don't want people to be upset about that? Let me get the fuck out of here. Look, this is a fucking joke. So like when it came to COVID, the fact that Trump stood up to the banks and was like, no, you're not going to go after people for a mortgage. It's a global pandemic. Nobody's working. Y'all going to have to wait to get your money. And I'm like, yo, I respected that. The fuck? I'm like, for me, Marlene, it felt like, it really did feel like it was the first time that somebody was sticking up their middle finger to these big banks. Like stop. I want to cuss, but I can't really cuss like that, right? But Obama and Joe Biden, when they bailed out the big banks, it should have been part of the deal. Because we're taking taxpayers' money to bail you out, you also have to do something for them. There's going to be a stay on mortgages. If you want to, you want to be bailed out, you want to keep your CEO salary, you want to keep your bonus, right? Then okay, fine, we'll give you all of that. But you also have to do something for the American people. That's the way they should have negotiated the bank bailout. No, it's okay. Give everything to the banks, and the banks, even though they're being made whole, because everything is paid off, we are making you whole. You're still pursuing, you're chasing, you're tracking down American people. You are foreclosing on them. You're destroying their credit. Right? They're living in their cars with their children, and you got a $20 million bonus, and you don't want people to be freaking upset? No, even me, I would join MAGA country. Like, I didn't sign up for this. Like, do you know how it feels when somebody tells you, okay, vote for me, I'll do X, Y, and Z, and once you vote for them, they get in office, they flip the script. They completely forget about you. No, you have to hold people accountable. So, like, for me, Marlene, there's a part of me who completely understands MAGA country. Like, I really do get them. Because it was really bad. And I'm like, every day people losing their homes, and every day you go to the Wall Street Journal, you look at Forbes, you look at Times, you find the Time, all these publications, right? Oh, this CEO got a $20 million bonus. This CEO got a $30 million bonus. This CEO got $50 million. How are people getting bonuses when their banks are bankrupt? How do you get a bonus when you're mediocre? Okay, that makes no sense. So I'm like, what the tax cut that Trump gave to the bank bailouts that Obama gave to these banks? Oh, child, at this point we're even. Okay, so I don't want to hear this stuff. I don't want to hear the stuff. I don't want to hear the stuff. You know? But one thing I will say when it comes to MAGA country, or like the way Trump is out there, maybe like work more on the messaging, whatever. But it's like that's the way that I feel though. Right? But I'm like, you cannot be mad at people. You can't be mad at people for saying I'm out of here. Hold on, hold on. The baby's crying. Okay, Maverick, let me come pick you up. Y'all give me a second. Give me a second. Hold on. Yes. Come here. No problem. Okay. You're probably hungry, huh? Okay. Come see all your peoples. It's okay, baby. It's okay. I had to put the phone up a little higher because I'm about to breastfeed. Yeah, exactly, Elena. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, that's crazy to me. But me, like, I remember I was like, you know what I mean? That's no, that's my bed. That's actually my bed. It's not Rent a Center. It's actually my bed. Okay, but that's actually something that come on, eat your food. You okay? Okay, good. Right? But to me, it's like, that's actually something I'm like, people need to be upset about that. Right? And even now too, right? All the money being spent to Ukraine, but the average American don't get no bailout. You know, and I was so happy. I was on Twitter and I saw a post from Ray Schmurder, one of the boys from Ray Schmurder, right? And he was like, you know, black people got to think about this. Because he said, when you think about the money that's being sent to Ukraine, he said the average American could actually get a check in the mail for $200,000. Okay? $200,000. Like, do you know? Like, I'm like, you guys, I promise you, I'm not even trying to be funny, right? You know, we be having a little issues. You know, I had some white people coming here. We were fighting in the beginning. Now I think we're little friends. Like, me and Gary are friends now, right? But you guys, I promise you, if we could all wake up to an extra $200,000 in our bank accounts, racism be gone. Okay? Black people, white people, all kinds of people. We're all going to be friends. Because when there's money, people don't beef like that. You know what I mean? When resources become scarce, when money is tight, when there's no jobs, that's when like racism really comes out, bigotry comes out, you know, misogyny comes out, misandry comes out, because you don't have enough resources, right? And people are stressed. And when people are stressed, people become mean. That's why if you usually notice, like when Christmas season comes around, when the holiday season comes around, it's Christmas, you notice how nice people are. You don't really hear racist, like race conversations, gender wars, like all that kind of stuff. Like during the holiday season, people don't really talk about that. Because usually during the holiday season, most people get their bonuses from work, you know, it's quote unquote the birth of Jesus. Like, you know, everything is pretty in the store. People are buying stuff. So like during the holiday season, people are really nice because people have plenty, you know. And I'm like, in a sick way, in a perverted way too, this race conversation is intentionally kept a conversation, right? Because they could get rid of it. But in politics, if you can weaponize a thing to get elected, you don't want it to die down, right? Because they could really have things out here in a way where race is not a problem. This conversation about black people, white people, that conversation could have been had, it could have been sorted out, and everybody could have apologized. People could have made amends. Like, you know what? I see how we did wrong. I apologize. Let's move on. Blah, blah, blah. Right? Even all these gender wars also, that could be fixed. But I'm like, if most American people woke up to $200,000, an extra $100,000, an extra $50,000 in their bank account, everybody gonna be in a good mood. Everybody gonna be in a good mood. Because where there's money, where there's abundance, when people have financial security, people tend to be a lot nicer because they're not stressed, right? But this war in Ukraine, for how long? For how long? Who got the money for this? Then it's like you want to go fight a war in Yemen. They want to fight a war with Russia, with the Ukraine. You want to give the money to Israel. I'm sitting here and like there was a video where Kamala Harris said, "Oh, we pledged to give Israel $38 billion over the next 10 years." I said, "Oh, with whose money? With whose money? Where are you going to get $38 billion from?" It means it's the taxpayer people. We're going to pay money so that Israel can buy bombs. And it's like, it's one thing also, like, it's one thing if you're going to give money to Israel to build hospitals, to build better schools, you know, universities. Because I'm like, at that point, it's an investment and they can pay it back. No, we're going to give money to Israel to buy bombs so they can blow things up with our money. Right? Meanwhile, the majority of young Americans between 30s and 40s don't even know where to get the down payment to buy a home. Right? You don't have enough money. You do not have enough money, right? To take care of Medicare and Medicaid because it's going broke. Social Security also is going broke, right? But you want to give money to Israel, you want to give money to Ukraine. Wouldn't that money be better suited by going into the bank account of the Medicare people, the Medicaid people, Social Security people, right? All the money we're giving out to Ukraine. What about if, because maybe that's a kind of subsidy I could get behind. What about if all these billions of dollars that you're sending out to Ukraine, how about if we started subsidizing medical school? Right? What if the government started subsidizing medical school so we can have more doctors for every American person? Because if you have more doctors, you bring the price of healthcare down. Right? Because here in this nation, I said Trump, right? But here in this nation, healthcare is so expensive. Like, I was watching this video one time, and they were saying, like, yeah, like Florida, for example, right? Florida is going to start importing medication from Canada. Because the medication, the same medication that's maybe like $500 here, right? And Canada, it's like $50. So now, Florida wants to start importing medication from Canada to bring the prices down. But I'm like, these are the kinds of conversation we should be talking about. Why is medicine so expensive when in other countries it is it's so much more affordable? This lady was having a conversation with Sabrina Sabby Sabs, and so she was saying like there's a medication she takes here in the States is $3,000. Okay, here in the States is $3,000. In Russia, the medication was like $30. I said, what? So y'all making like $2,970 of profit on one medication? So imagine if this is medication that you need for the rest of your life. Are you kidding me? Right? But we're not having these conversations because the media wants us to, thank you, Will. The media wants us to focus on who's black, who's white, who's the racism, who has a vagina, who don't have a vagina. They're trying to take your reproductive rights. I'm like, oh, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Okay? All this hysteria and all this fear mongering. Bunch of BS. Nancy, it's not just capitalism. It's also corruption. It's corruption within Congress. A lot of big pharma and their lobbyists, they put a lot of money in these senators' pockets, right? But we're not having these conversations because they intentionally have us talking about, not to be mean, but it's like irrelevant shit at this point. Racism and the gender wars and the this. Oh, please stop. Please stop. You're wasting my time. And that's the reason why I cannot get into mainstream media. Because I'm like, it's always fear-mongering. And I'm like, I don't fall for that. Oh, if Trump is elected, he gonna take us back on the plantation. I'm like, what plantation, sis? What plantation? Trump was already president. I was not on the plantation. Okay? Now, the new type of plantation that we're on is the debt. We are in the plantation of debt. We're all, if that's the case, we're all on a plantation. Because student loan, they got people out here in a chokehold. They were saying that consumer debt, credit card debt is currently at $1.5 trillion. What does that tell you? The majority of American people don't have money. They're like, even their paychecks is not enough. The stuff they can't afford with their paychecks, they put that on credit cards. And a lot of American people have high interest credit cards. $1.5 trillion. You know what I'm saying? Then they came over with you can split that in 4 and do Klarna. People started using Klarna. And now even the small payments, like $15, $20, $50, they can't even keep up with that. Now Klarna has also come after their credit. Right? And we're not saying like, okay, how can we fix it? Oh shoot, how can we fix it so that the American people don't have to rely on credit card, on you know, like they don't have to. People don't have to rely on credit cards. You don't have to pay for your groceries with Klarna, okay? But that's what it's gotten down to, because people are not doing well. They are truly not doing well. You know, and once again, we're not having these conversations. Like innovation, like when was the last time? Oh, I'm being serious. Like when was the last time we had great innovation here in America? Do you remember when the iPhone came out? Like not even just the iPhone. Who remembers when the iPod came out? That was crazy. That was crazy, right? But and who remembers when the iPhone dropped, the first iPhone dropped? Like what the heck is this? Like it was like magic. Right? When was the last time? When was the last time, you guys, we've been excited about American innovation? When? Okay? Because when it comes to innovation, the Chinese got on lockdown. They got down the chokehold. We're not innovating anymore. What we do, though, we innovate problems. Racial problems, gender problem, who is a woman, what's a woman, like we keep looking for stupid ass problems, right? Oh, what's the definition of a woman? We know exactly what a woman is. Go sit down somewhere, okay? But it's like we haven't had innovation in such a long time. We don't innovate no more. We're always consumed by racial wars, identity politics, gender politics, and all this goofy stuff. Because everybody's being distracted. You know what I'm saying? Like we're completely being distracted by foolishness. It is utter foolishness. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, people should be coming up with cars that can drive 1,000 miles with just water. Don't even have to use gas, okay? Innovation, innovation, innovation. All this money being sent to Ukraine, being sent to Israel, all that money, we could put that money back into American universities, right? From all types of colleges, right? We could put that money back into our American universities and challenge our students to compete with the Chinese, compete with the Russian. You see electric cars out of China, they blow your mind. You guys, I saw a car. It's an electric car from China. It drives underwater. I said, what? These people are crazy, right? Medical school. We should make medical school free. Why does it cost $250,000? Most people have to pay almost $250,000 to become a doctor. So, of course, when they come out of med school and they got to pay this money back, they can't afford to have nice prices. But what if we actually made medical school the whole 4 years? Like we made medical school, like you could go to medical school, do the whole 4 years for only $20,000 or even $15,000, right? Think about the number of people who would actually be going to medical school, and it's going to benefit all of us. Talk about the greater good, right? But if we make medical school more accessible, if we make medical school more affordable, then guess what? We're all going to benefit from that. That's a great investment of our taxpayer dollars. I'd rather you take my taxes, right, and make medical school $20,000 or even $10,000, because that's what we need, right? We should Oh, you're leaving now? Okay. Maverick, say bye, Daddy. Okay. Healthcare, I don't think healthcare should be all the way free, Gary, because it's just like with public schools. That's why I personally, I'm starting to have an issue with public schools, because I do feel like when you make things completely free, Gary, people do not value it eventually. They're going to start being disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? People have to have some type of equity in the game. They got to have some type of skin in the game. It got to cost people something. Now, getting health treatment should not cause you to go into bankruptcy. That is excessive. You shouldn't have to choose between, do I get the surgery or do I die? Okay? You know what I'm saying? But it's sad because I was watching this man on TikTok. He has cancer, right? But he lost his private insurance. I don't know how. So he had to sign up for Obamacare with the cancer. But the problem with Obamacare, before the insurance actually kicks in, you have to spend $8,000. So the man didn't go to chemo because he's like, I don't have it. And I'm like, hold up, wait a minute, what? Because when they talk about Obamacare, which is actually the Affordable Care Act, right? They make it seem like, it's a great solution. It's good for everybody, da-da-da-da-da. But they don't be telling you about the dark side, what's the downside of Obamacare? They don't tell you that, right? So the man, he didn't go to chemo because before the policy can kick in, he has to pay $8,000 out of pocket. And I'm like, who got that kind of money? That is a lot of money. $8,000? So I'm like, and it's like, so he didn't go to chemo. And I'm like, what the hell? But if you don't go to chemo, the cancer gets worse. The cancer's going to spread. But it's like, I don't have the $8,000. And that's the thing, too. I'm like, we need to have more conversation about healthcare, the affordable healthcare, Obamacare. And is it really the best program, or does it need improvement? Because when you criticize Obamacare, oh, you're a racist. I'm like, oh, please, can we please stop? Okay? But a lot of people don't truly know how Obamacare works, and if Obamacare actually is good for people. You know, and the thing is, if you don't sign up for it, you also get taxed. There's a penalty if you don't sign up for, if you don't have private insurance and you don't sign up for the Affordable Care Act, they can also penalize you like $400, $500, whatever, right? So that's the thing. Another thing too, like for me, like what I wanted to say when it also comes to healthcare, especially if you want to do like healthcare for all, or you want to have a bigger public healthcare, I also think that we have to require people to be healthy. And by that I mean people gonna have to check their weight. I know it sounds messed up, it sounds fucked up. I know it sounds messed up. It really is messed up, but you know, because if you don't take care of your health, because the thing is, it's like car insurance, right? Just because you have car insurance doesn't mean you should drive recklessly because you have insurance. Okay? You have insurance in case an accident does happen. But it doesn't mean you should be out there trying to trigger accidents just because you got car insurance. Right? Because then your rate has to go up because you're crazy. Right? And I do feel like when it comes to healthcare, for as much as I do believe that most people should have healthcare and most people should be covered under healthcare, right? I do believe that we should also require people to keep themselves healthy, right? Which means a lot of people, if you want to get that public health care, the free health care, you need to if you have to lose weight, there needs to be some requirements. I'm being honest. And losing weight also for me will be one of them. Okay? You will need to lose weight. Because when you are in a group with everybody, if you don't take care of yourself, you're going to have to go to the doctor more often. When you go to the doctor more often, you keep withdrawing from a pool of money because that's what insurance is, right? So it's like, we're like, what, there's 40 of us. Every month, we all put money in a bucket for health insurance. Now, the hope is nobody really goes to the doctor like that. But if you have people who are in your pool who don't take care of themselves, they don't exercise, they eat like they're crazy, like they want to audition for my 600-pound life, those people, they need to be kicked out. Or they should be in a group with people who behave just like they behave. Because that's also not fair. And this is where and that's why, once again, this whole inclusivity crap, I don't like that stuff. Because inclusivity makes it seem like, oh, just welcome people in. No, but people who want to be included also have to know how to behave to be included. Right? Because if we're all in a group together and one person overeats, overdrinks, oversmokes, yeah, you're going to have to go to the doctor more often. When you keep going to the doctor more often, you keep taking more of the money that we're all putting in. And I'm like, that's not fair to us. Okay? So we're going to have to regulate all this conversation around obesity, people being okay with being obese. It's like, no. If you want to have access to public health care, you're going to be required to also take care of yourself. Right? But now, if you get sick while you're still in good shape, of course we won't take care of you. But we also don't want people in our group who are a liability because you eat however you want, you eat nonstop, you drink nonstop, you smoke nonstop, you do drugs nonstop. Hold up, wait a minute. Right? Because I don't think just because you're a citizen that you're automatically allowed to free healthcare. I know it sounds fucked up, but I'm being honest. Because some people, they have attitudes towards foods that are problematic. And if you keep eating like this, you're going to be diabetic. And when you are diabetic, you need medication, and the medication ain't cheap. Okay? Just saying. If you eat right and you exercise, you're less likely to become diabetic. So you're not going to cost so much. You know what I'm saying? And I feel the same way about voting. I don't think because you're a citizen, you should automatically have the right to vote. I think people should have a license to vote. The same way you go and you apply for a driver's license, you study, and then you go pass a test to have a driver's license, right? I think it's the same way we should treat our election process also. You got to show that you have some understanding of the three branches of government. You got to show that you have a national interest for the country, right? That you're not just voting for yourself. I think it's very problematic. It's very troublesome for me when I hear people who only want to vote for abortion. I'm like, oh, okay. outside of abortion, do you care about anything else? Do you care about the nation? Do you care about the health of the nation? Do you care about where the nation is going? Do you care what's going to happen to the country? No, they don't care. They only want to know about abortion. Okay, and so based on abortion, that's how they vote. And I'm like, people like that should lose their right to vote. You should lose your right to vote. When I hear people who only want to vote based on somebody's race and their gender, yeah, you should also lose your right to vote. Because part of being a citizen, right? Part of being a citizen and part of why you are involved in the election process is because you want to take care of, you know what I mean? I hope so. Okay. You want part of why you vote. Of course, you gotta be mindful of your self-interest, but you also have to see yourself as a citizen, and you gotta vote for the welfare of the nation, not just for what satisfies you, because that's incredibly selfish, right? That's crazy to me. So I'm like, people should not have the right to vote because the stuff I'm hearing out here is really concerning. Oh, if it's who are you for abortion or you're not for abortion? So I'll vote for you if you support abortion. Okay. Do you care about your food? Do you care about your health care? Do you care about our roads? Do you care about our national security? Nope, don't care. Don't care. The borders could be wide open. I don't care. Anybody can come in this country. I don't care. I just want to be able to have an abortion. Okay, people like that, you should not have the right to vote because you don't care about your nation. You got to show some type of patriotic duty to be able to vote. So I do feel like we should have a test. It should be like every 5 years or like every 5 to 10 years, you have to actually study. You have to show that you understand what the branches of governments actually do. Because when people say things like, oh, Trump wants to give full immunity to a police officer, I'm like, that does not fall under the office of the president. Okay? The executive branch cannot give anybody immunity. All right? If police officers were to get immunity, it would have to start in Congress. So first it has to go through the House, got to pass, then it would have to pass the Senate. The Supreme Court would have to deem whether it's constitutional or not, and then the president would have to sign it. What a president can do, he can pardon a police officer, right? But he would have to be convicted first. The police officer would have to be convicted first. But no president, it has never been, and it will never be any president who can give anybody a full immunity. How? Because then he could also give himself full immunity. It don't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Okay? Life does not work like that. America does not work like that. Our government doesn't work like that. Our 3 branches of government don't work like that. But people believe that because a lot of people do not understand the 3 branches of government and what powers they have and what powers they do not have. So it's a lot easier for the media to hype up this hysteria and this unfounded fear that, oh, Trump wants to give these police officers full immunity. No, the conversation is qualified immunity. And qualified immunity already exists. The majority of government workers have qualified immunity, right? A police officer has a reasonable expectation to immunity on his job. If there's a bank robbery, right? If there is a bank robbery and there are people in the banks, you have robbers in the banks with AK-47s, okay? The police officer, he might have to kill somebody. He might have to kill 2 people. He might have to kill all the robbers. He should be able to know, for me to save the people in the bank, for me to also deal with these robbers, I might have to kill him. And if he does kill him, he should not face prosecution for killing robbers with AK-47s. Who asked him to go rob the bank? Okay? So people, like, they have the right to have some type of immunity. It doesn't mean full immunity. They still have to show that it was justified force and this was what they absolutely had to do. But no president can give anybody full immunity, because if he could, he would also give himself full immunity, right? And it also shows that a lot of people, unfortunately, because that's why I don't like the public school system, because I do feel like it fails the kids, right? But for those of us, especially those of us who grew up in Virginia, you know that out of the 3 branches of government, the way Thomas Jefferson and the people had it in mind, it was to make the executive branch the weakest branch of all 3. It is not the most powerful branch, right? The executive branch was created also as a solitary office for George Washington, and the fact that he led the forces against England, and he actually won. But it's not the most powerful office out of all 3. And that's why when you look at it, a president he has a term of 4 years. The maximum he can have is 2, which is 8. right? A Supreme Court justice, once they're appointed as Supreme Court justice, they're there for life. It is a life appointment. You're there for life until you die or you decide to step down. But once you're there, nobody can take you out. But if you notice, everything leads to what? It leads to Congress, because for you to become a Supreme Court judge, right? The president will nominate you, but Congress has to approve you, right? Right? Also, who can fire the president? Congress can fire Congress. And that's why you saw Nancy Pelosi, when she was Speaker of the House, she asked the people to bring up the articles of impeachment against Donald Trump, right? So a person who can take your job back, that's your boss, right? And so when it all comes down to it, you recognize that the Speaker of the House can impeach the president. He or she can fire the president. When it comes to Congress, you'll notice that a lot of Congress people like Nancy Pelosi, they've been there for 30, 40 plus years, right? You can be a senator for like almost for your whole life. You can be a senator. They don't get fired. So then it's like, then you think about this, who has the least amount of power? Who can get fired and who can serve the least amount of time? It is the president. It's the president. When it comes to our money, how much money we have, our national debt, do we raise more money? Do we print more money? All that stuff, it comes down to who? It's Congress. But a lot of people do not know what each branch of government can and cannot do. So it's a lot easier for the media to leverage your ignorance of the three branches of government and to make you feel as though, oh, Trump can come in here and he can give full immunity to police officers. No, he cannot. Okay? He cannot give full immunity to nobody, because if he could, he'd do it for himself. But he never did, though. Okay? But what a president can do, he can pardon a person. Like Trump could be, if Trump becomes president and he wants to pardon all the people from January 6th, he can. But he cannot give you full immunity. He can't even give himself full immunity. It doesn't exist. Okay? Now that's how you create a dictator. It is not possible. And that's why the way the forefathers did it, the Thomas Jefferson, they put all the powers in Congress. Congress does a whole lot. So out of the three branches of government, you could truly say that the not the House, but the Senate is really the most powerful. But Congress really is the most powerful. It is not the Supreme Court, and it's not the what's it called? It's not the president. Because the laws that govern our lives every single day on the federal level, they come from Congress. When it comes to Supreme Court, they don't see that many cases anyways. They don't see that many cases. Very seldom is the Supreme Court going to question whether a law coming out of Congress is unconstitutional. It's really rare. And to even get to the Supreme Court, you got to go through a whole lot of courts. Appellate court, 5th District Court, then all kinds of stuff, right? So I'm like, people got to stop. But when you don't know the powers that fall for each branch, it is very easy for the media to weaponize your ignorance and to make you feel like, oh yeah, Trump wants to give full immunity. Trump is going to give full immunity. He ain't giving full nothing to nobody. Okay? He cannot do that. That's not one of his powers. He cannot do that, but he can pardon people though. If he feels like one police officer was wrongly convicted, he can pardon the person. That, yes, he can do that. So he can, like the guy from the George Floyd thing, what's his name? Derek Chauvin, right? If he wanted to pardon Derek Chauvin, he could. He could. That's a fact. But can he give police officers immunity? No. What they are talking about is qualified immunity. And honestly, they already have it. Like, let's be so for real. They already have it. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, for me, I'm like this whole notion of, oh, democracy for all. If you're born a citizen, you should be able to vote right away. Automatically, you get the right to vote. Blah, 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 blah. I don't believe in that. Okay? Because this election has shown that a lot of people have the power to vote, but they're not smart voters. They are very, they're seriously uneducated. They are seriously unsophisticated. They're easily to scare. They believe paranoia. They believe anything the media says because they don't have that deep knowledge of our political system. They don't have the deep knowledge of our branches of government. And so I'm like, no, you should have to take a test. Because the more you know, the more you prove, the more you can prove what you know, the less likely the media is going to manipulate you. And I do feel like once we start implementing the license to vote, you're going to see the whole conversation on mainstream media going to change. Because now they're going to know, hey, Ashke, what's up? Now they're going to know they're not dealing with dumb people anymore. They are dealing with people who took a test and who have proven that they have a good mastery of how our system works, how our politics work, etc., etc., etc. Okay? Another thing also we need to change is the fact that too many states out here, you can vote without an ID. That is crazy. Okay? Nobody in America should be able to vote without proof of citizenship. That stuff also needs to stop. Okay? If you want to go vote, you need to come in there. You either come with your passport, your U.S. passport, your American passport, the blue passport with that beautiful eagle on it. Okay? You show up with your passport, or you have to show up with a state issue ID with your picture, okay, and your birth certificate. And that needs to be across all 50 states. Nobody should vote without an ID. That is crazy. Nobody should vote without an ID, and nobody should vote without proof of citizenship. We like this. All this foolishness needs to stop, because even me, I didn't even know it was a thing, right? But once again, when the media controls the conversation, when mainstream media, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, whatever, when these people control the conversation, right, there's so much that people don't know. They don't know. So when you talk about, well, there's cheating happening or people cheated in the election, they think you're crazy. Because they're like, no, it's not possible to cheat. No, it is absolutely possible to cheat, because the requirements are not, the requirements across the states are not homogenous. Certain states require you to bring an ID. Some states are, oh, don't bring an ID. Just bring a utility bill, bring your water bill, bring your power bill. Oh, no, hold up. Wait a minute. No, this also has to stop. You know what I'm saying? In a perfect world. But I don't think if you were to go back to the Jeffersons, whatever, like the Thomas Jefferson, even though we do have the Electoral College because they feared that the common man would be stupid, okay? But I don't think they thought that we would ever get to a point where people would only vote on just one issue and not vote for the entire well-being of the nation. Like, where are we going as a nation? Because to me, it's really crazy. I'm like, so if abortion is not on the ballot, you're not going to vote, or you're only going to vote for someone if they guarantee the right to abortion. And you don't care what else they do, right? They are part of a genocide. They're sending money abroad. The borders are wide open. You can't afford medication. You can't afford college. You can't afford housing. You don't care. All you want is to make sure you have the right to vote. That's crazy to me, right? And I'm like, that's not being responsible citizen. Because people who don't care, people who do not care about the welfare of the nation as a whole, should also not be allowed to vote. Yeah, all of that. I'm telling you, it's going to be a very extensive test. And I think even just having the test also you have to have a license to vote. It's going to take out the people. It's going to sifter out the people who are not serious people. Because if ever since I've even moved to the States, that's 96, right? Conversations have always taken over the election. It's always been abortion, right? It has always been abortion. So what's happening is when you look at our political process, when you look at how we vote for our president, right, it is completely hijacked by concerns that only concern a few people. If you look at the American landscape today, if you look at the political landscape today in America, the majority of the issues that we talk about are issues that only concern a minority of people, right? But when you come online, you come online, or you watch your TV, you think everybody's a transsexual. It's not true, right? Right? Because the media has a way of amplifying things and making it seem like, oh, this is such a big issue and it affects everybody. And then you go find out that the people in America who identify as trans, it's not even more than 2% of the population. Right? But yet, when it comes to our federal election, gender affirming care, it is such a huge topic, but it only affects 2% of the population, right? Meanwhile, the economy that affects 100% of the population usually takes a back seat. It takes a back seat, right? Why? Because we have a lot of unserious people who have access to a vote. And so for me, it's if you install a license to vote and there's an exam for it, it's going to take away a lot of foolish people, because those foolish people and their foolish issues, I promise you, they're not going to study to go take that license, to go have the license to vote. And so at that point, we can actually focus on issues that truly affect the majority of the population, right? Because democracy should be for the majority. But today in America, if we notice carefully, right, our democracy has been hijacked by the needs or the desires or identity politics of a few. That's what we cater to. And every election cycle is the same BS. And people fall for that. Abortion, okay, how long can you have an abortion? How far can you wait to have an abortion? We talk about same-sex marriages, what else? Trans issues. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like it's the same issues, right? But we never talk about the main issues that affect the majority of climate. There you go, climate change. How many Americans really care about climate change? Right? How many Americans really care about climate change? How many Americans truly, really, really, really want to have an abortion? You know what I mean? These are not. But I'm like, these are issues that only 1%. 1-2% at most 10% of the population even cares about. Most people don't care. They don't care. But every election cycle, it's like the 2% of the population, they take over the election cycle. And only their issues are talked about. Right? And it's funny how they'll talk about abortion. But the majority of women out here have children. But nobody talks about maternal leave. Right? The way they talk about abortion, you would think women are out here getting raped left and right. They're being assaulted sexually and being forced to keep kids left and right. That's not the case. It's not happening like that. I'm sure in the 1700s and 1800s, like rape was very, very prevalent. In 2020, no, this is not happening. Okay? It's not happening like that. But you have way more women who are mothers, right? You have way more mothers who have children, who have careers, who have children, and they also need more maternity leave. We don't talk about those issues though, right? So once again, when I say something like our democracy here, it has definitely been hijacked. And the needs of a few have taken over the entire political discourse, and that's all people talk about. You know what I'm saying? No, like that's all people talk about. Abortion. Ask that. If outside, y'all, hold on, I'm stuttering. When I tell you social media is not a real place, right? You see how when you, like, for example, right? If you're on social media, especially Twitter, oh gosh, that place is so toxic. Okay? When you're on Twitter, you'll see all these diaspora wars between African Americans and Africans, right? It's on Twitter. When you actually go to Africa and you have African Americans who go visit Africa, they love it there. They're like, oh my gosh, I love it. It was so much fun. My family, my people, right? It shows you what? Twitter is not a real place. Social media is not a real place. These diaspora wars are goofy as hell. That's why I don't get involved in that. I never get involved. I'm all a bunch of foolishness. And it's usually people without passports. It's usually people who've never been nowhere, right? But when you actually have African Americans who actually do go to Africa, they have an amazing time. They feel at home. They buy houses. I mean, they have a great time, right? Because it's like, it's one thing to be on Twitter. It's another thing to actually go to Africa and actually like spend time with people. Like, you know what? People are crazy. That's what I mean. I don't get involved in diaspora wars. I'm like, yeah, right. I don't get drawn to that stuff. I never do, and I never will, because it's not a real place, right? When you come on social media, you will think like everybody out there is trans. Like, oh my gosh, like trans people. Like, there's like a world full of trans people. Child, it's only on social media. When was the last time you went to a store, you went to a restaurant, you went to whatever, you saw a man dressed as a woman? Okay? When was the last time you saw that stuff? You don't see it. But when you come to social media, you will think like it's all over the place. It's all around America. No, it is not. No, it's not. Okay? When you live your life, when you live your everyday life, how many women are really out here trying to have abortions? Okay? The majority of people, hold on. That was yesterday. But is it often though? Exactly. When you go outside, is it often that you see a man dressed as a woman? No. Okay? No. Okay? But when you're on social media has a way of amplifying stuff. It just makes things so worse. Even this whole like race, black versus white people, right? Most of the time, you go to the grocery store, you see white people, there's no problems. There's no problems. You go to a restaurant, you see white people, they see black people, there's no problem. You come on social media, you would think there's a real race war in America. Right? Because social media brings the worst out of people. It brings the worst out of people. It magnifies the dumbest shit ever. Right? So when you're on social media, you know, oh my gosh, People are worried about abortion. Everybody wants to have an abortion. The majority of women that you know are trying to get pregnant. Okay? Some are trying to get pregnant so badly, they're doing IVF. Okay? The majority of women that you know, they have children. They're more concerned about paying for daycare. They're more concerned about maternity leave. These are the concerns of most women. It's not an abortion. But when you come on social media, they will have you thinking that everybody... Hold on. Little baby. Hold on. You got it. Good job. Stop drinking so fast, okay? They would have you thinking that everybody out here wants to have an abortion. And that is not the case. It is not true. Okay? It is so not true. And you have to learn to separate social media from real life. But the problem is, social media is, like, it takes over our politics. Right? And now, instead of having politicians cater to the issues of the everyday American who's actually living a real American life, who's really outside, right? You see politicians try to cater to issues, right, that matter to social media. Social media is not a real place. It's a metaverse. Right? And that's why many celebrities, they drink that Kool-Aid, right? Because they be on social media. They have all these views, right? They have all these streams on social media. But then when they have a concert, when they have a tour, nobody's buying their tickets. Right? Nobody buys the tickets. Meg Thee Stallion can't sell tickets. The Cardi B can't sell tickets. This one can't sell tickets because social media is not a real place. You okay? You can be super popular on social media. You can have hundreds of thousands of comments on social media. Have a concert. See how many people buy your tickets. Okay? Have a concert. Nobody shows up. Because social media is not a real place. Even the people who support Kamala Harris, right? It's only on social media. When election time comes, you'll see how many people actually vote for her. That's what I've learned. I've learned not to trust social media. Just because you do well on social media does not mean that you're going to do well in real life. Because social media is nothing more than an echo chamber for these crazy liberals. That's all it is. Okay? It's not a real place. It's not a real place. And so when you have politicians who are running for president, who are running for high offices, who only want to focus on social media issues, yeah, we got a problem. Okay? Because those social media issues, they only affect, like, at most, is 10% of the population. That's at most. It is very unserious. It is a metaverse. It is not a real place. And that's why so many celebrities are broke. They have these huge followings. They have hundreds and millions of followers. They have thousands and thousands of comments, but nobody wants to go see them on tour. Why is that? Because social media is not a real place. It's not a real place. And so I'm like, when it comes to how we vote, when it comes to our political process, we have to sift out the very unserious people. Because we have too many unserious people who hijack our political process every 4 years, for president at least, right? And that needs to stop. That truly needs to stop. People have to take a license to vote. That's my thing. Like me, I want people to have a license to vote. You got to show that you understand how this stuff works. You got to show that you understand how the branches work. And you have to show that you have some type of patriotism. You got to show that you have some type of national duty to your country. And you got to show that you care. So now when we give you the license to vote, we know that you're going to be an actual shareholder. You're going to care. You know what I'm saying? And the people who don't want to take the test, don't want to pass the license to vote, they never should have had the right to vote in the first place. They never should have had the right to vote in the first place, because it's very embarrassing for the entire world to look at America, and we're sitting here and we're trying to pick a president based on who's a woman, who's not a woman, who's black, who's not black, who's racist, who's not racist, and nobody is evoking that we have to talk about these policies. We got to talk about the economy. We got to talk about our interest rates. We got to talk about these, like the bonds, and all. We got to talk about all of that. Healthcare, we have to talk about that. Education, we have to talk about that. Right? And that's why they got upset at this man, J.D. Vance, for what he said. So if y'all don't know, J.D. Vance is like, he's Trump's pick for VP. And he made a comment about the cat ladies, right? He talked about the ladies with the cats. And the people got upset. Once again, it's a minority, right? If you were to ask most Americans who are not on social media, Did you get upset when he talked about the cat ladies? They will be like, no, I was not upset. Because me, when he said that, when he made the comment about the cat ladies, I knew exactly what he was talking about. I understood exactly what he was talking about. And I think most people also understood what he was talking about. But the thing is, people love to act dumb. Okay, that's social media for you. Uh-huh. People love to act stupid on social media. Because what the man was saying is, we don't have an issue. Right? Yes, little baby. We don't have an issue with you picking your career. A lot of women have decided to pick career over family. It's their choice. Hey, it's their life, it's their choice, right? You have the right to pick career over family. That's fine. A lot of people also, you have a lot of women who have made an intentional decision to not be mothers. They don't want to have kids. It's their choice. It's not my choice. I have 3 kids, right? So you pick your career over family, no problem. You pick not having kids, that's fine. So you either have a dog or a cat. That's fine. But what he's saying is, if you decide to not have a family, if you decide to not have children, if you decide to prioritize your career, that's fine too. But don't be in a position, don't look for a job, right? Do not seek to be elected for a job where you have to make decisions that affect people who have children. Right? Because when your decisions or your, I don't know, your policies, your laws affect people with families, that is not fair. Because you've made an intentional choice not to have children. You've made an intentional choice to not have a family. But now you want to make decisions for people who do have families and people who have children. And that's not okay. Okay? Because, and we have to be honest. You do not have a generational stake in the future of this nation. People who have children, they do worry about the economy. They do worry about violence. They do worry about the border. They do worry about education. Like, yo, I want the best for my kids. So when you want the best for your kids, you want the best for this nation. But the same can't be said about somebody who said, nope, I don't want to have a family. When I die, it's over. I'm stopping my whole bloodline, because if you don't have kids, once you die, it's over. You stopped your bloodline. And it's selfish, but hey, it's your choice, right? So why should a person like that, why should someone like you be in a position where you get to make decisions, not just for us, but for people like us who have children? That is not fair. So if you have cats, go find a position where you can make decisions and pass policies for people with cats. Or for the cats, right? Because there, when it comes to cats, right, I'm sure you'll be more mindful because now you got cats. So you're not going to pass any kind of random policies when it comes to cats because you do have cats and you do love your cats, right? Good. The same way we love our children. So do not make laws. Do not pass laws for us and our children. Do not pass policies for us and our children because you have decided not to have children. You want to have cats and you want to have dogs. So go over there. Okay, go over there. Go seek a job at the SPF, how you call it, for the dog people, the rescue people. Go over there and pass laws that affect cats and that affect dogs, because that's where you have a vested interest. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is, like, you have people who want to be superintendents of a school, don't have no kids, right? But they want drag queens to come to the school and teach your kids. No. Why you mad? Okay, no problem. You're right. My bad. Okay, it's my fault. It is my fault. I apologize. Mommy's a bad person. Yes, I'm a bad person. Okay? Sorry, you guys, right? But if you don't have children, why are you a superintendent? Make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? I don't want a superintendent that don't have no kids. And that's why you have superintendents in certain liberal counties and certain the Democratic-run cities, right? You'll have superintendents who don't have issues with drag queens coming into the classroom because they don't have kids. Then they want to use your kids as an experiment. No. Because when you have children, even if I'm okay with my children having drag queens, I would always understand that, you know what? As a parent, I would want to be informed. As a parent, I would want to have a say-so. Right? But usually those superintendents, they supersede the parents. They think that these children are their children and they're going to make decisions for your children. No, I don't want drag queens in the classrooms. Point blank, period. Right? I don't want that. And I will do that to another person too, because I know what it is to have to be a parent, and I know how important it is for parents to be included in decisions that affect their children, because children are very precious. But I'm sure you don't get it because you don't have kids. You don't have kids. And why is it that people with kids don't have the right to say, I don't want someone who doesn't have children to make decisions for my children? That doesn't make me a bad person. I have the right to say that, right? If you have cats, you have dogs. I don't have an issue with that. Go make decisions, go pass policies for dogs and cats. Stay away from anything that has to do with families and people's children, please. Because you don't know what it is to be a mother. You might have an idea though, but you don't want to be one. You don't care to be one, so we don't need you over here. And maybe you even despise children. So if you have a hatred for children, why should you be in a position where you pass laws for children? You don't like children. You don't like them people. And that's the thing. Because once again, we have a minority that wants to make rules for everybody else. No. So when he said it, I understood exactly what he meant. Like, oh my gosh, he said something about ladies who have cats. Yeah, he did, and do something. Okay? He said exactly what he said, and you knew exactly what he said. It is not fair. It's not fair. It's like people who want to be transgender, right? Would you like it if a straight person, would you like it if a Christian hetero person made decisions about what you could do with your body? I bet you wouldn't. Okay? So don't try to make decisions for us also. We don't want this. We do not want this. We don't want this. Okay? We don't want this. When it comes to people who can't have kids, it depends. Right? You have people who can't have kids, but who are still pro-family. Right? You have people who cannot have kids and who hate families. So it depends too. I need to know your psychology. But if you hate families, you hate children, please stay away from us. Stay away from us, stay away from these schools, and stay away from our children. Because you don't like children. And you don't like families. You know what I'm saying? So I would need to know. If you can't have kids, are you still pro-family or are you anti-family? If you're anti-family, please stay away from me. The same way Phaedra said to Apollo, get away from me with that thing. Please stay away from me. And stay away from me and my kids. But I don't think it's fair for children to be forced to have drag queens in the classroom. I don't think it's fair for children to be told, oh, your teacher has special pronouns. Zim, zer, zim, zim, zim. I'm like, this is excessive, right? I don't think like teachers should come to school and use my children to tell them about your sexual orientation, your sexual gender identity. You're not here for that. Teach the kids. And I'm not appreciating what the classroom is turning into. Because parents have no say-so. Even teachers who get hired, I think parents should have a say-so in the people who get hired to teach their kids. I might not want my kids to be exposed to that. And you can call me what you want. I don't really care. But I might not want my kids to be exposed to that. Right? They like when they came, like at one point they were talking about these books, like there were some books that they were trying to ban, and rightfully so. But one book was like, what, all boys are blue or something like that. And so you guys, in the book, the man is talking about sexual assault of a child. Because the man is talking about he has a strap. He can't wait to go to the school and use a strap. And he's going to put the strap in a little boy. Like he's talking about having sex with a boy using a strap. Right? And these are the kinds of books they wanted to have in the public school library. And they said, oh, it's the librarian who should have the choice, who should determine whether or not a book is appropriate for a child to read. I said, you said what now? So you mean to tell me I'm going to carry my pregnancy? I'm going to carry my child. I'm going to push my child. I'm going to raise my child, breastfeed my child. But then when my child comes to school, the librarian decides what book my child can read or cannot read. I, the parent, have no say so. You are insane. I want you to let my child read that book. I want you to let my child read that book. You're going to see what's going to happen. This whole library, I'm going to set this bitch on fire. Okay? But it's insane to me. You know, your child can transition, and the school cannot tell you that your child is transitioning. They will keep you out the loop. Your child can change his pronoun, or she can change her pronouns at school. Nobody's going to inform you. And I'm like, how is that okay? How is that okay? Right? And do you think people who are coming up with these ideas are parents themselves? And if they are parents, they don't like their kids. They hate their kids. Okay? Because if you're a parent, you like, yo, if it was me, I would want to know. And because I would want to know, we can't keep this from your parents. You know? We can't keep this from your mom and dad. Because they should know. They should be included. No, they're like, nope. We're going to do things with your child without your consent, without you knowing. Your child could be out here transitioning. Your child could be a whole nother person. Your child could be named Brandon. Oh, I'm sure you're my boo. Okay? Your child could be named Brandon. But then when your child goes to school, your child is Bethany. And you know nothing about that. You know absolutely nothing about that. And it's all, yeah, that's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine to keep people out the loop. It is perfectly fine to keep parents out the loop when it comes to their kids. This is what they want to do. And I'm like, no, you people are insane. You are insane. So when he said what he said, I understood exactly what he meant. Okay? I understood exactly what he meant. There are too many people out here making decisions that affect families, and the people themselves don't have families, don't have children, don't care to have families, and they don't care to have children. And these policies and these laws that they're passing, not only will they affect us, they're going to affect our kids and our grandkids and our great-great-grandkids, and that is not okay. And that's not okay. So I'm like, why are we acting like you don't understand what the man said? That's exactly what he said, and you knew what he said. But you play hard of hearing. You have bad intellectual faith because you want to act like, oh no, because he's a white man and he's a racist. Race is weird. The man spoke facts. Because I'm like, y'all, we've gotten to a point like we really have to fight for our kids. We got to fight for our children. You know what I'm saying? Because they want your kids to not be comfortable in their own skin. Gavin Newsom is insane, Queen. He is insane. He's really insane. And the thing is, we all have to watch out for all these politicians coming out of California. Kamala Harris coming out of California. Gavin Newsom, California. Mayorkas, who's responsible for the borders, California. There are a lot of Californians who are in Biden's administration. And they are crazy. They want a California all of America. Okay? And I'm like, even that too. The fact that Kamala also is from California, I don't like it. Because that's the entire state is deranged. The entire state is deranged. And there are too many people from California who are working with Joe Biden. And what they're trying to do is to California all of America. And that too, we cannot stand for that. I'm like, nope, I will not stand for that. Because I'm like, no. I don't want Virginia to be the next California. Absolutely not. You know? No. And I told Kevin, me and Kevin had this conversation in the chat. But I told him, I was like, you know, once again I was sitting here, but I was really thinking about it, you guys. I was thinking about something. I'm gonna tell you what it is. You gotta think about it too and let me know. That's what Maverick, right? Let me know, right? But I was like, do you think Democrats intentionally go after predominantly black neighborhood, turn them blue, bring in the mayhem just so that they can lower the price of real estate? I'm gonna say it again, right? Because, sorry y'all. Oh Lord, my apologies, right? When you think about most democratic cities, right? You think about most blue cities, especially historically black cities that are blue. Chicago, I guess maybe like LA, I guess. Who else is out there? New Orleans, child, I can't think. But yeah, think about the majority, even DC also, right? But think about most black cities, right? Think about most black cities that are blue, right? Where the mayor is a Democrat, cool, right? Notice how Democrats, wherever they come, they bring lawlessness. Yes. Because they always run on, police is bad. We have to defund the police. Socialism, welfare, more welfare, blah, 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 blah. You know what they do, right? But notice how the most blue policies, like most democratic policies, always lead to lawlessness. They lead to lawlessness. And so what happened, even Baltimore used to be blue. I think Baltimore is still blue, right? But what happens in the long term? You have more violence, and you have more violence. And when you have so much violence, what happens? People start to move out. Businesses start to move out. New York City also, right? Businesses start to move out. Once the business are moving out, the people who have the money, they start to move out, right? You have less and less police, whether you are defunding the police or less people are applying to be in the police force. So what happens eventually? The price of houses go down, right? These houses, they stop appreciating. The prices start going down. The neighborhoods get bad. The school districts get bad. You start having less and less good teachers, right? More and more teachers quit. And then you get to a point within 15 to 20 years, it's a piece of shit. That's the best way I can put it, right? And so once those cities become pieces of shit, full riddled with violence and poverty, no job, no businesses, no stores, no Walmart, no Target, no Starbucks, and the price of property go down, what happened, right? Then the next phase is gentrification. The majority of blue cities, historically black cities that are blue, right? They always go through a process of gentrification within 15 to 20 years of being blue, right? So once you gentrify the city, what happens? Real estate is really cheap. And most of the time, if you're a developer, it helps to know the mayor, okay? Most of the time, if you're a developer, you want to build offices, you want to build residential stuff, it truly, truly helps to know the mayor, okay? I have 3 boys. Once you know the mayor, you can get stuff for cheap. Your permits, the land, all that kind of stuff, right? So eventually, these Democratic mayors, they're going to make all kinds of money because they're going to sell that real estate because you left, right? Your property taxes, they go to the mayor, right? All that stuff is City Hall. Your property taxes, all that, it goes to the mayor. So I was thinking, I was like, you know what? Maybe one of the biggest heists we haven't seen as black people is the loss of real estate. Yes. Think about this. See the picture. It's the loss of real estate through voting Democrat. Because one of the biggest ways of building generational wealth is through property, right? If you have a home, your parents have a home, and they pass it down to you, because 20, 30 years, that house is going to appreciate crazy. Right? But what if, instead of letting these houses appreciate, we actually have the houses depreciate? So you're going to rob black people of a lot of money. Think about what I'm saying. If you see what I'm saying, tell me, be like, yes, Marlene, I see. Let me know in the comments if you see what I'm trying to say, right? Because if you let Chicago prosper, right? If Chicago prospers, historic black neighborhoods, the home values are also going to prosper, right? If the home values prosper, then the black families, they can take out the equity, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? They can take out the equity, right? You can buy more houses if you want to. You can buy houses for your children if you want to. You can take the equity and pay your kids' school loans if you want to. You can pay for their entire tuition, college, and grad school if you want to, because the houses are appreciating. There's wealth in these homes, right? But one thing we know about America is you can't let black people get rich. So what happens is black people might mean well to vote for a Democrat, but when you vote for a Democrat, are you thinking about your real estate? Because what these people are offering, what these people are running on, what they're proposing, eventually leads to lawlessness. It leads to an exodus of businesses. All the big businesses are going to leave. When the big businesses leave, the people who have the money are also going to leave. The good teachers are also going to leave. The good students, who are usually the children of people with money, are also going to leave, right? They're going to talk about they're going to defund the police, right? And they become more hostile towards the police. So you're going to have less people who want to join the police force, or you have less money. You have less money to hire more police officers. So then what happens? The houses that should have appreciated like crazy, because when you look at Chicago, especially black Chicago, they have good real estate. They have really good real estate. And a lot of these black neighborhoods who are riddled with violence right now, many of them are by the water. And when you have property next to the water, a river, a lake, an ocean, you name it, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, right? Right? If your grandma, your granddad, or your great-great-granddaddy, if they bought a house and they had a house way back that's by the water, usually if everything goes good, like if you have good businesses, you have low crime, you have good police, you have a good school district, right? Right? houses by the water, it's a lot of money. So what do? Get it from the black people. But how you gonna get these properties from black people? Turn this city into a nightmare. Turn the city into Gotham City without Batman. Okay, bring the Joker, because that's what the Joker is. When you watch like Batman, Dark Knight Rising, right? The entire city is the Joker is insane. Gotham is insane, right? And I'm like, the Joker to me represents a Democratic mayor. When you have a city that is ran by a Democrat, when you have a city that is ran by a Democrat who lives through identity politics, gender politics, race politics, who's against the police, who's against law and order, you are looking at the Joker. You are looking at Heath Ledger, okay? That's exactly what you're looking at. You understand? But black people mean well, because they're thinking, oh, you're a Democrat. These are the people who passed the Civil Rights Act. These are the people who are pro-black people. Wumpty wump wump. And then the person is black. They look like me. So you start to feel safe. But you're not looking at the bigger picture. Real estate. And that's the thing. It's like we always miss, right? We always miss the bigger picture, which is the majority of the stuff we have to fight for is our real estate. We gotta fight for our properties, right? But our properties not gonna be worth much if our properties are in the middle of cities that are riddled with crime. Hold on, let me get my charger. No, baby, give me a second. This thing's about to die. Hold on, Mav. Don't cry. Okay? I'm gonna pick you up. Do not cry. Let me get the charger real quick. I hope y'all starting to get what I'm saying. Right? Yeah. Let me get my charger. Oh, Lord, y'all. Give me a second. Because this thing fell. Ooh. No, this is trying to fall. Oh, Lord. I'm so unprepared. I didn't plan to be here for so long, but whatever. But I hadn't seen you in a while, so let me come and say hi to y'all real quick. Y'all forgive me. This is the Ratchet Live. This live is a bit ratchet, but I have to drive by and say hi. But I was really thinking about that. I don't know who I was listening to, right? I forgot who I was listening to, but it's like it just popped into my mind. Because remember, displacement is part of American history, right? Because when the people come from England, they come from France, what's one way that they get the land from Native American? Displacement, right? They call it what? The Trail of Tears. Think about that, right? So the disease, the chickenpox outbreak, right? They give people the chickenpox, and then the people have to start moving, looking for better land because they're sick, they're displaced. But it's a great displacement. So really, what happens is when you're black and you're voting Democrat, especially for your city, especially if you have a lot of homeowners who are black in that city, I'm telling you, you're gonna lose your property. You're gonna lose your property. Or you're going to lose your grandma's property, or you're going to lose your mom's property, because the agenda of these people, it always leads to depreciating assets. You know? And that's why gentrification it can happen. Because when you pay attention closely to where gentrification always happens, it's always in a predominantly black neighborhood, right? But that black neighborhood also has black constituents who always vote Democrat. And what Democrats do is exactly this. The way they manage these cities will lead to lawlessness. It will lead to depreciating home values. It will lead to poor school districts, right? That's how it goes. So it's like sometimes you gotta think about that. Like if I have a home, if I'm black and I own property, if I'm black and I own property in a predominantly black neighborhood, you cannot vote Democrat. You cannot. Because you need to guarantee that your home increases in value. You don't want your house to depreciate in value. Think about that. But that's the thing. And so when a predominantly black neighborhood votes Democrat, I'm telling y'all, within 20 years, they're going to experience gentrification. Within 20 years. Instead of that family being able to reap the equity out of that house, they're going to get foreclosed upon, or they're going to have to sell the house. Because what does the mayor do? Your mayor is responsible for your property taxes. And many times when a grandparent passes or a mother or parent passes and they leave a property to their children, right? What causes people to really get rid of the property is that they can no longer keep up with the taxes for the house. So you have to sell it. So even if the house is paid off, even if the house has a very low mortgage, it's not the problem. The problem is the property taxes. And property taxes come from the mayor. Okay, it's the mayor's office. So they know if we can't take this house by force, we'll just raise their property taxes until they can no longer afford to keep this heirloom in the family. They're going to sell it. But the goal is, because I'm like, a lot of time, even here in DC had a place called Georgetown, right? Georgetown used to be the swamp. So they threw black people in Georgetown because they was the swamp and they didn't expect it to do well. But once they saw that Georgetown was thriving, they took Georgetown away. They took it back from black people. The same thing. You vote Democrat, they promise you all these things, more socialism, less police, and all that goofy stuff they talk about. And I'm telling you, within 15 or 20 years, you will not recognize your city anymore. It will fall into lawlessness. No more businesses, no more jobs, no more opportunities, horrible schools, right? Horrible teachers. Okay? You're going to have this teacher ratio, like one teacher for like 50 kids. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, think about it, you guys. Think hard, right? They want your property. They want that real estate. When you vote, I promise you, I hope you're seeing what I'm trying to convey. When you vote Democrat and you continue to vote Democrat, mark my words when I say within 15 or 20 years, you will see this entire neighborhood is going to get gentrified. It's going to get gentrified. And property value is going to be dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. And then these real estate developers who are going to be donors to the mayor's campaign are going to be able to buy these houses for dirt cheap. And next thing you know, they're building these high-rise apartments. They're building these expensive condominiums by the water. They're building these beautiful single-family houses by the water, right? And you're like, wow, why wasn't this here when all the black people were here? Because it was never the plan. The plan was you deceive these black people, get them to vote Democrat by having a black person run for office so they feel like, oh, she's black, I'm black, they gonna have my back, she black, she understand, womp, okay? But the whole time, that black person is not black. That black person is working for a corporation. These are paid actors. These are paid actors and paid actresses. But their job is to get you to trust the black skin, vote for me, and I'm gonna start implementing laws. I'm going to start implementing policies that are going to make the city go straight into a financial nosedive and go straight into lawlessness. And people are going to start leaving. These house prices are going to fail. They're going to fall. They're going to fall so cheap. They're going to fall so dirt cheap. And then later, we'll sell the land for very cheap to developers. And then we'll have our kickback. And then we move to the next black city that we're going to destroy. Right? But I'm like, Baltimore is a great example. Atlanta is also a great example, right? Los Angeles is a great example. You're going to start seeing this. The majority of predominantly black cities are going to fall into lawlessness. Some already have. But by 2030, they're going to start being sold to developers. Okay? Even this whole crime in Chicago, I promise you, listen to me carefully. Calling Chicago Chirac and all that kind of stuff. All the crime you hear in Chicago, the Chief Keefs and all them people, okay? All these young black people shooting each other up, it's intentional, right? Because you want to make that place so unlivable that the price of real estate will be cheap. Because imagine, had Black Chicago been peaceful, you could look at a situation right now where you could probably have $200 per square foot. That's like New York and in places good, I'm telling you, when you have good in a predominantly a big city, a big financial hub, when you have great land, and especially if you're by the water, you can get $100 per square foot, $200 per square foot, right? Because it's great real estate. I'm telling you, the majority of these projects, they call the project, a lot of them places are actually on good real estate. It's good real estate. Don't look at the dirty, washed up the building. Don't look at that. You got to think big, right? If you could clean all of that, is great real estate. The problem is you got people on that land. So you got to get these people out. But you can't do it because if you do it, they'll go, oh, you're a racist, people going to see you coming. The thing is, this has to be a covert mission. And the best way to not be seen is to look like the people on the land. Right? Because if you come out and you look different, they're going to be like, oh yeah, you up to something. But if you're coming in here and you got the same complexion, you talk the way we talk, you know what I'm saying? You walking like I talking, right? It's a lot easier to deceive people, but the goal is always displacement. Y'all, it hit my mind. I kid you not. It hit my mind. I was like, I'm like, these people are after the land. They are after the land. They want these people's property. They want black people's land because a lot of them are sitting on great land. And it's the same thing with Palestine. Because you see, if you ever hear the Palestinians, their war cry is from the river to the sea, right? Because a lot of Palestinians are by the water. And many people want that land to build hotels, build resort, because it's very beautiful. All this bombing they're doing, they got the money to clean it up. You know what I'm saying? But when you really think about it, they intentionally target, because no, you have to know this, right? Democrats love to sell you the illusion that they're for the people, they're about welfare and socialism, they're about taxing the rich. Child, back. They pretend to be Robin Hood. But they're just as greedy. So the way the Democrats, I'm telling you, they're good at marketing. Democrats have done a really good job at positioning Republicans as the greedy people, the corporate people, the money-hungry people. They don't pay taxes. You know, that's how when you hear Republican, you see a money-hungry white person, okay, who'll do anything for money. All they care about is money, paying the least amount of taxes. They don't want to pay their fair share, whatever they call it, right? And then you think, like, oh, Democrats, they care about the everyday person. They have welfare plans. They have, yeah, right. But the majority of the majority of donors for any Democrat is usually some huge ass corporation. Don't nobody take more corporate money. Because if you notice carefully, a lot of Republicans are business people. So most of the time it's their own money, right? They're not really going after corporations like that. It's usually their own money. The majority of Democrats are usually people whose campaign are heavily funded by a corporation or special interest groups. Right? But when you see a mayor like Brandon Johnson, you're like, oh, look, he looks so innocent. He's innocuous. He used to be a little school teacher. He's black. He don't mean no harm. So you're like, oh, yeah, fine, I'll vote for him. Because there's nothing threatening about Brandon Johnson in Chicago. Right? He doesn't seem threatening until you stop and hold up. You start looking at who was his biggest donor on his campaign. Because why would somebody who's African American, right, be so pro-immigration, pro-illegal immigration? Because to be honest, he told them what he was running on. The people of Chicago never cared to read the policies he was running on because he didn't lie to them. They just never read what he ran on. Because one of the ladies, she was actually honest enough to say, you know what? If truth be told, I never read the policies. I just saw that he was black, and so I voted for him. But now she was mad because of all the illegal immigration stuff. So she went back and read what he ran on. It was right there the whole time. So I'm asking you, do we really think that Brandon Johnson became pro-illegal immigration on his own? Or is it that one of his biggest donors is pro-illegal immigration? Because it takes money to run for office. It takes money to run a campaign. Where did his money come from? But many of us, we don't think of, let's go look at the list of donors and see who the biggest donor was for this specific black mayoral candidate. We don't think about that, right? We don't think about that. But people always tell you, you got to go follow the money. You got to follow the money. But I promise you, a big goal of these Democrats, right, is displacement of historically black neighborhoods. And when you look at illegal immigration too, where are they sending these people? To predominantly black neighborhoods. We gotta start thinking hard. We gotta think hard. We gotta think real hard. And we always have to ask ourselves, what is the bigger plan? What's the bigger picture? What are they really up to? What are these people truly up to? Displacement. Displacement. Even in New York, right? Even in New York, if you remember on the early age, like around like 2021, like right around like the COVID area, right? Mayor Johnson, Eric Johnson in New York, he was offering New Yorkers, black New Yorkers specifically, to take in illegal immigrants. And so if you took somebody in, he said they were going to pay you because they didn't have enough space at the shelters. Remember, before they moved them, because before they didn't move to hotels directly. Before they started moving the illegal people to the hotels, right? Mayor Johnson was offering money to people, to New Yorkers, especially black New Yorkers, if they took people in. And I was like, hold on, wait a minute, what? Because if you take this person in, they could become a squatter. Because at that time, it's not like today where we're more familiar with the fact that New York have more rights than property owners. We didn't know that. Because once again, we assume it's my property. If somebody is squatting in my property, I can kick them out. It's my house. I can change the locks. I can fumigate them out the house. I can shoot them out my house like it's my house. No, you cannot. Right? Because now we're seeing in New York City, if you have squatters in your home and you change the locks, you will get arrested. Right? Because squatters in New York are treated like tenants are treated. So if you want them out your house, you have to take them to court. Like what? Yes. You have to spend money to engage in the legal process to remove a squatter. They're not paying rent. They don't have a lease agreement. They're using your house. They treat your house any kind of way. It does not matter. Because in New York City, a squatter has more right than a homeowner. So you have to go to court. You got to take a lawyer. You have to spend the money. You got to take time from work to keep up with this case. And in New York City, on average, it takes about 2 years because the courts are slow. Okay? It takes about 2 years for you to evict somebody who's actual a tenant. Like an actual tenant, it'll take you 2 years. And it'll also take you about 2 years to evict a squatter from your home. Can you imagine? And if you dare to change the locks, you will be arrested. We saw the lady get arrested. She had a $1.5 million home that her parents left her. These people are in her house squatting, so she changed the locks. She was going to change the lock. And the police officer told her, do not change the lock because that's against the law. So she still did it. And they came and they arrested her, not the squatters. They arrested her because she broke the law. Imagine that. She broke the law. Your own house. There are people living in your house. They don't pay rent. It is not their house. You don't even know who these people are. They are in your house. You change the locks to your house that those people can't have access to your house. You get arrested. You hear me? When Mayor Adams was telling people to allow illegals into their home, and he was going to pay them a monthly stipend for housing illegals, he never told them about the squatter laws in New York City. And I was like, this is not going to end well. And then you even had other people who started making videos and say, if you let these people in your house, you will lose your house. Do you know what I'm saying? You will lose your house because what happens if they don't want to move out? What you going to do? You won't have a choice but to live with them. And these people can make your life so insufferable in your own house that you'll want to move out. That's what they want. And I'm like, the goal of most Democratic run cities, the goal for any mayor who's a Democrat is to actually, create displacement. Hold on, baby. Yes, be nice. Yes, be nice, right? Is to actually create displacement. They want to displace you. They want you to lose your property. They want you to lose your house. They want you to lose your real estate. And they have many ways of doing so, right? Enticing you with cheap money to say, oh, if you let them move in, we'll pay you a stipend. The whole time you exposing yourself to squatter laws that you know nothing about. And now this person can become a squatter in your house. And they can have the same right as you as it comes to your house. And now you will have to move out, right? They can also create lawlessness, where the city becomes so unsafe that everybody is leaving. You see what happened to New York City? The majority of wealthy people who pay huge taxes, right? They're gone. They've moved to Florida, right? The majority of huge corporations, the Walmart, the Targets, all these big stores, they're closing. They're leaving New York, right? This is what they do, displacement. Then what's going to happen next? I guess he has, because he has, by federal law, he has to take care of these illegal immigrants, right? So he's cutting like 100 million or something like that out of the educational budget. So what's going to happen next? The great teachers of New York City, they're going to leave. They're going to leave, right? And they're going to take over all these black neighborhoods. They're going to take them all. Yes. Yes, baby. They're going to take them all. And the same will happen in D.C. Oh, yes. It's already starting in D.C. anyways, right? The same will happen in D.C. It's already happened in Baltimore. Look at Baltimore, right? They're selling houses for $1 in Baltimore. But all these houses you see they're selling for $1, these used to be black people's homes. Selling houses for $1, a whole house for $1. Right? Okay? The same thing will happen to New Orleans. The same thing will happen in Chicago. Okay? The same thing. I'm telling you, it's a great displacement. When people start voting Democrat, when you start voting Democrat, you are and you keep doing it, within 15 to 20 years, you're going to lose your land. Chicago, all the violence that's happening in Chicago, it's intentional. It's to bring down the price of real estate. It's to bring down the price of these homes. And eventually they'll have a good enough excuse, right, to get rid of all these ghettos, like the urban housing, the public housing. They will tear them things down. And when I tell you, you're going to start seeing houses you've never seen before, you're going to start seeing these high-rise buildings full of luxury with Pilates studios in the basement. Okay, like, wow. Marlene told us this would happen. You're going to start having smart cities. All these black cities will be turned into smart cities with luxury amenities. I'm talking Pilates, yoga, you name it, Teslas, BMWs, I don't know, the most luxury things you had never seen. They want that to happen. That's how it goes. So all this defund, and that's why I'm like, I understand why. I'm starting to understand why. Okay, George Soros is usually involved in that because he's a speculator. And his son also, now he passed it to his son, Alexander Soros. He's also taking pictures with Kamala Harris. He's one of her donors, right? I understand. Because these people are in the business of speculation. You've seen it happen. You've seen it happen to Native American, how they took their land. I'm telling you, they come for black people next. Yeah. They're going to take the land. They're going to take the land. But you can't just take the land. You want to have the land for cheap. You don't want to be called a racist. So you got to make people act a fool. And that's why you say, oh, no, let's not have police. Because if there's no police, there's going to be more crime. Because it's funny how people say defund the police, but nobody says defund the criminals, right? So they want to defund police, but not defund the criminals because they want to see property values go down. They want to make these cities, they want to make these predominantly black cities ghost towns where you have all these abandoned houses, abandoned buildings, and within 20 to 30 years, they're going to buy these houses for pennies on the dollars. And they're going to start having all their fancy-ass high-rise building, these gorgeous homes, looking out to the water. You're going to see things you had never seen before. And then you'll say to yourself, oh, but how come we didn't have this when black people lived here? Because y'all was not supposed to have it. You were supposed to get evicted. You were supposed to get fumigated. And that's why they always bring someone who looks like you. They always bring someone who looks like you. But instead of us being impressed by how they look like, we should be like, who's your donor? Who's contributing to your campaign? Who put the most money in your campaign? You're going to see in some real estate development somewhere or in some shell company that nobody knows who owns the shell company, but it's still tied to somebody who wants to do real estate, who wants to do some speculation. You guys, I'm telling you, throughout the week, think about what I said. Exactly. Because mountain area too is expensive. Look at Aspen. You see all these rich people moving to Colorado, all the rich people moving to Aspen. It's expensive. These people know where the best real estate is. And the majority of the time, when you have the best real estate is usually when you have minorities like black people or Native Americans. That's usually where it's at. But so you have to evict those people, right? But you do it in a way where it makes like, oh, we're coming here to support you. We're going to get rid of police. We're going to have all these social programs. We're going to have this, and that. Child, please. Child, please. They're going to have that city fall into lawlessness so quick, you won't even know what hit you. It's the same thing that happened with Silver. Like here in Maryland, we had Silver Spring. That place was riddled with violence. And I was like, it was all intentional. Now, if you go and you see Silver Spring, you won't even recognize Silver Spring, right? They changed it. And the majority of black people, Latinos from Silver Spring, they've all moved to PG County. That's what they do. It's always a great displacement. It is always a great displacement when you vote Democrat. And that's why it's easy for Kamala Harris to sit and be like, oh yeah, I want to legalize illegal immigration. I want to give what you saying? She wants to give Medicare and Medicaid for all, because these people, hold on, little baby, hold on. They want these people to come here and cause mayhem. And with so much mayhem, you're going to want to move. You're going to want to move. Because how can you have all, like in Chicago, like in those black neighborhoods in Chicago, the people live outside, right? Like all these illegal immigrants, they have their tents outside. Like they want to scare you. They want you to be scared. They want you to be afraid because the people are everywhere. It's like thousands of people all over the place. They want you to be afraid. Be so afraid you'll pack your bags and then you'll move and you'll leave your house. You'll leave your property. That's what they want. That is what they want. And every time you see a Democrat mayor, I want you to see the Joker. See the Joker. And I'm like, nothing good is going to come out of this. Now I'm like, because I was saying like all this stuff that's happening in LA, letting all these homeless people in LA like this, in San Francisco, they let these people do the drugs. They live on the streets. They do whatever they want. Yes, because they want to bring property values down in San Francisco. It's intentional, right? The Oakland area, Oakland has a lot of black people. Oakland is not far from the Bay. Isn't it like all that is the Bay also is the Bay Area, right? Oakland is not far from San Francisco. So if you can let crime and illegal immigration and whatever lawlessness take over Oakland, a lot of people are going to move out. And once they move out, or once you can drive property prices low enough that they're dirt cheap on the dollar, yes, then you start rebuilding. Then they'll bring back more white people, more rich people, the Asian people, Indian people, they'll bring them back. But first, you have to move out the black people. You got to move out the minorities. So the way you do that is by allowing crime to go rampant. And you pretend that, oh, no, it's all about social justice. It's about social equality. It's a displacement. You are witnessing a displacement. Think about what I said. And I was like, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Because when you have property, anybody, not just black, but anybody who has property, when you vote for your mayor, when you vote for your city officials, you got to make sure that you're voting for people who have policies that are going to help your property value go up, not down. Because when you buy a house, it's not just to have a place to raise your children and have a place to stay, and have like great memories. Of course, that's part of buying a house. But part of buying a house too is for you to get rich. Now, you might not be like multi-millionaire rich, but your house should appreciate in enough equity that you can retire nicely. If ever you don't have Medicare, Medicaid again, or if you never have Social Security again, at least you know like, hey, I've accrued all this equity in my home. I'm okay. You know what I'm saying? If over 30 years or so, your house can grow in like $500,000, $1 million worth of equity, you're going to be okay. You know what I'm saying? Because of how, that's also why home ownership matters. It's not so much because it's like, oh, everybody should have a house, but for retirement, it will be nice to have your mortgage payout, your mortgage is paid off, and you also have some type of equity in your home. So if Social Security fails you, if Medicare and Medicaid fail you, you know that, hey, I still have equity in my home. I can take care of myself until I die, and I can still leave something for my children. Not just the money, but the house. So when you vote at the state level, at your local level, you got to vote for people who care about your property and who care about property values going up. And the only way you can guarantee property values is you need to have some type of law and order. And you also have to have a great school district, right? Because parents care about whether their kids go to school. Like we moved to this new house because my oldest James, right? James is he's starting high school. And I'm like, high school can be very tricky for young people. They can go left or they can go right. So we moved to a different neighborhood because this one here has better high schools. We moved to Loudoun County. It has better high school. It's very bougie out here, y'all. Inexpensive. Okay? So we're here because of him. Because that's what you do when you have to care. Because God forbid your child goes to a school with a bunch of knuckleheads. And the next thing you know, you lose your child. Sorry, I keep flashing on my boobies. Sorry, y'all. I'm breastfeeding the baby. Don't judge me. Right? So we came this way. Right? But I'm like, that wouldn't be possible if you didn't have a person who ran Loudoun County who did not care about Loudoun County. Right? So you need to you got to be very mindful of that. All that social justice crap, it's fugazi. I know. Little baby. But won't you just sleep, boo? Yeah. I know, but just go to bed. Just sleep. Okay? Okay, next time. Sorry, you guys. I hope I'm not flashing you. Sorry. I breastfeed, so my apologies. Yeah, let's go. Eat. Okay, sorry y'all. He's breastfeeding. Okay. Yeah. So it's like you have to be mindful. You can't just be voting all kinds of crazy. Oh, I'm voting for social justice. I'm voting because no, you need to vote for people who are going to make sure that the policies they put in place are conducive to you having great home value. Like you want your property to appreciate and you want your property to have a lot of money, right? Otherwise, you're going to lose your house. You're going to have to move out. You're going to have to start over. And even if you're able to move out and start over, like the price you bought this house might not be the price you get the other house. And who has money for that? Okay. Who has money for that? Yeah, I do. I breastfeed. I don't want him to have like colics and stuff, right? Like who has money for that? But I'm like me, I was like, yeah, I could see I see the great displacement. Ooh, sorry. Oh, little baby, hold on. This thing is gonna fall on me. Yeah, but it's gonna fall on my head. Well, what you want me to do? Well, oh Lord, he's crazy. You know, what's this message? Yeah. I breastfed all my sons. I breastfed all three of them. Okay. I breastfed all three of them. This one, he needs you have to breastfeed him for him to go to sleep. Otherwise, he won't be calm at all, right? Yeah, Maverick is alive. It's really hard to come alive, y'all. He is alive. He is alive. We're together all day. We spend all day together. But I'm like, I was really thinking about them. Like, no, I don't think people see that. I don't think people see the great displacement that occurs when you vote Democrat and when you keep voting Democrat, especially in your city, right? But these people, we're here, right? We're here. Wait until like 2030, 2040. You'll see what's going to happen in Chicago. When I tell you they're going to wipe everything off. They're going to destroy all these projects. They're going to start anew. You're going to see things in Chicago you ain't never seen before. You be like, but Marlene, why didn't do this before? Child, they don't want you to enjoy that. They want that real estate and they're going to start charging. I'm like, you're going to see the properties now that they call the hood or they call the project. You're going to start seeing it. They're going to start selling these fancy homes, these fancy penthouses, these gorgeous ass apartments at like $100, $150, $200 per square foot. They're going to do that because it's great real estate. It's got to move the people out, right? But it's always a great displacement. Even as we talk about this this immigration crisis, illegal immigration, it's another form of great displacement. They're going to send these people to predominantly black neighborhood, make everything crazy, unruly, expensive, hard to get. People are going to get mad, frustrated. They're going to move out. And then they're going to start buying these houses. All these developers are going to start speculating and buying these houses for pennies on the dollar, and they're going to rebuild everything from scratch. It's a reset. It truly is a reset that we're looking at. Like, it really, really is a reset. Yeah. You know, it's insane. It's insane. And this is why they don't want to talk to you. I'm like, she's not coming outside. Kamala's not coming outside and talking to people. Right? Because I'm like, and my thing is also, like, when you look at history also, if you look at history, if you carefully look at history, the people they tell you to hate are usually people you want to get to know. Okay? But they've done such a good job convincing people, oh, that side is racist. These people are bad. These people don't mean you well. These people are against you. Wumpty wump wump, wump 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 wump. And people fall for that. The whole time, the person that is so nice to you is the devil. The devil you need to fear is right next to you. They've been right next to you the whole time. They've been right next to you the whole time. And that's why they don't want to sit there and have policy. Because I'm like, if you really thought about it, I'm like, if you really think about it, if Democrats are as good as they say they are, if they truly have good things for black people, right? If they want to see the prosperity of black people, why don't they ever sit down and actually talk to black people? Why do they always use entertainers? Why are they always dancing and this and that? Because for me, if you have such great plans for black people, if you have great projects for black people, if you have done so much good for black people, you should actually want to sit down and like, yo, look at what we've done. Look at what we did. But you can't. So you bring out the food, like somebody said earlier, the chicken and the watermelon, the Kool-Aid. You bring out these entertainers because you know that you have nothing to tell us. You have nothing good to share with us. You have no good news for us, right? And that's why, even though, you know, Trump went to like the, what's it called? The journalist, the black journalist thing. And they're like, oh, Trump is a racist. He's trying to question Kamala Harris's race, whatever. That is she black? Is she not black enough, right? But I'm like, and it's funny how first and foremost, why didn't Kamala Harris show up? Is she black? Y'all say she black, and she blackity black, and she's for the sisterhood. Why is Trump there and she's not? Let's start there, right? But where I was really proud of Trump, it's not just the fact that he asked the question. So he asked the question. So now she's black. She's no longer Indian. I'm glad he asked that question. That's number one. Number two, I'm glad for Trump that he stood on what he did for black people. He said, I did this, and I did that. Right? Kamala Harris needs to come outside. And she also needs to tell us what exactly she did. But I guess she can't. Because in one interview, she was very explicit and she said, oh, she would never pass anything just for black people. But at the same breath, she said, oh, but anytime you help black people, you're helping the entire country. I'm like, okay, so which one is it? Because it makes no sense. You don't want to pass a specific law to help black people, but you do believe that by helping black people, you help everybody else. What? Right? You understand? You don't want to have a specific law for black people. But your president, your boss, Joe Biden, he signed a specific bill for Asian people. So you can do something specific for Asian people, but you can't do something specific for black people. It don't make no sense, right? So I was like, for Trump, I don't know if it's enough, but I do appreciate the fact that he could say, when I was president, here are the things that I did to move black people further. I appreciate that. For some, it might not be enough. For some, it might be good. For some, it might be a start, you know? But at least he can say, yeah, she's something else. At least he can say, here, this is what I did. Can Joe Biden say the same? They'll probably say, no, he can't because he probably did, but he can't remember because he got dementia. That's fine. But Kamala was his vice president. Why can't she come outside, have a proper conversation, and tell people this is what we did for black people? Because they didn't do nothing. They didn't do nothing. And I was like, last night I was sitting here. I had a little bit of free time. I can watch stuff, but I can't really make videos, right? But I was sitting here last night. Yeah, she's a fraud. Okay. You okay, baby? You gotta stop drinking so fast. What'd you think? Yeah. Okay. But my thing is, right? when you got, it's like, if you know you've done something, like, let's be so for real, right? If Biden and Kamala Harris actually had done something for black people, matter of fact, if they even had done things for the American people, because I don't even know what they've done for the American people, because as I'm sitting here, it feels like all they do is work for Ukraine and work for Israel. So, child, because every day we wake up, they send money to Ukraine and they send money to Israel. And I'm like, are these people foreign agents? Are they actually foreign agents? Because it never gave that they're actually working for the American people. But since I'm black, let's talk about black people, right? But if they really had done things for black people, you don't think they'd be out here bragging about it? Like, I did this, I did that, I did that. The mere fact that they're not in a rush, they're not plastering what they've done all over the place, and that kind of like suspicious, as Dr. Umar would say, it's suspicious, right? Because when you know you've done some stuff and you know you can get some cool points with black people and you can get proper credits from black people, you'll be talking about that stuff nonstop. Oh, we did this, we did that, we did this, we did this, we did that. You know, they be talking about that all day, all night, right? Wouldn't they? But they can't. Instead, they do 50 years of hip hop, they're dancing, right? They celebrate Juneteenth, they're dancing. They have a rally in Atlanta, they're dancing, right? Because they can't give you a proper account of what they've done for you. You've elected them, because I didn't vote for Biden and Harris, I didn't vote. But you've elected them. You put them in the White House. It's been almost 3 years now. And they cannot give you an account of what they've done. But if you ask them, what have you done for Ukraine? I bet you they can tell you. They can tell you how much money they spent to Ukraine. They can tell you how much more they plan on spending on Ukraine. They can tell you what they've done for Israel. They can tell you how much more money they plan on giving to Israel, right? But when it comes to you, they're running away from you. They're completely running away. And they think like throwing 50 years of hip hop party or having the hottie, okay, yada 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 yada, whatever it is, right? They think, oh, that's good enough to distract them for another 4 years. No more distraction. It's time for us to hold you accountable. You need to itemize the things that you have done for black people. We want to know. And I even want to know what you've done for white people too, because they voted for you. Okay? I want to know, what have you done for America? They cannot answer y'all. They're giving us a concert. Exactly. So we vote for you to get in there and to get certain things done, and you want to give me a concert? I didn't ask for a concert. I have Spotify. Imagine that. I have Spotify, and I have some AirPods. Some people got more money than me. They even have the what's it called? What the big one called? Because I have AirPods, right? The big headphones from the Apple. They got that too. So if I want to have a concert, I can throw myself a concert. I have Spotify. Okay? I don't need a concert from you. What I need from you is an account. We put you in there for 4 years. What have you done? What have you done? And she wants people to vote for her based on what she can do. No. No. You're already in the White House. Why do I need to vote for you to tell, oh, well, if you give me 4 more years, here's what I'll do. No, we already gave you 4 years, sis. What you do? Nothing. You couldn't do nothing for 4 years. I'm supposed to give you, what, 4 more years? Girl, you a lie. You are a complete liar. You are a complete liar. Okay? Biden been president, you've been vice president, and Trump has been president. Trump is saying he did this. This is what he said he did. The HBCU, the business zone, the pardons, you know. Trump has a list of things that he can say, here are things that I did specifically. Not for BIPOC, not for POC. Here are things that I did specifically for Black America. That's his list. Like I said, for some people it might be exquisite. For some people it might be good. For some people it might be a good start, right? And some people might not even care. That's fair too. Okay? However, I also need Kamala Harris to come outside and tell me and Joe Biden, here's what we also did to go against what Trump claims he has done for black people. We're trying to hear something. But instead, all we keep getting is distraction. 50 years of hip-hop celebration, Juneteenth celebration, Meg Thee Stallion twerking and shaking her behind in Atlanta. What that got to do for me? Okay, that does nothing for me at all. I have plenty of music in my Spotify. I'm straight, sis. As a matter of fact, I like 90s music. Okay? I like the 90s music. I ain't got time for this new rap. I don't understand what they be saying. Okay? That's that. Always giving people music and food. Because you can't tell us what you really did, can you? Because you didn't do nothing. Because you were in there just worried about Ukraine and just worried about Israel. And now you want us to be like, oh, no, but Trump is a racist. Vote for me because I'm better than Trump. How exactly are you better than Trump? Because Trump, he can at least tell me what he did. And I can then say, you know what? Maybe it's good enough. Maybe it's not good enough, right? But to say, oh, vote for me because I'm not Trump. No, hold up. Wait a minute. It's not going to be that easy now. Because what have you done? What makes you better than Trump? The fact that you're a woman, that's not good enough. The fact that you're quote unquote black, I don't care. I want to know what you've done. And you still have 100 more days. What do you guys intend to do with the 100 days that you got left, right? Nobody knows. She's hiding once again. She's been hiding this whole time. And she's hiding once again. And another thing I love about Trump, let me tell you something. Another thing I love about Trump, they keep calling this man a racist, and he keeps showing up. They said he was a racist. He pulled up in the Bronx. They said he was a racist. He pulled up in this little black journalist thing, right? They keep calling this man a racist, and he keeps coming outside. Why is he not afraid of people? Right? You are black, allegedly. You're an AKA. You went to Howard, right? How come you don't come outside? She should have been the one. Kamala Harris should have been the one to have this whole big pep rally in the Boogie Down Bronx. She did not. It's Trump the racist. This man is he's such a racist. He's such a bad racist. He's such a dictator in the making. But he's always outside meeting people. He's talking to people. Who went to Atlanta at a black Chick-fil-A and took pictures with all the black people? It was Trump. But yet he's a racist. You're not a racist. You're part of the sisterhood. You part of the Divine Nine. You went to Howard. You're such a black woman, right? But you are never outside with black people. You're never outside with black people. Yeah, she's not. Nobody holds her accountable because she's a woman. Which one is it? One moment is, oh, feminism. We want to be equal to men. You know, treat me like a man. Okay, then come outside. Trump is outside. Trump is so much outside. He catching bullets. You run away from questions. Okay, imagine that. Come outside. He's the race. Like, when you really think about it, Trump should be the one hiding. Because if he's such a racist, he should not want to be outside. Why would somebody that is such a bad person, such a racist, come to a black journalist convention? And on top of that, you guys made him wait. You made him wait for 35 minutes. He still waited. Done told you where you at. Okay? You made the man wait for 35 minutes. He waited. Your equipment wasn't working. He waited. Your microphones don't work. He waited. Even that black girl, the way she talked to him, I did not appreciate that. I'm like, you cannot like Trump if you want to. But my thing is, honestly, if we're being honest, why do you not like the man? What has he done to you personally? I don't know. Nobody can answer that question. But my thing is, you are still a professional, right? You're still a professional. Even if you disagree with the man, he was still a president, right? Show respect to the man. And on top of that, you invited him. You invited him. So if you can't stand him, if you can't be in a place of like you can even be somewhat civil towards him, don't invite him. Because obviously you're not above the fray. You're ratchet. Because me, if I can't stand somebody, I'm not inviting them. Why pretend to be classy if you're not classy? You invite a person you can't stand. You invite a man you think he's racist. You say he's called people animals. Then why are you inviting him? If you truly believe in your heart of heart that he has called other black women and who are part of the people, he called them animals, why are you inviting a white man that you say has called black women an animal? Why are you inviting him? Exactly. Why are you inviting him? I'm not if I ever see a white person call any black person an animal, I'm not inviting you. You're insane. You're unhinged, right? So obviously you don't even believe the stuff you're saying. You don't believe the stuff you're saying. But to not even say hello, how are you? Like have some type of like decorum, have some type of professionalism. Like you see, that is once again, here we go. You're feeding into the trope of the aggressive black woman. And I didn't appreciate that. But I'm like, Kamala should have been there. They talk about, oh, Trump is so afraid of debating her. Well, I'm like, why would he ever be afraid to debate her? She's afraid of debating herself. Okay? Like, this lady is not smart. Nobody's scared of her. Nobody is scared of her. She's scared of him, and she's even scared of journalists. She's even afraid of questions. Nobody is scared of Kamala Harris. Have you heard this lady talk? What has been unburdened, but what has been. And nobody's scared of her. Do you think you fell off a coconut tree? And nobody's scared of her and her coconuts? Nobody is scared of that lady. So I'm like, get that out your mind. No one is scared of her. Okay? Come outside, sis. We're trying to see something. But it's like she does not come outside unless she controls everything. And that's why the majority of her events happen at her house, at the VP's house. Because she's afraid to be outside because she knows she has no substance. She has no substance. And we don't know what people want. One moment is I'm a feminist, treat me like a man, okay, pay me like a man, I want to be handled like a man. And then when people want to handle you like a man, now you're a misogynist because you just hate women. I'm like, oh my gosh, which one is it? Which one is it? Do you want to be equal to a man or do you want to be a woman? You got to decide. But you can't pick and choose. Oh, he will not paint this room green. Oh no, he is defeated. No, I actually love the brightness. Oh my gosh. But no, we're not going with his crazy ideas again. It's really nice. I'm actually enjoying this. Okay. Exactly, Kevin. I'm like, why would he be afraid of you? You are crazy. I'm like, they gave you one thing. They say take care of the border. You couldn't even take care of the border. Why would Trump? Even JD Vance. I'm like, even JD Vance is not scared of her. Nobody's scared of her. And she's so lucky. I tell you, she is so lucky that Trump did not pick Vivek Ramaswamy to be his VP. When I tell you Vivek would have mopped the floor with that lady, ooh, child. She better count her lucky stars. He did not pick Vivek. Because Vivek, when I tell you Vivek is waiting for this lady, oh, my Lord. Okay. Come on now, like, before so I'm like, nobody is scared. Even me, I'm not scared of her. They could be like, Marlene, they could call me, like, they could text me today and tell me, oh, get ready because tomorrow you're debating Kamala Harris. I will show up. Okay? You could give me a 12-hour notice and tell me within 12 hours I have to be ready to debate Kamala Harris. When I tell you I'll pull up so quickly, even I'm not scared of her. Nobody is scared of this lady. Woo! I'm telling you, she is so lucky. She is so lucky. He did not pick Vivek Ramaswamy as his VP. The way Vivek would have mopped the floor with that lady, it would have been something to see. I would have enjoyed. Oh yes, Maverick. I would have enjoyed that, right? But she's always running. She's hiding from everything. So last night I'm sitting here and I was listening to Yanni, right? And Yanni's like, oh, Trump is gonna take us back to a plantation. Trump gonna take us to a plant. I'm like, Yanni, what plantation, sis? What plantation? Where is this plantation y'all keep talking about? I'm like, you people swear that Trump was not president before. Trump was your president, okay? From 2016, right? No, from 2020. No, 2016, right? Yeah, 2016, right? Trump was your president. Did you go to any plantation? You did not. Be quiet. Okay, y'all spend all day on TikTok getting yourself involved in drama that ain't got nothing to do with y'all. Okay, Trump ain't worried about you people. Go sit down somewhere. That's number one. And then Yanni was like, yeah. What'd she say? She said she gave money. I said, you did what? She's like, yeah. I gave money to Kamala's campaign. I said, hold up, wait a minute. I don't know why he picked JD Vance though, but it seems as though JD Vance is connected to venture capital money. Cause I think he's coming in with money from the guy that, like, the co-owner of PayPal. I forgot his name. Thiel, is that his name? Him and Elon founded PayPal years ago, and they sold it and both became billionaires, right? So I think, like, the guy Thiel is like, that's who he's coming in with. He got the man's money. Child, please. Okay. So Yanni's like, yeah, I donated money to Kamala Harris's campaign. I said, hold up. And I think she said something to the extent of like, oh, even though Democrats haven't done nothing for us. I said, hold up. Wait a minute. I need to start putting my Zelle QR code on my forehead because it seems as though a lot of y'all got money. I said, a lot of these black people out here got a lot of money. So let me get this straight. You people went out there, you elected Joe Biden allegedly, because I think they cheated, but that's just me. I really think they cheated. But for the sake of, let's just say that he got elected. Sure. Whatever, right? So let's just say he got elected. So you guys, you voted for this man and this woman. They did absolutely nothing for you, right? We sit here every day. You see them send money to Ukraine. They're sending money to Israel. They are loading, they are packing predominantly black cities with all kinds of illegals. They are prioritizing illegals over black people over here. You see that every day. And you woke up and you went and gave money to someone who hasn't done anything for you. This has to be a joke, right? You see all these videos. You see all these videos where Kamala Harris specifically says that she will not do anything that is specific for black people. And you took your black dollars to go give to her campaign. I need to put my QR code for my Zelle on my forehead. Because some people out here, they really got money. I mean, the audacity of it all. Like, I'm like, what is wrong with people? You elect someone, that's not good enough, right? You give her access to a job, honestly, she never deserved. Kamala Harris is not deserving of being a VP of anybody's country or anybody's even corporation. Let's start there, right? You put these people in power. The past 3 years has been nothing but sending money to Ukraine. The people come out and be like, oh, by the way, we made a mistake. We sent $6 billion more to Ukraine. You see all these Ukrainian politicians, they driving these fancy Bentleys, these they have cars I've never seen before. Okay, they're living it up. Zelensky, he is living his best life. Okay, because a lot of this money is not going for nothing besides them putting that thing in their pockets. They are living the high life in Kiev. Okay, even right now, we have a whole election process, right? Once again, she doesn't have to go through a process. She doesn't have to compete. She don't have to do nothing, right? She's saying that she's not going to do anything specific for black people. All right? And you wake up, you take your black dollars, and you go give to someone who hasn't done nothing for you and who says, I'm not going to do nothing for you if you put me in office. But somehow Trump got a plantation. And you don't see that your behavior is plantation behavior? It's like only a slave can love a slave master. I don't know what else to tell you. Okay? I don't know what else to tell you. I really do not. I'm like, what kind of Stockholm syndrome is this, right? Because, and hold on. In any other sphere, when people hire you for a job and you don't do what you're supposed to do, they fire you, they leave a bad review, they cut your ass out, okay? And they make sure to tell all their friends, don't do business with this person because they don't do good business. Okay? You elect someone. They're in there. It's almost 4 years now. They have done nothing for you. They don't even have enough respect. They don't even have enough respect for you to sit down and have a proper conversation and tell you this is what we did and this is what we're still working on and this is what we couldn't get to. No. They keep throwing concerts, watermelon, and fried chicken at your face, right? And you still get up and you go and give people money. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm like, what kind of Stockholm syndrome is this? I'm like, what kind of PTSD? I'm like, what is this? Because this really needs to be studied. Why are you giving her money? Did she tell you she was broke? Did she tell you she was broke? I'm broke. You're broke. We need our money. Why are you giving her money? And why are you giving this woman money without even knowing her policies? Are you insane? And somehow you don't think that you're on a plantation? Who thinks like this? Oh, you know, I elected this person. They've done nothing for me. But you know what, though? Let me go make sure she has enough money to run against. She can ruin my life furthermore. Are you insane? And somehow they don't see how they're the ones that are actually on the plantation. I'm like, it is so bizarre to me. Even this alleged 44,000 black women who got on a Zoom call with Kamala Harris. I don't even believe that's true, though, but whatever. Because I have yet to see the receipts. I have not seen the receipts, and I have not seen the videos. I ain't seen no damn screenshots of no 44,000 black women on a phone call with no Kamala Harris, right? But I'm like, so you mean to tell me to defeat Trump? Trump is such a racist. Trump is so bad for America. Trump is Agent Orange, you know, like they keep calling him Orange, whatever. Okay, so y'all know 44,000 black women, assuming it's true, but I think it's cap. I think it's fake. Okay, but let's just entertain these people. Let's pretend that I actually believe what they're saying, right? So 44,000 black women, y'all know how to get on a phone call to make sure Kamala Harris can defeat Trump. So if y'all really want to clean up these black neighborhoods, you could. Because so y'all know how to get 44,000 black women on a phone call to get some things done. So y'all don't really care about black people then. Right? All this, we need better schools. We need to fix the black community. Why don't y'all get on the call then? And this is why I don't take heed to people who act like, oh, I hate racism. I want to defund the police. They hate black. Like, you hate black people. Because if 44,000 black women know how to get on a phone call to talk about Kamala Harris, to raise money for Kamala Harris, y'all can do the same thing to solve the problems of the black community. Right? Allegedly they got on there and raised all this money. So then why is it that so many black children don't have stuff to go to school with? Because y'all know how to get together. Right? Then they say, oh, then the black man got on a Zoom call, according to Van Jones, 20,000 black men. I would love to see a picture of that too. I need to see receipts, but let's pretend I believe this, right? So 20,000 black men could get on the phone call to get Kamala Harris appointed as the nominee for the DNC, right? So, and allegedly they raised $1.5 million. So if y'all really wanted to, y'all could fix the issues in the black community. Right? Right? But imagine like 4 years of nothingness. 4 years of absolutely nothing. Maybe at best, a few black people got their student loans paid off. Okay, yeah, sure. A few. There's 46 million of us out here. 46 million. Okay? 46 million. Let's say 1,000 or even 20,000 black people got their student loan paid off. Wumpty wump wump. Wumpty wump wump. That's still 46 million or 45,980,000 people who didn't get nothing. Okay? Make it make sense. But I'm sitting here listening. I'm like, this is crazy. They're going above and beyond for people who have done nothing to them. The only thing they say is, oh, we're not Trump. We're just not Trump. And that's enough for y'all. So I don't want to hear it anymore. When it comes to, oh, we got to fix this. No, I don't want to hear it. Because these people know if they really wanted to, they could. They don't care to. Because ain't no way. There is no way you care more about like beating Trump than you care about the stuff that happens every single day in black communities. That don't make no sense to me. But I'm like, why would you give this woman your money? For what purpose? Why would you give her your money? Tell me why. Tell me why you would give this lady any of your money. What has she done to be deserving of your money? Right? Like, you give money to people that you believe in. You give money to people that can actually do something. You give money to people in exchange for a service. So you give money to her campaign. What do you get out of it? Oh, we're going to beat Trump. I wish you well. Okay? But it's astounding to me that people are donating their money to this lady. For what purpose? How is she deserving of that money? Why dues for Kamala Harris? I'm like, oh, here we go again with those people. Right? Makes sense? She said more money to the black women meeting. I'm sure white people have more money. But I'm like, they're raising money for this lady, and they're so proud to raise money for her, as if she's actually somebody who knows how to do something. Like, she actually does good work, or she has done great work. I'm like, she hasn't done nothing at all. So why are you raising money for this woman? And how can you raise money for someone without even knowing what her policies are? How can you raise money for someone without even knowing what you're going to get in return? Yes, Maverick, that's a great question, right? In return for all this money that you're raising for her, what are you getting? What did she promise y'all? Nothing. Y'all have not heard this woman speak on any of her policies. You have not heard this woman talk about anything that she's running on. Don't even know. I'm so confused. I am so confused. And I'm like, my Lord, please explain to me. Why is it that people are so attracted to liars and scammers like this? Why is it so easy to scam people? You know? Like what exactly? Like I'm like, what exactly? What exactly are you like? What exactly are you voting for this lady for? I don't understand. Why are you giving her your money? I mean, I guess vote for her if you want to. I mean, why would you even vote for her? But giving somebody your money in this economy for what reason? What kind of governance? What kind of governance does she represent? I don't know. What kind of governance does she represent? I don't know. Please tell me, right? But I'm like, I am so dumbfounded. And I'm like, so she hasn't done anything for you. You recognize that she's not gonna do nothing for you. But your thing is better her than Trump, because if Trump gets elected, he gonna put me on a plantation. I'm like, what plantation? What plantation? Because from the sounds of it, you already are on a plantation. Because in what world do you support or do you give money to a person that does nothing for you and that completely ignores you? And honestly, it's quite disrespectful. You know? Because to me, like when I saw the whole, like when I was looking at this whole like Meg Thee Stallion and coming out and twerking Atlanta, right? They definitely do destroy people's lives though, right? But I'm like, do you not see that to the rest of the world, not to, I mean, to the nation, of course, but to the rest of the world, she is showing the world that this is how you get Black Americans to vote for you. You bring people to twerk. Like on a global stage, do you not see how degrading that is? Do you not see how humiliating that is? How dehumanizing it is? Like, oh, these people, they can have intellectual conversations. These people, they're not really smart like that. These people, they can't really chew on like hearty matters. You know what I'm saying? You just got to make them dance. And when you dance, they'll vote for you. This is the message that her campaign is broadcasting to the entire world as to how Black Americans look at the system of voting. And I'm like, it is so disrespectful. It is so disrespectful. And on top of that, even after that, you like, yep, I'm going to give her more money. Wow. 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 I mean, to me, it's just wow. Wow. A person who looks at you as a costume, because that's really what it is. She looks at you as a costume. She's looking at you as an aesthetic, and not even a good aesthetic, right? She's showing the world. She's showing everybody in this country, like, oh, this is how you get the Black vote. Just bring people on stage and have them shake their asses. Are we baboons? Like, are we monkeys? Are we apes? Are we baboons? Like, what do you take people for? They don't do that to nobody else. And I'm like, there's so many channels. I'm like, I watch Australian news. I watch French news. I watch a lot of news from across the world, right? And this is the rally is all around. It's like they had it in the French news. They had it in the Australian news, right? The entire world is looking at how she markets to the Black electorate, and they see a young female rapper shaking her ass. This is baboon behavior. Like it is so. I'm like it makes me so angry. I could break my phone. And you see this type of disrespect, and you still get up and you give this woman your money. A woman who never acknowledged any Blackness in her, a woman who has never acknowledged Black people, a woman who's never even like said that somehow she had some empathy for nothing at all. All she has to say is, I'm Black, I'm a woman, and I'm not Trump. And that's it. And it just washes everything she's done. It just, all the stuff she didn't do, the things she didn't do right, it just washes everything away. Wow. I'm like, wow. I'm just like, wow and wow. People should have a license to vote. That's it. People should have a license to vote. Because this right here, it makes me so angry. Yeah, she said that she washes her green in a bathtub. I'm like, in the bathtub? Hey, T. Who washes food in the bathtub? Who are these people? I'm like, the bathtub? That is so nasty. Once again, a caricature, because she was trying to be extra with the sauce. Like, I eat greens so much that, I make so many greens. Even my sink is not enough. I got to go put in a tub. I have never seen a single Black person in my life across the diaspora, from Africa to America to Latin America to the West Indies to Hispaniola. I have never, even Europe, I have never seen a single black, I'm talking like the complexion, I have never seen a single black person wash their food in a bathtub. That is utterly nasty. We don't do it. Okay? We don't do it, and we ain't never did it. Like, I'm like, what is this? Who is she talking to? You are like, in here, you're unhinged. You are seriously unhinged. And you really think that black people are a caricature. You truly do. And I guess part of me can't be too mad at her because when she does that, it goes unchecked. You know what I'm saying? It goes unchecked because nobody's checking her. But I think with the whole Meg Thee Stallion thing, that was the straw that broke the camel's back, because let me tell you something. The way people lit her ass up on TikTok and on YouTube, when I do a proper live, I'll play those videos for y'all. But I was just so happy. I was like, yes, get her ass. Enough already. You don't do that to any other ethnic group out here. You don't do it to the Chinese. They don't do a special fried chicken or fried rice. You never see them do fried rice. Okay, for the Chinese people, hey, come vote for us. We got some fried rice for y'all. Don't do it to the Vietnamese. They don't have special pho, okay, for the Vietnamese. They don't have empanadas and tamales for the Mexicans, okay. They don't bring a what's it called, mariachi band, okay, a mariachi band for the Mexican. They don't do that. They don't treat nobody else like that, okay. But when it comes to black people, they treat black people like we're the dumbest. Like we're just so damn stupid. We're just so damn dumb. Oh yes, oh I see ass. Okay, oh I see banana. I see oranges. I'm gonna go vote for you. Like what is this? What is this? And it's so offensive. And there's this one light-skinned sister. Woo, you guys. Oh, she allowed me to sleep so good last night. The way she read Kamala Harris down to the bones, I said, yes, girl, get that girl's ass. Okay? She read her, She read her down so good. It put my soul at ease. I was able to go to sleep. It put Val, Meg could have came there as Megan Pete, not Meg Thee Stallion. Let's have a conversation. Right? They're even turning against Amanda Seales, because initially the way Amanda Seales came out, because you know Amanda Seales, she does all this race grifting, pandering stuff, because that's the only thing she can do, because she ain't got no job, right? So initially the sisterhood was supporting Amanda Seales until Amanda says, hold up now, let's slow down, because listen, it's still politics. It's still politics. I might like you as a person, but I might not like you as a president. And that's fair enough. Just because I like you, I might like your person. I'm like, oh, you cool, you're a vibe, you're chill, whatever. But it does not mean that I want to hire you for a specific job, because that job requires the skills, it requires the competence. Right? It does. I can't just vote for you because you're black. I can't just vote for you because we got great conversation. So as soon as Amanda Seales was like, well, I spoke to her and I told her, what are your policies? Woo, when I tell you, the sisterhood flipped on Amanda Seales. The sisterhood flipped on Amanda Seales. They're dragging this girl. They're calling her everything but a child of God. I'm like, but for what? Because when you understand, I mean, if we understand the way politics works, if we understand the way the suffrage works, the way voting works, right? We don't owe anything to politicians. They want our votes. So politicians, they owe us everything, because they want our votes and they are supposed to work for us. It's not the other way around. But it seems like for a lot of black people, they think that, oh no, the politicians are above us and we work for the politician and we owe the politician our vote. No, ma'am. And that's why I say we need to have a license to vote, because you don't understand how things work. The politician works for you. The politician needs your vote. That's why he has to tell you, in exchange for your vote, I promise you this, and that. That's how it goes. We don't work for these people, and we don't owe these people nothing. They owe us everything. You want my vote. And I told y'all before, Every 4 years, I mean, especially through this, right? This is the moment, this is the one time in history. I mean, it's the one time in American life. I mean, across all countries have election, of course, but since we're in America, but in America, right? Every time November 4th is one of the main days where every American is equal. Because no matter how much money you have, how much money you don't have, no matter if you're white, if you're black, if you're Latino, if you're Asian, if you're South Asian, if you're Arab, no matter what, right? November 4th is the one time where we're all equal because everybody has one vote. We're all equal. After November 4th, we go back to our daily lives, okay? But on November 4th, it don't matter if you're white, it don't matter if you're black, or if you're Asian, or if you're whatever. It don't matter if you're tall or if you're short. It don't matter if you have muscles, you have no muscle. It don't matter if you have a house, don't have a house. It don't matter if you rent or if you a homeowner. It don't matter if you have a GED, a high school degree, a master's, a PhD, a bachelor, right? It don't matter. Don't matter if you're a multi-billionaire, if you're a middle class, if you're a blue-collar worker, if you're unemployed. It don't matter. November 4th, everybody's equal. Everybody has one vote. So it's really serious. It's very serious. Because at that point, we're all equal. We're all equal. So that's how you got to recognize why your vote matters so much, right? Your vote truly matters because it makes you equal to everybody else for that period of time. Amen. So, understanding that, you can't just give your vote away because you like someone, because you like their complexion, because they do the silk press. I'm like, Keke Palmer was asking her about how many silk presses she do. I'm like, Keke, why we care about the silk press? Okay? We do not care. We're not here to be her friend. She's not here to be our friend. Okay? She is running to be the leader of our country. I could care less if she gets a silk press. Look at my silk press. Okay? It don't matter. We have to learn to ask these people substantial questions. Okay? We got to be able to ask them questions. And every time there's a quote-unquote black candidate or an Indian candidate who goes to a predominantly black platform, they're always given the easy questions. They're asked about collard greens. They're asked if they smoke weed. They're asked how many times they do a silk press, how you do your silk press. Do you tuck your silk press? Do you wrap it up at night? They're being told, oh, I'm not going to ask you, like Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey told Kamala Harris, oh, I'm not going to ask you any hard questions. This is a alley-oop. I'm going to do this. I'm like, it's not your job to make things easier for her. She's a feminist, right? She's a feminist. She believes that she's equal to a man. She can do whatever a man can do. And on top of that, she has the audacity to want to run for the highest office in the world. So we cannot be asking her easy questions. Right? Because at one moment, y'all want these feminists to be equal to men. And then another moment, you want to treat them like children. Like these sensitive ass flowers who need super extra protection, and you got to shield their feelings, and you can't ask them hard questions because they'll fall apart. If she's not able to take tough questions from Steve Harvey, she is not fit to be running to have our nuclear code. Absolutely not. Because if you're a woman, if you're a feminist, if you believe that you're equal to a man and you can do whatever a man can do, you should be like, no. I actually think it's disrespectful for you to have me on and to think that you're not going to ask me the tough questions because I'm a woman. She should be offended, but she doesn't get offended, right? She appreciates the fact that they're gonna ask hard questions to Donald Trump, and they're gonna ask me the easy questions. So you're not really a feminist. You're a bitch ass girl. Like, she's a little bitch ass. She's a little bitch, right? Because me, Marlene, if I'm sitting with Steve Harvey and he says to the audience, oh, I'm not going to ask Marlene any hard questions, I'm like, no, I'm actually offended. Right? Because I want you to see me as somebody who can actually do the job. But then when people say she's a DEI hire, people get upset. But if you're not hired because of DEI, when people say they're giving you easy questions intentionally because you're a woman, you should correct them and say, no, don't give me easy questions because I'm a woman. Right? I'm running for office. So treat me the way you would treat a man who was also running for office. Why would you ask me easy questions? Like, what's next? Oh, do I make, like, do you bake cookies? What you gonna ask me next? Okay? Like, do I wear lotion? No. Well, I'm like, that's the thing I can't get behind when it comes to American feminists. It's like when it comes to pay, oh, pay me equal to a man. I want to make as much money as a man, right? But when it comes to testing their competence, oh no, I need you to lower the standard. Girl, you can't want the salary of a man, but have less challenges than a man. You got to take it on. Yes, I did. I did T. To me, it was disrespectful, right? And even that too, it's one measure for Camilla and it's another measure for Trump because he's a man. No, if Trump shows up, you also need to show up. Right? That's it. That's that. If it's good enough for the man, then it's good enough for you because you're a feminist, right? So if he's showing up, you need to show up. If Trump has to answer a hard question, she also needs to answer hard questions. I don't get this part. Oh, I'm equal to a man. I want to have the same position of a man. I want to be paid as much of a man. But when it actually comes to my performance, can y'all kind of like lower the rim so that I can score easier? Can y'all ask me easier questions so I can seem smarter? Like, what the heck is this? What the heck is this? Hey, Ken, it don't make no sense to me. Because you should be offended. Because why is it that Steve Harvey does not believe that she can handle hard questions? You know what I'm saying? You have all these things you could ask her, Kiki, and you choose to ask her about a silk press? I'm like, a silk press? We are in the middle of a hyperinflation. We are facing an inflation, and you care about the silk press. Like, I'm like, what is happening here? You're not going to ask her about childcare, the stuff that she intends to do for maternity leave? No, nothing. You want to ask her about her silk press? How do you do a silk press? Are you kidding me right now? And that's why I keep telling y'all, these women, they swear they're so gangster, they're such feminists, they're badass. But when shit gets real, they run and they hide in their house. And it's the men who have to pull up and it's the men who have to clean up their messes. Feminism is a fucking scam. It is a fucking scam. Because these girls are fucking cowards. They're all a bunch of cowards. They don't have it in them. They really do. I'm being serious. Okay? They're a bunch of bitch-ass little girls. Because when shit gets real, they run inside the house and they call a man to come outside and clean up their shit. Right? Because if you're really gangster, if you're really about that, like if you truly think you are equal to a man, don't ask for your questions to be easier. Actually, you should ask for your questions to be harder. Okay? And a lot of her staff is coming out. A lot of her staff is coming out. They're talking about how she don't read. They would have all these questions prepared for her. They would have answers prepared for her. She does not read. She don't like to read. She reads nothing. She don't read her briefs. She don't read the stuff that her staff does for her. She does not prepare for debate. She don't like to read. She doesn't read anything. She's never prepared. The lady hates to study. Because she knows. All she has to do is say, oh, I'm a woman. And if you don't agree with her, oh, you're misogynist. Oh, you're racist. Oh, you hate women. And oh, shut the hell up. I hate a bitch-ass person. How about that part? So you want to make all this money. You want to have all these fancy titles, but you don't want to compete for it? It should just be given to you? And I'm like, what exactly are we promoting here? You know what I'm saying? Like, I had another friend. She tried to, oh, Marlene, blah, blah, blah. Oh, she really smart. I'm like, smart weird. Smart weird. Everything she did, she laid on her back to have everything she had. And I said what I said because she did. She didn't compete. Right? And to me, I don't know how. I guess because like nowadays people like city girls and people like 3 or 4 behavior and people like hoes and hoes be out here winning. But when you really think about it, in the workplace, any woman who has sex with her boss, who has sex with her superior to get ahead, she's creating a toxic work environment. She's creating a toxic work environment and she's making it unsafe for all the other ladies in the office. Because once a supervisor, a male supervisor or the male owner realizes that you're willing to sleep with him, he's going to start expecting that from all the other female employees. How is that okay? How's that okay? And I told my friend, do you ever think about this shit? Because think about this, right? Think about this. If we all work, if we're all lawyers, we're all law students, right? We're all graduate from law school. We all have student loan debt. The majority of lawyers have student loan debt, right? And when most lawyers, when you work for a law firm, you want to become partner one day. So you want to be on these cases. You want to work with people. You want to have mentors in the office. You want to be on the good cases, right? That can put you on track for partnership. So everybody's competing because we all got to make the student loan payments. So when one of us decides to go and sleep with upper management, or you decide to sleep with one of the partners at the law firm, right? You're going to be put on the good cases because you're sleeping with him. You're going to be put on not just the good cases, but you're also going to be put on becoming a partner eventually because you're having sex with one of the senior partners. You're not earning the shit. And how is that fair to the rest of us who got to bust our tails, prove our worth so that we can keep this job and we can pay our student loan payments? When a woman goes and has sex with her superior to get ahead, she's fucking it up for everybody else. And if it was me and I'm in the office and I'm a law student and I'm a recent law hire in that office, in that partner group, whatever it is, and I find out that you're having sex with one of the partners at the firm, and that's how you get your cases, bitch, I'ma fuck your shit up. I'ma fuck your shit up. Cause I don't have no allegiance to hoes. I don't have no allegiance to hoes. I don't have an allegiance with women who sleep with their employers on the workplace because you're fucking it up because you don't want to compete. Anybody can lay on their backs. But when you bust your ass to get through law school, you bust your ass no, Ken, you're laughing, but it's not funny. Because when you're first year, second year law students who get hired it is so stressful. Because you do all the dirty work. You write all the briefs, you write everything. A lot of them don't even have a life. They're constantly in the office. So you don't want to have to suffer like the rest of us. You want to sleep your way to avoid doing the first year stuff, the second year stuff, right? Nah, fuck you, bitch. And when I tell you, I will walk over to your cubicle and be like, bitch, I heard you fucking him. Is that true or not? Is that true or not, bitch? Because one thing you're not about to do is think that you're going to use your pussy, right? And get you some privilege that the rest of us cannot get. I know you lying. Because it's not okay. You're cheating. You are cheating. And when you support her, you are saying that you agree with that behavior. So if you and I had to go get a job, you would sleep to get the job. Because she's like, oh, Marlene, I'm going to go apply for a job. I'm like, why are you going to go apply for a job? You love this woman so much. Go. Maybe you should go and have sex for the job. She's like, oh, that is so disgusting for you to say that. I'm like, why would I not say that? Because if you support her and you agree with how she gets things done, then you also agree with using sex to get what you want out of life. And that's not okay. I never slept. I majored in some very hard things in school. I never slept with a single professor to have a grade in my class. I've studied so fucking hard. From my bachelor to my master's. I studied so damn hard. Are you kidding me? When I would have certain majors that I didn't understand, or like they were really like certain classes, that were hard for me, I would pay for a tutor. But it never crossed my mind to go sleep with a professor, right? It would never cross my mind to go have sex with my supervisor or to go sleep with my boss so that I could get around doing the work I have to do and I could get out of having to compete, right? But a lot of these so-called feminists, they make all this noise. They make all this noise about being equal to men. They can do what a man do. They want to be paid as much as men. But as soon as you talk about real competition, these bitches, they start either having sex with these people, they lay on their backs, they give head, or they run inside and cry that everybody's being a misogynist because it's so hard. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. And that's and I told you, the majority of these female bosses, many of them laid on their backs. They laid on their backs. They're a bunch of clowns. They're a bunch of clowns. This is clownish behavior. She never earned anything. Everything is always given to her. I'm like, Mr. Willie was 61 years old. He was 61 and he was married. She was 29 years old. So you going to lay up under a man because you want to have a job? You can't work. You can't think for yourself. You can't actually compete and earn the role of DA. No, she took the easy way out. Give this man head. And imagine a 29-year-old sucking the penis of a 61-year-old man. How nasty is that? That a whole red penis. The penis is old as you. Actually, the penis is older than you. Sure. Okay. 31 years old. You 29 years old. The man is 61. Next to the grave. And you out here riding him so you can have a job. So you can make you a DA. Right? And I guess, I'm sure she probably had good vagina because he did give her a BMW. Okay? He sure did give her a BMW. So I'm sure maybe she had in the words of Nicki Minaj. How Nicki Minaj say it, good pussy got them. Okay? Okay? Good pussy gal. Okay? Them island things. Okay? So maybe she got good pussy gal. I don't know. But she sure did get a BMW out of it. Right? But I'm like, all this stuff is nasty. It is all nasty. For her to become vice president, she had to lean on Joe Biden. For her to be endorsed, right? For her to become the candidate, the nominee, Joe Biden had to endorse her. She earns nothing. She competes for nothing. She earns nothing to her own hands. She earns nothing. She never uses her own intelligence, her own merit to get the things that she wants. Oh, somebody always got to give it to her. Right? Obama had to endorse her because once again, she does not want to go on that stage and have to compete. She's a weak ass little bitch. She's weak as fuck. Like even me, you saw when I started my life, Gary, I do like you, Gary, right? But you saw all the white people came out. White people came out the floodgates from my ass. I didn't run. I did not run. I did not run. I did not get triggered. I did not get scared. I stood up. Okay? So like even me, I'm a regular person. And I can take the heat, right? Without even blocking anybody. I can take the heat. You want to run for the highest position in the nation. And you're hiding. Because you're a punk. She's a big ass punk. Okay? She's a whole punk. Like you admire her career. What career? She's like, oh, but Marlene, she went to Howard. I said she went to Howard for undergrad. And only God knows where she majored in. Okay? Just because you go to Howard does not mean that you picked a hard major. Okay? And just because you went to Howard undergrad, not only we don't even know what major you picked. Don't even know what GPA you had. Because one thing's for sure, two things are for certain. She did not get accepted into Howard Law School. Okay? She didn't get accepted into Howard Law School. So why is that? Why you can make it to Howard Law School? She couldn't get in. She couldn't get in. I wonder why she couldn't get in. Because she was not studying. Being a party girl, I'm sure. Okay? Partying her entire way through college. So she had to go through whatever school she went through. Right? Just like Joe Biden. She's not an Ivy League graduate. I wonder why. But you want to talk about J.D. Vance who went to Yale. Girl, bye. You could never. You could never. Like, seriously. It's insane to me. They keep giving this girl all kinds of easy questions. Oh, make it easy for her. No, we ain't making shit easy for her. You think being the president is an easy job? Okay? You think having custody of a nuclear code is an easy job? You think being the chief of all of our armed forces is an easy job? Ain't nothing easy about being a president. It's a really tough job. It's a tough job. And if we can't even ask you hard questions, how we know that you got what it takes to go against President Ping and negotiate with China some better trade from some better trade deals for America? How we know? Okay? If we can't even ask you hard questions, how do we know that you can have a tough negotiation with Vladimir Putin? How we know? How we know that you can put Zelensky in check? How do we know that you can also check Benjamin Netanyahu? We can't even ask you hard questions. You think being a president is going to be nothing but roses and pretty parties for you? No, it's a really tough job. It's a tough job. She can't think on her feet. Oh my gosh, y'all, you need to go back to 2020 and look at her debate performances. This lady cannot think on her feet. She's not bright at all. She is truly not bright. She's not bright. She's not clever. She's not witty. And I'm being quite serious, right? There's all kinds of upheaval happening in Latin America right now, especially in Venezuela, right? So if we can't ask her tough questions, how is she going to broker peace in Latin America? Okay? No, don't ask her tough. Just throw her all kinds of easy softballs. She's allowed to avoid the media. She can avoid the press. So when she, like, let's say she gets elected, we're not gonna have any updates. She can do whatever she wants, and nobody can ask her questions because she don't answer nobody's questions. Okay, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Even Shirley Chisholm, who tried, she's also from the Caribbean, but even Shirley Chisholm, who tried to run for office, who wanted to be the first black woman president, she wasn't no punk. She was not hiding. She was outside. Okay? She was outside. She was talking to people. She was talking to people. She was talking to people. She was not running. Compare Shirley Chisholm to Kamala Harris. Okay? And to me, it's like that's real woman empowerment right there. Because Shirley Chisholm, she did not run from the hard questions. She didn't run from a fight. She didn't run from things getting hard. Shirley Chisholm, she showed up. She was outside. She would spin the block. Okay? She wouldn't be afraid to debate Trump. Compare, I'm telling you, we're going to do a video, y'all, when I get more settled. We're going to do a video where we compare Shirley Chisholm to Kamala Harris. Y'all going to see? It's literally night and day. Right? But I don't understand how you want to run for such a high, it's a high stress, it's a high visibility, it's a high pressure job. But we got to give you self questions. For what purpose? For what purpose? This job, now we want it to be genderless. So it's like everybody got to have the same question. If you give Trump a hard question, give her ass a tough question also. If you give J.D. Vance a hard question, whoever she picks for her VP, I don't think it'll be Shapiro, because I guess like there's all this drama coming up, and they're saying that he paid hush money because one of his dudes had an affair with some lady, and it seems like he paid the girl $300,000 of hush money for her to go away. Kind of like the stuff that Trump did. So I'm sure, I don't know if he's going to run, but he definitely canceled all his fundraising for this weekend. So they don't know if he's still going to run. And he has an issue with the Palestinian protesters. He called them KKK people. I mean, all kinds of stuff, right? So I don't know if she's going to end up picking Shapiro. But my point is, whoever she picks as her VP, if you make the questions hard for J.D. Vance, whoever she picks as her VP also, they need to have tough questions. If she decides to go with Pete Buttigieg, right? You cannot give this man a soft question because he's gay. No. We don't care. Okay? We don't care. If Pete Buttigieg wants to go up there and say if she decides to pick Pete Buttigieg as her VP, if you have a tough question for J.D. Vance, you also need to have a tough question for Pete Buttigieg. Do not allow this man to hide behind the fact that he's a gay white man and somehow he's oppressed because he has a white man lover. We don't care. We don't care. Okay? If you're gay and you can't take tough questions, you have no business being the vice president. Because I would love to hear from Pete Buttigieg, how is it that you had billions of dollars to build more charging stations so that more and more people could buy these electric cars, right? But somehow you had like a $20 billion budget and you only built 7. He only built 7 charging stations, y'all, with $20 billion. He needs to also come to the front of the congregation because we got some serious questions for him also. Where did the money go? Because you cannot tell me that it takes over $1 billion to build one charging station, because Tesla got a whole bunch. My IKEA got a whole bunch. My movie station got a whole bunch. I see charging station, multi-billion-dollar budget to build more electric charging stations across America, right? But somehow, in 4 years, you only built 7 charging stations. Where is the money? Where is the money? And it's about time for us, everybody who's American who votes, our time has come for us to hold these people financially responsible with the money that they're given, because it's not their money. This is taxpayers' money. And I feel like everybody is living a luxury lifestyle on taxpayers' dollars, and it needs to stop. It truly, truly needs to stop, because you cannot convince me that it takes $1 billion to build one charging station. I had never heard of that. I have never heard of that. And that's why I'm against big governments, because they waste money. They squander money. Because, oh, well, if we waste money, we'll just tax them more. We'll just raise more taxes. No. How about you learn to manage the money you already have? Because honestly, I feel like we should also, if the government cannot tell us how they spend our money, if we don't have better fiscal regulation, if they don't become better managers of our money, people need to stop paying taxes. Because it's getting ridiculous. Because I feel like it has gotten to the point of, well, we don't really have to worry about how we manage money. We don't have to be financially responsible with the money, because if we run out of money, if we waste money, well, we'll just tax them more. No. Hold up. Wait a minute. Because I do believe that people also have the right to refuse to pay taxes if the government cannot prove itself to be fiduciary with people's money. It's not fair. Because people work really hard for their money. And y'all just squandered this money, and when we can't hold y'all accountable. It's the same thing with the church. That's why I understand why some people don't want to pay tithes and offerings. Because you give to the church, but you don't know what the church does with the money. All you know is that every Sunday, the pastor got a new car, the bishop got a new car. You know what I'm saying? No. Hold on, you guys. I gotta go open the door. Y'all, okay, hold on. I'm gonna cut this live off because I gotta, oh Lord. Change that here. Yo, let's take a little break. I'll be back. I gotta go open the door. Somebody is downstairs. So I'm gonna cut up. I'm gonna cut this live short right here. Take a little break. I'll come back, okay? Love you. I'll be right back. I gotta go open the door. I'm upstairs. How do I stop this thing? I don't even know. Okay, I'm gonna stop this live.